Futures back in negative territory here this morning, looking to extend some of the declines we saw going into the weekend on Friday ahead of the Fed, both Tuesday and Wednesday. We'll get the two-day Fed meeting, the next increase on interest rates to come then Wednesday afternoon. The only question left to be answered, will it be 75 basis points or will it be the full 100 basis point increase? Right now it's about 80-20 in favor of the 75 basis point hike. That said, coming off the fourth negative week in the last five for stocks last week was pretty ugly, both Thursday and Friday following the CPI data we got. That was much harder than expected. So we'll see what happens this morning. Pretty broad-based declines right now, including some of the crypto markets as well, down big time to start the week. Individually, some tech names moving around this morning, including Apple. We'll talk about that coming up. Amazon shelving plans for that new distribution center that they announced going back a couple months ago over in Spain. Some news on Tesla this morning as well. It is Monday, September 19th, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. There we go. More negative numbers to contend with this morning. Right across the entire board here, all three U.S. equity markets, 0.8 or so to the downside at this point. That's actually off the lows ever so slightly here. We were down more than a full percent for both the S&P and the NASDAQ. Crypto markets, yeah, bottom end of this board, pretty ugly so far. 5.3 there for Bitcoin, another 8.6% for Ethereum on top of what happened at the end of last week following the software update or the merge. It's all about the Fed, though, coming up this week. Once again, good morning, guys. Brand new week. Going to be a little bit of a wait and see, possibly ahead of Wednesday. Again, Wednesday, 2 p.m. is when all the fireworks will happen this week.
Oh, yeah, it should be fireworks. Welcome, everybody.
I think the fireworks might start ASAP.
I don't know how quiet it's going to be until Wednesday. I'm kind of thinking this is not going to be a quiet day today. It's Monday. The market obviously is gearing up for the potential this week of that one full point. I still think, there's a decent chance it could be 75, but man, there's a lot of people that think it's the other way. We're still below that key level in the futures at 3,900. I'm looking across the board at most of these stocks, with the exception of, Netflix is strong again. So that can always be looked at as like a kernel of strength. But I just see resistance levels everywhere. Even with that little spike we had, the quad witching close there, there's still some opportunities out there where you're finding major resistance levels on a lot of these names. I'll look at NVIDIA in that regard. I'm watching what happened in terms of the reversals on some of the EVs. Lucid and Rivian not looking nearly as strong as they did last week. So, yep, there's going to be a lot to get to. I will say this. Our suicide pool is doing a heck of a lot better this week than it was last week. Lots of upsets, not ours. We didn't go all in on Green Bay as I suggested.
It's a good thing you told us to do Green Bay. At least we got two of the three on Green Bay. What was our other one on?
Denver won.
Denver, right. Oh, that was close too, though.
But the Colts didn't score a point against the Jags.
Man, what the heck? Yeah, no, it's. I don't really want to talk too much about fantasy football. I lost both my starting quarterbacks in the first 2 weeks. So Dak for week one, and then I traded for Trey Lance, and then he got hurt, gone for the year. So I'm gonna have to seriously regroup. But what a great weekend I had as well, and I hope you guys did as well. And that's what it's all about. And Brendan was saying the fireworks may be starting on Wednesday for sure. That's like New Year's Eve. It'd be those kind of fireworks. But right now we're just in preparation of that. We got a lot of names down 1+% today. A lot of names at 52-week lows. Microsoft is right there, and it's going to be a scary day, in my opinion, again, for the short side. We did get a little relief rally into the close because of the rebalancing, but wow, it should be a fun one more time here today, and we're getting ready to trade for you. There's only an hour to go right now. Hit the like button. Let's get the likes going. If you're watching now, let's see if we can get 1,000 likes before 8:45, something like that. I think that's possible. Let's get ready to rock and roll here live. Tonight is also our dinner, so we're really happy about that. Finally getting to go out as a group here tonight, so that should be a lot of fun. On a Monday night, nothing like doing that on a Monday night. But
the logic being, of course, because it was explained to us why have the party on Monday. Because people generally don't have plans on Monday.
Which is completely wrong, because I have lots of plans, but that's okay. I put everything aside.
It's so true.
for the Trader TV Live family, and it should be fun tonight. My mom's coming over to watch the kids, and that's what's going to happen. So we're excited for that one. But the party, Brendan, starts at 5 o'clock. So I don't know. It might not go all night, if you know what I'm saying.
I mean, that's okay, because we all got to get up and be here tomorrow morning as well. So yeah, definitely looking forward to that. Here's a few things to make note of today. Yeah, futures downside here this morning, as we said. Rate hike worries, all the rage going into the brand new week. Will it be, as we said, 75 basis points? Will it be 100 basis points as far as the increase is concerned? 80-20 right now, favoring the 75 basis point hike. We'll see how that plays out over the next coming I guess, day and a half or so. I can't move this over. It's behind the True Trading Group QR code there. There we go. First segment of the show, guys, brought to you by True Trading Group. Once again, we thank them for coming on board for another week. Great group of guys. Check them out. Use the QR code on screen right now. Don't go anywhere right now, though. Make sure you do that later. Here's a chart of Bitcoin is what I wanted to show you. Also behind the True Trading Group banner at the bottom. But trust me when I say we're testing June lows right now, guys. We're on its way to at least test that June low for BTC. So got to put some of these crypto stocks back on watch as well.
Yeah, I'll throw it up there. I got my Binance chart up.
Yeah,
we're about 1,200 points away from the wick bottom. There was that crazy, the June bottom had that crazy day where we had the wick, and then it actually held some support higher. That's what's under threat right now. But look, when you're beneath that 2,000, it was a bit of a sell the news event with the merge, at least so far. And if you were to break this, I mean, the next support it's like 12,000, right? You're not talking about chump change down here. So that should be spicy. I mean, Coinbase is well below. I mean, I'm a little bit frustrated by this one because looking at what happened in Roblox yesterday, one of the things I was looking for was a breakdown on Coinbase, and you can probably guess where that breakdown would have been. It would have been right at that 73 mark, and sometimes you come in and you gap down below a price like that. So unfortunately, not going to be able to get a shot at 73 unless it squeezes to the upside on on Coinbase. Still a chance. You can maybe take a look at even 70 or something at the open. Not a whole lot of pre-market volume, but whenever I see a gap fill like this, I'm usually leaning toward the other direction beneath that gap. Not necessarily diddling in the middle, have to see how it opens up, but we test back up to that 73, 74, kind of thinking it should be a little bit of resistance. Reality is Bitcoin and crypto has been just sort of following mostly what the market has been leading. So if we stay with a red day going into Wednesday, I can expect maybe a few outsized moves, but some weakness in crypto land led by Coinbase. And of course, there's some regulation talk going on there. London. I think it was a bank in London, and regulators in London coming at FTX a little bit. So there's still some of those headwinds as well. Although some consider regulation a tailwind. I can't really argue too much with that.
Yeah, I mean, it's just going to be a bad week. The NASDAQ is back down below 12,000 again. I mean, we've talked about the relationship between Bitcoin and some of these crypto names, and the NASDAQ. And I mean, a lot of these names in the crypto space are just tech companies that are trying to build something out. And honestly, I feel like there are going to be a lot of names that are going to work at some point, but it's one of those wait and see things. And then as money has now become much more expensive, waiting around to see is now not really a good game plan, right? I mean, you used to have, there's that adage, Tina, there is no alternative. So you had to put your money in the markets, right? Well, now for 4%, I mean, what was the 10-year today? 3.5 today. So, I mean, you can slap some money in there, grab 3.5% and not even worry about it. So, there is going to be a little bit of wait and see here with crypto. And I mean, as money, like I said, becomes more expensive and you're seeing a lot of these stocks starting to start from the top left to the bottom right. And I want to say shout out to Emma, I think it was Emma Fernandez or Hernandez, I believe. I don't want to get this wrong now that I've called you out. Fernandez, she said that maybe our banners, our advertising banners should be on the top right, because all the stocks, all the action is down on the top left. So I thought that was really funny. So shout out to you, Emma Fernandez. That's a great one there. If we put the logo up here, then we would never miss anything because there's no stocks up there. But that's a good point. Anyways, we've talked about HUD 8 going back up near that $4 mark, and now it's come crashing back down. I still think you can buy this thing once it gets to this 130, 140, 150 area against that bottom. This is more of an altcoin, more of a mining, which obviously Ethereum is not doing that anymore. But I've watched HUD 8, and I think that this moves quite nicely when the market and when crypto begins to go again. So watch out for HUD 8. And then, of course, we have to shout out Jeff Mendo, who's on the show every once in a while when he's not golfing or getting a haircut. GBTC has been a good one as well for pink sheets. If it loads, that's a good, name to look at. There's also BITO, which is on the Amex. That's going to be following Bitcoins as well. So there's a few things, and then these are just different ETFs and different trusts, right? So you can see where this name is. I mean, what a surprise. I mean, you're going to see if I zoom this out when this came to market, what the price of Bitcoin was, and now you're looking to see where we are. So, I mean, this came to market basically at Bitcoin peak again in October of 2021. What a surprise when that one came up, and now you're all the way down here to $11. So if you want to invest again in the coin, do that, but there are a lot of ETFs out here like a BITO, or you could play sort of, a Riot, a Mara, GBTC, like we said as well. GBTC is more like a BITO, but Mara, Riot, HUD 8, some of those mining names you can get some good return on as well if you think there's going to be a bottom. But for me, I don't want to buy anything until Wednesday. So I think you got to wait for Wednesday to come through. Then you see Thursday, Friday, and then maybe we start buying next week. But September's been a bad month historically, and now you're going to get more bad news coming, as we said, with the Fed. So I think it's going to be a hard time for crypto over the next couple weeks for sure. So I think you just sort of lighten up the I don't want to say lighten your positions because it's at the bottom, but lighten your expectations, I think, is the word I'm looking for here on what the crypto market might do over the next couple weeks.
Yeah, more so than ever, might be more important as to what happens going forward when it comes to what Fed Chair Powell says on Wednesday afternoon versus what the actual increase is. So obviously the interest rate decision comes at 2, then we'll get the news conference and the Q&A coming up after that at 2:30. Here is the 10-year, first of all. As we were saying, it did actually get up to 3.52 at the high. We're right back down to 3.48 right now. But this thing is, if you zoom out a bit, look at this chart. This is an hourly chart, and it's just been going straight to the upside for the past couple of weeks here. Here's a note on Tesla. Interesting move so far this morning, Tesla. It's really not doing much, but they've completed finally the expansion of the production capacity at their Shanghai plant to a point now where they're targeting 2,200 cars per week coming out of Shanghai alone now, guys.
Started with 22, and I was like, what are they, Lucid?
Win again.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, they're winning again. Now, they're going to be down 1% because, I mean, more or less the market's down just about that 1% as well, and they're going to be a risk name in addition. But the problem with Tesla today in the range that it's sitting in, or at least the $300 where it happens to be sitting, it's the definition of diddling in the middle here. And you can kind of see it tried to get to like the old 925 level, right? So that would have been like 308, 309, that area up there. It tried to break that out end of last week, hard resistance there, and then it found support only on Friday at the bottom. And even that 295, I don't know how solid a bottom that's going to be. I look at what happened after the Fed number, and the support's down at that 289, 290, which essentially puts you square in the middle with Tesla. This could be one of those where I'm not all that interested in trading Tesla unless we're getting back up toward that high or down around that low. And then I was sort of talking about Rivian and Lucid being relatively weak after the strength that they put in. I mean, look at Lucid as a contrast to Tesla. The last couple of sessions, Thursday and Friday, breaking out 17, getting to 40s, then a huge run on Friday from 16 to 17.5, gave it all back. It's sitting right on its like $15.90 to $16 support. It's got room beneath this. If it were to fall, you can clearly see if it gets to the upside, maybe that 17 is going to turn into some actual resistance. But this is much closer to a big decision point on Lucid. It's flat on the day, showing some signs of strength. And then Rivian, the other one, sort of similar story. It's at a pretty big decision point at 38. 38 was a breakout, then supported all week long, and we're bouncing off 38 again. 38 goes on Rivian, and it's got a bunch of room to the downside. So this could be at least a day. I don't want to say the week, but a day where I'm looking at those two big support levels on Rivian and Lucid and thinking it's just going to be a better, or not a better trade, but I think it'll just be a more easy to structure trade on those two names as opposed to forcing something in Tesla.
All right. I want the best price on Goff. I'm telling Jason right now. He's messaging. It's not going to stop. Because I just realized I was one of the guys that didn't pay Zane. So there's like 10 people in our pool. We're all like friends from like 30 years ago.
It all figures itself
And the message just goes like, yo, by the way, like these 6 guys all haven't paid yet. I'm like, what? Anyways, okay, let's move on that one. Yeah, look, the name that I'm most worried about, honestly, of losing right now, and it's on the sticky note, is going to be Microsoft today. It's about to lose its 52-week low right now of 241.50. So it was just put in right there back in May and June. Yeah, I guess it was the June bottoms right there. That wick to the bottom is not right of 235, unless I'll have to double check it. It could be right. I don't think it's right. No, it's not. I don't see it on here. So that's the real bottom right here, 241.50. So, that's been confirmed up. I'm looking at that as a short, just to break back down through Microsoft coming in. I mean, I think Microsoft has a little bit of a moat around it due to Windows. I mean, Windows is going to be a very, very hard nut to crack for a lot of companies and some of the big contracts that they have. No one's switching off of it, no matter what people say about Windows and all that kind of stuff. And then plus they have Azure, which is huge. That's their cloud business. So I really, really like Microsoft here. And this is where I'd be buying more Microsoft like hand over fist, but I'm not, because I'm just going to wait. I think you got to wait. I think you could see a 230 print down here on Softy. It's like my account is like more of a dumpster fire than my fantasy team. Like, I mean, this is just getting lit up like left, right, and center over here. So I don't know. This is going to crack lower, and it's Microsoft, and it's in a world of hurt. I know we have Amazon on the sheet as well today, but yeah, yuck. Hold on a second. It doesn't look good from but this is another name here. Just 3 days ago, you're up to 140 on Amazon. Now you're down to 120. Like, that's a haircut of, 17% or so in 3-4 days. Like 138. Obviously, we know about CPI. A lot of these numbers came out and just were ugly to the stock, but it didn't even hold 125. So that's going to be a problem now for Amazon, as we're well below some of these levels. So I saw someone in the chat put that the tech, at the time this is over with, the NASDAQ's going to have 4 handles on it. So below 10,000, I guess, is the estimate on this one. I don't think so, but to go 20% down from here, I don't think is unheard of. I mean, there are a lot of people calling ES 3,400, 3,500, so that's 10% down. So the NASDAQ to go 20% down from here on NASDAQ isn't completely unheard of. So I just think you say look out below, man. I mean, Amazon was already at 104 was the bottom after pre-split. So, I mean, there's a lot of room to go down on a lot of these names, and I'm just nervous. I don't want to put more money to work. I mean, look at the NASDAQ bumping up here. Yeah, fool me once, right? I mean, like, really? Is the NASDAQ going to rally into a 75 or one handle print on Wednesday? I don't think so, but Tesla keeps coming out with great numbers here, and more news right now about their German plant here. Confirmed to mayor of Germany here that of the city plans to open a battery plant in Germany. So I mean, there's more news coming out on Tesla. It seems like that, if anything, might be holding up the market, and sometimes it's been the other way around, where Tesla will be tanking and the market will be holding it up. But right now, Tesla up 0.83, which is actually less than the market, but it's done really well. There's not too many names that look like this. I know Neil's just talked about Tesla, but a nice little move to the upside there for this name as well. But Rivian, Lucid, Tesla, they all seem to be pretty good right now. So if you're in that space, you're not doing too bad, but there's a lot of names there. It's a crowded one.
From the mayor, it looks like, of the city in Germany, guys, they're saying that, remember last week they came out, there was speculation at least, that they were going to move that battery production back to the U.S. to take advantage of some of that $900 million in funding that was coming from the Biden administration. So looks like they've now confirmed to the mayor of this city in Germany that plans for a battery factory over there remain unchanged. I want to talk about Apple here quickly because it's, obviously one of the names that's going to have to hold up if the overall market is going to have to hold up as well. It was relatively weak all week last week. There was more details, I guess, as far as the iPhone 14 is concerned about not only the chip, but the satellite technology that is going to be included in that. We've mentioned the ties to that GSAT. GSAT, and they've essentially confirmed that that does exist. But what will happen going forward with this technology is still a bit of a question mark.
Yeah, and I think, GSAT was probably really good to trade for like a day or two, and then it's pretty much fallen off here. Now, if I'm thinking, the 12,000 on the NASDAQ, 3,900 on the ES, if I'm thinking that those are two levels that'll likely get respected going into Wednesday, then I tend to look at, okay, well, where's the resistance subsequently on something like Apple on days like today and then tomorrow. So Friday's tops were pretty clear to see. It's like 151.5. Just look at Thursday's bottom was Friday's top on Apple, and that's the first place I'll be looking for. It's not necessarily 150 because it's a round number, but track another percent higher than that, you get to 150, 150. And then I think that's going to be, where I'd look for the first place to find resistance on Apple. It doesn't mean, I'm not saying we cannot go up in the next couple of days, but if you're thinking that, we're going to get a rate hike and some fears are more that it'll be the full point than the 75, then I think there are going to be some, sort of tepid sellers along the way. And then resistance levels, I tend to want to respect more. In a downtrend, I like resistance more than I like support. So Apple, for me, I'm looking at that 151.5. And man, every time I look up, Netflix is like $1 higher. Netflix might actually hit 250. I don't want to say by the open, but certainly you look back, like 255 on Netflix from that horrid gap fill. And how many have we seen of these, by the way? Like whether it's a company guiding higher or lower, I suppose, and then or it's just earnings, these crazy 20, 30% down moves in large cap tech companies. There's been at least, I want to say, a dozen of these in the last half year or so. But how many of them have come back and actually held lows and at least try to fill in some of that gap? Netflix is doing its job at this point, but 255 is starting to get within spitting distance here. And I kind of think if I'm looking at resistance levels, that should be an interesting one for Netflix. It's still $7 or $8 away, so the long can work. But the dip buy that I had written down is now a heck of a lot further away. I got to start thinking about 40s and 45s instead of those mid-30s. I like the 37 and I like the 39 on Netflix. But this one's super strong. 3% again. For the last week, this has been the name to the upside. If you like anything long, it's really just been Netflix.
Yeah, I wrote down, it's the only name here on the sticky note today, so find me at TraderTV, Sean. It's good content there. We have the buy through 250. If it breaks through 250, which it's going to do, you just got to buy it and see and hope that you got a good price at that point, and it never looks at 250 again. So we'll see if that can come through. But that's what I'm doing, 250 there, 240 for some support. It could come back in. Here's 240 right here. And we might even take 242, 243. That's the top right here going back to the 15th, I guess. But the 15th is only Thursday. So you're going to go back one day there and find that top of 242 looks pretty good there on Netflix. So I think you got to test it on any dip buys. I'm looking more short today than anything else. So I don't even know if I'll take a 250 break, but I just hope my eyes are watching this stock. That's all. I'm actually going to put it up on my other screen here just to make sure that I'm on it, because I don't want to take it early. The market could break early on a nice little upswing for Netflix, and then, if the NASDAQ wants to fail, I feel like it could be a trap up here at 250. So let's just wait to see it. I'd rather it come down and I'm able to buy something on the dip buy, but I'm not sure that will happen either. So Netflix is going to be a tricky name today. If you do want to break the long, I don't think there's anything wrong with doing that at 250, obviously. It's a big key level, but you're going to have to give it back. I think you got to give it $3 or $4 probably at least of space, because the liquidity is going to dry up when that does happen. So watch out for Netflix, man. I want to buy it back down here at 240. So if that can come in, we'll do that. Here's a quick look at the imbalance locator. No NASDAQ names yet. We are still quite a ways away from NASDAQ imbalances coming out. They'll come out at 9:25, so that's still a half hour. But here on the New York, you have what is RMO? Is that Romeo Power? Is that what they're doing there? I think that's, good memory there. So that's true. So that is Romeo Power. Their batteries, they're down to 50 cents only. So that stock is not doing anything. Juniper Networks is a good one as well. NEO finally below 20. And that was like a really weird one last week as NEO just kept on like ripping and hanging out to the high side. You see a couple good days there where NEO was down to 17, then 18, then 19, then 20, then 22. And then we touched out at 23, and now you're right back here to a much more reasonable level for NIO. So I think you got to get NEO back down to like 18 and a half here or so to buy it. So that's coming, probably faster than you may think there, as it's below the 50 period right now as well. Down to 2050 is the 50 period. So we'll look at some NEO today. Man, there's just every day now, because the market is doing this in the pre-market, there's so many names to look at. And I feel like you just pick your poison. That's why I keep writing the same names on the sticky note. AMD, Amazon. Today we added Microsoft and Netflix, but it's like stay with the names that you're comfortable trading, like in a firm or like in NEO. I ran into some people at SneakerCon there, and a lot of people were talking about AMD and NVIDIA and trading some of those names. So I think you got to stick with what's hot, what's working, and where you can get a lot of movement.
All right, let's get some upgrades and downgrades for you this morning. A number of familiar names on this list as well. Speaking of Netflix, not on here, but Netflix with another positive note from Oppenheimer this morning. So as Sean was saying there, more positivity. But Adobe, FedEx, NetApp on the downside, and Micron here too from BMO. But Micron on the downside. Home builders to the upside today, Lennar, Toll Brothers, healthcare, realty as well, little REIT guys upside.
So I don't think anyone's surprised to see on the other side of that board, and of course, I mean the downgrade side of that board, Adobe and FedEx both under pressure. Micron's a bit of a, it's a small surprise there specifically because sometimes they're considered one of the better valued chip names. I was looking at it here, and I don't really see a heck of a lot unless Micron's going to get to. If we have a bad week, Micron can get to 50. And that's going to be that June low. It's a big fat round number on Micron. I think that could be an interesting area of support. But the volume's so low on it, and everything else about the chart, it's like, yeah, that's diddling in the middle, man. Unless we get up to like 54, 55, down to 50, you can pretty much forget about it. Whereas NVIDIA, like pretty clear. When 133, that was, tried to get there. There was a big rally, of course, on Friday at the close. It tried to get there, stalled at 132, but there was a roof on 133 for the majority of the week, and even every single sort of strong move off the bottoms that you'd see get put in. And there was always a big rally. Every single day that NVIDIA hit a bottom, you had a pretty big rally Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday that just either stalled at 32 or 33. And beneath that 133 level, that's an obvious area that has to be shorted. And then you got to think about it the other way too, is when NVIDIA makes a bottom at about 11 or between 10 and 11 o'clock, it's been worth it to take a shot at it. So it's not to say that you're just only, you don't have to go long every single consolidation, but once we get past 10, 15, 10, 30, if we get a down day where we challenge some of those lows, I'll be looking for a bit of a bottom pick to give some room to NVIDIA, because only going one direction, trades aren't really showing up here, unfortunately, but only going one direction, that can be good to have a bias at times. But then you end up ignoring some patterns and then catching both ways of the move. Like if you're going to have an inside day like we did on Thursday or Wednesday, instead of just only having the short, you can try and come back and get something in the long, which would have worked for you a couple of days in a row. So I want to make sure that not only am I trying to short that 133 if it gets there, but if we make a bottom between 10 and 11, maybe even lunchtime as well, that I'm trying to pick some up. That could be 128, but I'd rather, on the long side of NVIDIA, I'd rather be looking at the consolidation in that time period as opposed to trying to guess the price on the way down.
Yeah, I'm just staying basically the same stuff here. I want to short AMD. It's the same story as always here for that name. You're coming up to $77. We want to short that. That was the high there on Friday, 77. We didn't get through it. It tried to get it. It didn't try. It made a great move in the not in the aftermarket, into that last print for the rebalance, but it didn't get up there. That's fine. It tried, but it had nothing to do with the 77. So it gets up there, it stops. There's 77 again on AMD. And if you're going to look at a 20-minute chart, there's 78 staring us in the face as well, which is right here. So for me, I'm not going long, at least until we break above 78. Here's 77 right here. So, you know, you're in this channel. Like, I could see us trading between 77 and 78 a bit today if we rally. I don't know about the downside there, that 74.50. I mean, you're kind of barcoding here within that $2. So that's why I don't really want to get involved when you're at these levels. So for me, I got to wait for 77, or I got to wait for 70. Well, I'll wait for 77, and then ultimately it will be 78 if it takes 77. We'll see about getting out a little bit there, and then really reload it around this 78 level. So I think the first level of protection where I want to go short is going to be 77. I'm going to take a decent amount of shares there. If it breaks it, we'll get out. We'll look to see if there's a key level at that time, what we want to do. But for right now, 77 breaks, we're out. That's a level that I'm looking at. So I want to be short AMD into that. It's pretty clear to me and pretty obvious. So I'm not, I'm not super excited about the long, but you do have a long possibility if we get down to, I mean, will it get to 73 today? I mean, possibly. So that could be a little bit of a long area with a bottom wick of 71.40. So yeah, it's good to go here on AMD. And, back from his long trip, and we missed him a lot, is going to be Arun. As soon as he gets set up here, we're going to go over some future levels. So welcome back to my good friend Arun. He's going to be not in the building right now, but he'll be on webcam, and we're really excited to have him back. Hopefully I'm sure he had a fantastic trip. We'll ask him that when he comes on. But Arun is going to be back talking about futures in a couple minutes.
Yeah, what a market for Arun to come back to as well. Here's a quick look, guys, at what's happening over in the European landscape right now. More red numbers right across this board as well. 0.62 here for England. I mean, obviously, a lot of attention elsewhere in England today with what is happening over there so far. 0.35 France, full percent to the downside, 2% for Turkey here, always doing what it wants to. Otherwise, there's a social sentiment board for you to kick things off. Brand new week, more red, very, very red. In fact, one of the reddest boards I've seen as far as sentiment is concerned. Netflix up here, green. NVIDIA up here also green, otherwise pretty ugly right across the entire thing. HKD blue, to name a few, even SPY, all downside once again for your initial look at social sentiment and what people are discussing as far as individual names are concerned. As mentioned, let's bring back in Arun. It's great to have him back after a very long and, I hope, Arun, enjoyable summer holiday. Great to have you back. How are things?
Yeah, everything's great. I mean, when you're gone and you're away from the markets, it's good to kind of get a mental break in. But at the same time, when you leave the market and it's at 4,200 and you come back and you see it at 38 and change, you're like, what happened? What did you guys do? So here I am looking at this market and saying, okay, we're obviously coming in a downtrend, but we are starting to base out a little bit. So it seems like this 38.50, 38.55, or the area that we're spending time around right now, that's going to be the inflection point. So based on the open, if we get strength buying off the open, I would say there's a decent long available because of how strong this 50 to 55. They took some stops below 50 overnight, so that's out of the way as well. So decent build of a support base if you can get some buy side action into the open. Keep in mind, quad witching is also done. That takes care of some program activity. Fed's coming in on Wednesday. That's a whole different story. So we'll deal with that when we get to that point. But for now, if the open comes in strong with some volume, on the buy side, you have the potential for a nice little bottom-based bounce all the way back up to 3,900. If you don't get that and you crack 38, 45, and you continue the down move, well, unfortunately, this market may continue to the downside. So it's all going to come down to this inflection point and what kind of volume you get post-quad witching going right into the open. And given that where we're sitting, you have to wait to see what kind of volume comes in at the open and which direction. At that point, you can make your move because you have the levels available. It's just a matter of which direction is the volume going to come in after quad witching.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. Great to have you back. As we mentioned, we'll get back to the normal schedule, guys. Every day at 9 a.m., we'll get a futures update from Arun. Before we continue along, speaking of, let's jump into what else you need to know heading towards the open if you haven't done so yet. Make sure you join the more than 30,000 now receiving that every single day, the watch list. We should update that graphic, Lucas, to the new one. I just thought of that. Use the QR code. Just need your email address. We'll send it right to your inbox every single morning before we come on at 8:30. Has everything you need to know. FedEx and Adobe, more downside here. If you were with us last week, obviously huge moves for both. Adobe coming off the Figma $20 deal, or $20 billion deal. FedEx obviously pulls their full year 23 forecast on Friday. Preliminary results for FedEx, not good, right across the board, pointing to more recession fears to come. So it's worth a note, both of these are down. The story or the narrative really hasn't changed, but more negativity, more analyst downgrades and price target cuts here.
Yeah, the thing about Adobe is, you have that 3-day rule part of it. So now today's like the 3rd day. So you get to see what happens here. You're sub 300 again today. It just keeps on falling. I know there's analyst action on it. We've already talked about some of the key levels if this will load back up. You're right around there right now, 280, 270 down here right there. There's the consolidation that we talked about from that pandemic bottom. So I feel like you're getting close to being able to buy it. I think you could buy it even right now, Adobe. I just don't know enough about the space to know that if they really are in danger of losing contracts and their subscription model and so on and so forth with Adobe. So I'll leave that to you guys in the chat to know about the fundamentals of the business. But as far as technicals are going here, I mean, that bottom, even this bottom of 260 seems pretty great, considering, the kind of leeway and upside that this name could have. And I think that it's deserved. It's just been such a monster for such a long time. There's 258. That goes back to June of 2019, and then respected again there in October when it was trying to make a move down. Then obviously you get that run to, at that time, all-time highs, and then back down again into 280, 290, and then the rip during COVID, and we know why that happened. Everyone working from home, yada, yada, yada. There's a lot of names like that, and now you're right back in here for Adobe. So I feel like the 3-day rule is in effect here, except for the fact that, how funny is it that just in 3 days, you're going to have the Fed coming out again. So I don't know if it is going to be the right name to buy. That's still my AMD chart. I don't know why that's not loaded, but it looks the same. Right down here, we just did bottom wick on Friday down to 292. So you are, even though you're down 1.14%, you're still above that 292 level. So I think that when you take that out, you probably want to go short because you're breaking the levels, plus you have more downgrades today. Unfortunately, I can't say that I'd sit there and buy this name, not with the pending doom that's coming on Wednesday. And it's just so funny, like someone in the chat said before, like when I was just talking about the dumpster fire that is my account, it's just like I'm holding things for the long term. I just feel so stupid not getting out like 3, 4, 5 months ago, or even a month ago when you topped out on some of those highs. But you got to be in it for the long haul. And if you are in it and I'm just talking about the long-term account, I think Adobe, can be bought if you don't have any money into it right now. If you come down to that 290 area, I think it's worth it. And you're just buying into some of this, right? You're buying into some of this right now, and you're just going to see if it holds. Like, if you have $100,000 to invest, or take off zeros, it doesn't matter. $1,000, hopefully you have more than $100, but $1,000, if you drop in $200 or $300 in this name right now, and you want to play the average in game, then I think that's fine. But you have to make sure that the fundamentals are strong. There's a reason why I like Microsoft at these levels, Google at some of these levels, because I believe in the fundamentals and what they're doing, right? PE and all that kind of stuff will sort itself out. I understand the market's been up 9 of the last 10 years. This is going to be yet again another down year, right? I guess chance it won't be, but most likely will be. And you just want to buy good companies that have these moats that are going to deliver you earnings power, which Adobe is doing as well. So I don't know much about FedEx. I try to stay away from the transports and shipping and all that. They've never really been super exciting to me, but as a big growth name, Adobe kind of is growth and value all wrapped into one, but it was still at a 35 PE or something last I checked. So for me, I think it's worth dipping into, but definitely not worth going all in. So just be careful and look what the market's doing again. Tried to make that run up, which it did make it into these highs again that we've seen overnight, and now it's just dipping right back in as we get closer and closer to the open. The NASDAQ is giving some up. So for me on Adobe, love the name, I think, anyways, and love the valuation rate here, but I still think it goes lower, and it's not really worth it yet to be putting in some serious cash into Adobe.
Adobe on Friday put a wick right to 300, right at the close when everything was going to the upside. So kind of look at that as maybe a tradable level. But at least in terms of FedEx here, FedEx put in a higher low on Friday. So we're just going to talk about the trading here. Like obviously, it got crushed likewise to the downside. It was a horrible gap down. It traded lower, but it held the bottom and put in a higher low at about 157, and it's trying to hold these bottoms. So it's at least setting up for a chance at a bit of a bounce in the next couple of days, only down 0.25% relative to a market that's down almost 1, or at least is trying to bounce and got close to almost 1. So I kind of look at this as something that might actually hold up in the next couple of days for that reason. It didn't have a hard rejection or pullback at the close, but it hasn't been able to get past 162. I think 162 is going to be that line, at least for this week, on FedEx. Or if it gets through that, it might have a bit of a relief rally, and you want to see 157 hold. Adobe, it's going to be about that 300 for me. I don't want to be smashing bottoms on Adobe. When a stock gaps down that far, I'm kind of tentatively thinking it's not going to want to crater too much further than that. But check that 157 on FedEx. 62 would have to be a breakout. And I'm not really going to be favoring breakouts, I don't think, this week.
Just reading a note on Canadian producer price index. It was actually down more than expected last month. So producer prices in this country falling a little bit more than expected last month. Anyways, here's Netflix on the TV and also on this monitor here. Oppenheimer upgrading to outperform now on Netflix. I mean, this is the, I want to say, third or fourth very positive note on Netflix, also pointing to this ad-supported model that is to come beginning of next year that could provide some upside.
Yeah, they could do away with some of the binging that's been something that Netflix has been known for the binging, whereas I think if you look at what's going on at Disney and other places, they're more about just that whole release it once a week, get people talking about it a little bit more, and create some anticipation over their bigger releases. Whereas for Netflix, you can still, for the most part, always just sort of watch everything at once. And I think that when it comes to the ad-supported model, getting away from binging might be a good thing for them. So I think they're making all the right moves. Apologize for that wick down there. It's going to skew the chart a bit, but to say that it's a strong name, it's not exactly going out on a limb, and really, the daily chart, if we get to 255, that's going to stand out, right? So I think that's going to be your overhead resistance, which gives you a lot of room to run today. And I look at what happened, and in terms of this high, it's about a 242 top. I think this is the defense I'm going to want to put in. When I sat down, I'm thinking, okay, if we get a dip and 42 rejects, you're probably coming to 37. Instead, we're breaking out 42s. I really thought we'd be dip buying on Netflix, given that I was bearish on this Monday, but Netflix just continues to run. So I want to look at that 42 as first support. 50 is a bit far away, like we're equidistant from 42 to 50, or just a little bit closer to that 50 mark at this point. So running into that, it just feels like, so we would have bought up $7 or $8 from when I sat down into a 250 level. I don't know if I like punching something like that to the upside. I want to be more patient with a dip, and I think Netflix can be dip bought today. So I'm looking at that 42 as my support area. That might mean an entry at 43 or 44, but this is your high-flying name. A lot of people looking at this as a possible a turn of direction that is going to be good for them overall. And I think it's sort of overdue here, the ad-supported. I feel like most people are going to just pay whatever they're told on Netflix. Quite frankly, that's what I do.
Here's Amazon trying to roll over once again down better part of 1%, trying to head back to pre-market lows here. If you remember back in June, they announced they were going to hire 2,000 in Spain for a new distribution center that was going to serve not only Spain, but the, I guess, western part of Europe. They come out this morning and say they're going to take a wait-and-see approach on that and shelve it for the time being until 2024. Not a major note, but interesting in the sense that, we heard from FedEx that consumers might be in trouble last week. A little bit of underlying weakness, possibly. Amazon pointing to further along that note with this today.
Look, for Amazon, I like Amazon long term. I think when we start talking about where we'll get to, Yeah, we're not split adjusted on this chart, so I can kind of zoom in for you. Oh, a little bit further. If we're talking about where we could get to on a bit of a pullback, it's just we've broken a bit of a floor there at 125, and if we end up red this week, that 120 gets taken out. And then you remember there was lots of support on the way up after the split above that 100 level. 100, then 110 was significant, 115, and then you had that nice upward trend. So looking for a consolidation around one of those even numbers, like that 20, the 15, or the 10, is going to make some sense for me on Amazon. But as long as we're beneath these floors, and I'm talking 124 from Friday, the 125 breakdown that you had late in the session on Thursday, those are the two levels I'm looking at for Amazon. It just feels like everything I'm watching, it's like, okay, well, if we pop a buck or two, I want to be fading into it on weakness, and if the market goes up, try to adhere to those stops. I got to talk about this B-can because now it's at $20 and about to take out, well, sorry, it already took out $20, got up to 21. They're making beyond Canasoft here, they're actually making an acquisition and up almost 400%. It's a small floater here, so just be careful in terms of liquidity. It's done over 1 million shares, a bit spready. I see about 15 cents worth of spread, sometimes opening up to even more than that. But this is one where as fast as these go up, it dropped from $20 to $9 already once in the pre-market. So if it rejects this 20 level, I mean, it was just at 12 bucks a half an hour ago. This is going to move. And this is a wick top and it rejects 20, I'd expect at least it to come back and test 15, 16. But first things first, it's still trying to battle that 20 level. Just be cautious with it. Like I said, it's a very small float.
Look, we started the day talking about Amazon. We'll do it again here a little bit. Here on the sticky note, look, bad week. It looks awful under 125. I mean, I think that's pretty obvious here. You can't be a trader and not look at this and be like, oh, yuck, now that it broke. So now that it broke below 125, I think it wants 110. And I think you could smash this pre-market bottom. Right now, the NASDAQ, like when I wrote that note, the NASDAQ was moving to the downside. Now you've battled back upside. So that's nice for Amazon. Here's that 125 area. I mean, that's a short. Look, like I'm willing to lose being wrong shorting these kind of prices. So 125 comes into play. 124 is where it starts for me. So I'm going to be short I have an offer at 123.75. That's probably not going to fill. That's right there. So if we can come up to that, like a bump up about $1 in the pre-market, or not in the pre-market, that's not going to, well, it might happen from now. But if we bump up there right when the market opens up, I want to be there to grab that short and then see what happens at 125. I mean, that'll be that trade. And, willing to hold that up to 125. If it breaks above that, then we'll lose pretty badly on it and we'll move on. But I don't think that's going to happen. Amazon can go. So it's not like, we're afraid to short it. It's just you got to be careful on a NASDAQ move up because Amazon's so beat up. It could rip, and that's the thing. I just don't see how the NASDAQ does that move. Here's that 122 bottom that I said was coming into play in the pre-market. It held it pretty nicely. So, and again, even when we broke 122 on Friday, the furthest we went down, 121.80. We broke it right here. We went to 121.50, 121.60. Forget about all the action early, but when it broke it there, that very bottom was 120.74 on a panic, right? So even though we touched 120.70 there, look where we went right back up to 123. And then right at the end of the day, although like I said, a lot of that was rebalancing, that goes up to 124 again. So it still does have a $3 range in it. So that's 2.5% on Friday. So, expecting Amazon to be pretty volatile one more time here again today. But for me, it's a short around this 124 area. And that's what I'm hoping for. I hope that can come in early and then I'll judge it after that. So that's what I'm trying to do. And I don't know if we'll smash that 122, to be honest with you. I was just talking with some traders there as I refilled the coffee. And it was like, I think I want to wait at least a couple minutes, which is crazy. Some of them were saying, oh, wait a half hour. And I was like, well, half hour. But, 122 going to come into play, I think, for Amazon. I just have to see if I want to smash that or not. The imbalances are out in 7 minutes here on the NASDAQ. So actually, this morning went pretty quick. I was looking at it, I was like, oh man, an hour until the market opens, but now we're just 12 minutes away. So should be in a very, very interesting open. I'm looking to short Amazon. That's one of the big trades hopefully I'll have on today.
Apple here as we head towards the open. As we said, about 10 minutes to go here. This note came out this morning talking about this Fixit IT, which I guess got their hands on an iPhone 14 and did a bit of a deep dive, including looking at this N53 frequency technology, which is that satellite technology from Global Star. So there was a little more detail as far as what that is going to be capable of in the future, but nothing from the actual company as to what it's going to be able to do outside of enable emergency SOS via satellite if required. For iPhone 14. Does this matter here today, guys? Both Apple and QCOM in this note mentioned.
I mean, right now Apple is exactly the same as the market. So the price action's telling me that that's not going to matter too much. Sometimes you'll get something like that digested, and then you'll see maybe a mover in something like a GSAT. But I'm playing off of both the futures resistance and then Apple resistance from Friday, 150, 150. I'm not even concerned with 150 even. I've got a lineup here just to make it a little bit more clear because we have all these crazy wicks on the chart, but you've had pretty much a decision point. Like you had a breakdown at that price, 150, 150 on Thursday, and then you have resistance here, 151 on Friday. So we get up there. I'm going to be skeptical that Apple can go too much higher. And if we do break out, that's where the good thing about Apple is sometimes it's a good litmus test for the overall market. So when you're looking at shorts in other places, well, if Apple starts breaking out above this level and the futures are testing higher, the 12,000, 39s, then you may want to be getting away from some of your shorts. And I'll say that, just going to get to it's not going to be on the watch list, but Affirm is now beneath $22 on very light volume, and this is a name that I usually go back to. Since it rejected the 50-period moving average, like it's been a pretty clean short, with one exception. There was the positive day when it got to 24 back on the 14th. But beneath this level, you've got some room on the daily chart on an Affirm. But it hasn't cleanly broken through. I want to see us hold below 22 at the open, and then I want to be short. But it's now at a pretty key bottom. If it holds that bottom, you start rising to the upside of 22. And then I'd want to if it breaks this to the upside, you almost have to be thinking about this level holding, doesn't break the low, only one place it can go, and then even thinking about like longs into either 24 or 25. But the key being, you want the futures rejecting a key level. If I were to take something like an Affirm, I want the market behind me when if this thing starts to squeeze. So it's at a decision point, which means I wouldn't be sitting in a position in Affirm right now. And if it were to start to rally, I wouldn't want to try to get in front of it unless I saw the market showing some signs of weakness, and that would be at 24, 25, the levels we liked last week. But we hold below. I'd look at something like that 2150 to the downside with that 22 or 2190 or something. The previous bottom is my stop. The firm looks incredibly weak, but not a ton of volume on this bad boy. And I'm going to use Apple both as key resistance 150, 150, but also as one of my little tests for the overall market, right? If Apple doesn't go green, then I'm not going to bet on the market doing so either.
Yeah, I was telling Jason, I'm serious. I told Marissa I don't even want to watch fantasy football anymore. You know the funny thing
what's he doing
football. I told you what he's doing. I already told you the player and everything.
I didn't realize
No, because you know what I was looking at. So I got Trey Lance, and last night I'm watching the Packers obviously destroy the Bears, which is fine, good, thank God for that, or else this would have been a disaster. And I'm like, okay, and then like next Sunday night, Russell Wilson, blah blah blah. I'm like, okay, I don't have any Broncos, but that's fine. It's going to be a good game. I think the Broncos need to win, obviously, and they're facing the San Francisco 49ers. I'm like, oh shit, like I got Trey Lance. That would be awesome to watch him on prime time. And then in the very first, actually it was his second possession, less than 24 hours after I acquired Trey Lance, he tears up his ankle. So I'll be bringing that pony out of the stable next fall there.
You know what I feel bad about?
What's that?
Remember when it first happened, I told you the story like 15 years ago on our fantasy league.
Yeah, what was
when
it?
I lost Culpepper early in the season.
Yes, we talked about that last week.
Traded my stud running back to get McNabb, who then broke his leg.
Yeah.
And I was like, that's it. It almost never happens, but you just sort of regroup. Although I'm pretty sure I ended up.
Now I get Jared Goff or whoever.
I was dead last that year, just so you know.
Oh no, I mean, yeah.
I think I was the Butler that year.
Like in fantasy, I looked it up. Like Dak was like 6 or 7. Trey is like 7 to 10 in the rankings, and I lost both of them. But anyways, okay, let's just move on. A name that I think is going to be good today to short is going to be Upstart. Upstart it might be tomorrow for Upstart, but like this bottom right here of 2280. 2250, something like that for Upstart. Oh man, like you're getting to be well below the 50 period now. The 50 period's at 28. You're at 24. You're starting to inch down. It's trying to bounce off some of these levels, but Upstart's another one of those names that, you know, like I said, when the 10-year's at 350 and money is no longer free, this is going to be an expensive name. I mean, a lot of these names that can't make any money and have investors wait around for a while. I mean, this is another one that could easily crack that bottom UPST. And it's really just setting up, man. Like you have, whoops, that's the wrong line. You have some of these lines. I mean, the thing is, I don't even, anyways, I'm just trying to draw this. Like, you know, something like that, you're drawing that, and then you grab this line, and you draw it like that. And anyways, you're getting, oops, that's the wrong line again. You're getting ready to break right here into this pattern. So you're coming back in right now into there where you've got, you know, the pressure from the top side of the support resistance line coming through right there, drawing it right in. It's trying to touch it out at 26, 27. And then this bottom right here, you're just running right into it. So 23.50. Upstart is, oh man, this is going to be one that I'm going to look back today and be like, why didn't I short that break? But it's still got to go to the downside. Right there is the bottom, 23.80. So looks like we're already taking that out. And on the 20-minute here for UPST, it was just 26. Nice move downside right now, looking to break through that bottom. So only 70,000 shares, not fantastic. I'm kind of just delaying right now until we get those NASDAQ imbalances because here they come right now. So here comes the NASDAQ imbalances right now. So there it is, just filling it out. It doesn't look like it did much to the market. I just want to do this quickly to see if there's any big names, and there's not. I don't see. I mean, am I really going to click on Mullen for you? I mean, it's sub 50 cents.
Okay. Well.
Yeah, I did it anyways, just to see the price. Sub 50 cents, 2 million shares. Right now, buy side Mullen. I don't see anything else there. JagX, Juniper's always been on there. Oh, there's Palantir just filled out with a sell. I have no idea what SLQT is.
I think that's a penny.
But there's somebody right there
Those
with the million
stocks.
right there. So that's going to get paired off. Right there's the million, and there's the million. So that's, you know, again, something else you're not going to see anywhere else. Please make sure you hit the like button with only 5 minutes left. I'm already getting those, you know, tingly feelings, and it's not from the wife's chili. I think this is going to be a really, really good open. So here comes the market screaming to the downside now, trying to like probably off the open, going to retest some of these bottoms of 11,800. So get ready to rock and roll right now as we're coming back into the downside. And for me, it's going to be AMD, it's going to be Amazon, and then it's going to be Microsoft looking at that 52-week bottom as well.
All right, speaking of falling on its face, that BCAN just falling apart right now, 20 down to about 16.5. There's also this one, PRPL, up on a potential takeout, 435 up here, from its largest shareholder, which is these levels on the daily chart. So nothing confirmed. This is just rumors at this point. Haven't accepted anything. So up on that note for PRPL. A couple other things of note here. Take-Two down. GTA 6 gameplay footage released or leaked, I guess, online. So it's down on that this morning. And then we talked about Tesla, guys. Shanghai plant improvements complete, which means 2,200 units of the Model 3 and Model Y coming out of Shanghai is their next target goal.
Oh, yeah, Tesla.
Take over the world, one electric vehicle at a time.
And also with space. Well, I mean, Elon's taken over the world with a lot of things, not just Tesla, but SpaceX as well. But look, I don't want to diddle in the middle with Tesla. And I think that's what I was talking about earlier. I want 90s. I want 08s, 09s. Those are the levels I want to see. I was just asked about, I talked about Rivian and Lucid being right at decision points. 38's a big level for Rivian. 1590 to 16 on Lucid. Both those things, if they broke those, you got some floodgates to open up. NIO's another one here, but auditors are on the ground in China. And I think those 160 companies are going to be headline driven that are at risk of being delisted. They're going to be a little bit headline driven. So you got to be at least a little bit careful. Always trade these with some stops. But beneath 20 and a quarter, like this bounced off 20 over and over again on Friday and got to 20 and a quarter and held that for the entirety of the afternoon. And beneath that price, Neil looks like a short. But if it breaks out there, I don't want any part of being just sitting in this one at the short side because there's a huge gap to be filled if it were to break 2025. So I was asked about NIO. I think they're probably even something I'd trade ahead of Tesla just because it's in a pretty big decision point as well. We break the lows and NIO's got a long way to fall back in. And as I said, Lucid going to be on the radar as well. For now, it's holding that 1590 to 16 area. I think beneath that price, you run into some trouble, but it's got support down there to be sure. Ooh, the market just ticked down a little bit here. So NVIDIA which I like at 133. That just ticked back to 130.
This is
maybe on some weakness. If the market wants to come in, I mean, Netflix, the only thing I'm looking for sure a dip buy. I mean, Netflix might come into that 24, 23 area right away. So it's about $2 or $3 away. With the market coming to the downside, some of those short the pops aren't going to be in play when we're coming down. So I will be looking for some Netflix to pick up a little bit of a bid here. And if we can get a bit of a pop in the market, I do like NVIDIA. Affirms at a level that I could at least try to take it there.
We both
1 minute to go.
We both just looked at. Well, I looked first, and then you looked.
You looked, and that kind of made me.
We both had the exact same reason there to make sure that Tony's on the bell, and of course he's on the bell. So we're getting ready to rock and roll. Yeah, Neil. I was just going to talk about Netflix, but Neil just talked about that, so that's good. So at least we're both looking at the same name too for a long. Sometimes that can be good, sometimes bad. All right, so Microsoft is getting near that 241.50, 52-week low. I do want to smash that, and then hopefully. Again, oh man, I don't want to get into it and then out of it as fast as possible. Let's see if we can hold a little bit of that. But if it smashes 241.50, then comes just rifling right back, I'm going to get out. There could be a slight relief rally here just to start the day. That's possible. So watch out for that for Microsoft taking down 242. If it does, we'll be back in and out of that name pretty quickly. But here we go, man. With only 20 seconds to go, this should be an exciting one. I am getting ready to go to get out of that Microsoft if it does smash higher. But let's get ready to rock and roll right now with Tony on the bell. And the opening only now 6 seconds away. So yeah, we're excited here, man. Let's get ready to rock and roll. 3, 2, and 1. Let's go, Tony. All right, thank you, Tony, for that one. And now we are open, so I'm going to be as patient as I can, watching Netflix here, watching AMD, watching Microsoft, and here goes the market trying to bounce just a little bit here, back up to the upside. So Microsoft trying to get its bearings back up to 242 and change. I don't want to short this one until it breaks the bottom.
Yeah, I want to be very careful about some of these shorts, but NVIDIA is starting to come to the upside. I just saw it get up to 131.50. NEO tried to challenge that 20 area, not really getting too far up there, but NVIDIA definitely wants to spring.
They're starting to go.
It's really starting to go. So that 133 is where I'm looking. It got to 131.80. Actually, it got to 132 even, so it looks like it does want to test higher, but I'm going to back off. Like I don't want to be compromising on the prices that we like. That BCAN, if you're watching this, we didn't have any locates on this. I'll have to double check again. So I couldn't short it if I wanted to off that 20 level, but it's bouncing at 15. So we thought it could get back to that 15. It just bounced off 15 even. This is definitely a candidate to possibly halt. Like if it makes a break to the upside, it wouldn't take much for this to go into a halt state. Now we're getting 132s on NVIDIA, and NEO starting to challenge that 20 area. 20.25 for me on NEO is that line in the sand. So I want to engage a short at about 20, but only want to give it to that quarter. Affirm was the other one we're looking for. It is bouncing to the upside, so Affirm does not hold below 22. That means I'm hands off trying to short this one until it gets to 24.
Yeah, I'm in a trade here, but it's not going to be for very, I mean, we just had a nice little profit spot there, and we didn't take it on Amazon. We tried the short, we'll lose 30 cents quickly on Amazon. That was fine. I just, the market is rallying back up. It's a name I wanted to get short. I'm going to try some more then here at 50, just slightly little less shares now, because again, look at this market starting to break up to the high side. Now, fine. I want to be here to build some shorts. So far, fine on all of this. There goes Amazon. If it can come back up to the upside. This was a name that I wanted short early, so we took it quickly. Now we'll put it on again. If it just cracks down lower, we'll make all this money back, but it's got to happen first. So I'm still looking at this 124 here for Amazon as we continue to start the short. But look at this, man. The future's right back up to today's high. So find weak names that you thought about shorting in the first place, because this is a nice little move back up to the upside. As NVIDIA turned green.
NVIDIA it just turned green. It just crossed 132.40. So I'll probably take my first salvo on the first little bit of a wick top there and then work that 133. I did get NEO at 95s. Remember, 2025 is my line in the sand there. For those of you watching that PRPL that Brendan mentioned, that was like 425 is the offer that they got for cash. I think that's going to be resistance throughout the day. It's pulling back now. Just be careful going long that one. I think it's got a bit of a roof on it. Brendo?
The one that was up in the pre-market, Bluebird Bio, up significantly at one point on a FDA approval for gene therapy. Yeah, just flush to the downside. Blue, guys, on the NASDAQ. Heavy selling off of the open.
Wow, this market is really starting to get upside here pretty nicely, actually, into the upside. Meta is well green. We're just averaging into this Amazon short now. The plan of action is fine on that. We're waiting for a nice little move higher. There goes Meta again. Wow, up 0.5% into the NASDAQ, which is down right here. So, I mean, this is the time. This is like the line in the sand right now. You either think this market is going one way or the other, and it's about time to sort of like pick your poison now. It's a nice little move to the upside. We've averaged into Amazon, obviously, on that kind of a move up. So that's a name that we wanted to get short. We also wanted to get AMD short. That's getting close, man. My price on AMD is in the 80s, so we could take a little shot here now that we're in the 40s on Amazon, or sorry, on AMD. Here. Let's punch it a little bit lower there. So there you go. Now we're into this name, looking for some more. Short Amazon, short AMD into this market strength. I just don't believe it.
And believe it or not, guess what's coming down as the market goes up? Netflix, of all things, just filled me at 243. So we're right at that 133 on NVIDIA. It's challenging that level right now. I'm getting a firm here. It's like a firm is kind of crazy, but it's going to the upside, and I do want to fade it, but I'm not going to get in too early. Oh, give me a break to what's on this chart. Like, I just got filled right here at 243 on Netflix, and it immediately, and I mean immediately, bounced up to 244.5. So like that got up there really fast, and we're going to be challenging this upside. But I expected this to be relatively strong, yet you're pulling back with the market going up. We'll see if we can't get a little bit out on that bit of a bounce there. NVIDIA is still challenging 133 even. I'm giving it to that quarter mark, but it's running out of time there. Oddly enough, I did not expect a dip buy buying off the bottoms to be the first when we take. I would have expected NVIDIA off these levels to be at least a little bit more suspect and then bouncing back and then failing this. If you look at what's going on, this is the level we're challenging on NVIDIA. If we hold above that price, there's a lot of room to the upside. You're talking 36, 37, but as I say that, I always sort of sit there talking about, okay, well, if it goes wrong, blah, 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 and then that's usually the point at which it starts to turn. So.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to do the same type of stuff here. I just averaged into Amazon, just trying to stay with the same names, right? I mean, I like that Netflix long. Like, if you're going to pick a long, nothing wrong with that. This just went into the money again for me on Amazon pretty decently as well. Like, that just went back into the 50s there. We're short, I mean, not decently, we're short at 70. And now it looks like it wants to go higher, man. The NASDAQ, this is a strange one to me here. I did not expect this.
Oh, wow.
The NASDAQ trying to take out some of these highs again. Right back upside.
Well,
so there goes the NASDAQ. Yeah, and I'm assuming that Netflix. Are you talking about Netflix or
no? NVIDIA broke that top, so I'm out of that probably. One. Neo broke the top, so that 22.25. That's Neo going right through 22.25, and if you got a line in the sand, it breaches that one. It's got a lot of room to run to the upside. You can't fight it forever. You just got to accept which direction you're going. But again, that's the reason you want to have a key price, so that you're going to be able to at least get out and understand that we're going to try and squeeze up, or at least it's going to try and squeeze up from here as Neo heads strongly to the upside. If I get wicked out, like I just got a wick top on NVIDIA, if it does hold below 133, I would re-engage. But Neo was a much different type of level. It's now up that 1%. Brendo?
Some of the Cathie Wood ARC names showing some strength here early on, guys. Here's Roku, up 1.8 already. Note Aftermarket Friday suggested Cathie was in there buying up more ARC, or buying up more Roku, guys, to end last week.
Oh, Cathie. Yeah, she's always doing something, that Cathie Wood. Okay, so yeah, Roku up to no good as well. I'm going to take a little bit of pressure off of Amazon as we just got another fill upside there, 123.50. The market, again, you know, I want to be here for this short, so I want to be able to hold this as much as I possibly can. Willing to hold things against me, obviously, here, as we are a whopping 20 cents against us on Amazon, and we are now flat on AMD as that's starting to pull back down inside a little bit as well. We didn't get our fill. I was waiting in the 80s for AMD, so we didn't get that, but here it comes back down to the downside. Let's take a piece out at 30 if we can get it, and there it is right there. So the first trade of the day that we've actually realized something on is going to be a money trade because it's AMD to the downside, but so far we're just waiting for something to happen downside. It doesn't look like that wants to happen though today. The market's still chilling out. Top side, it just touched 11,800, almost 11,888. So that high of 11,900 might get put into test as well. So we're going to wait out for that one. Come on, AMD, bring this market down. And honestly, bring Amazon with you. There's another one. We took out a little bit. I took out 5% down there because we got right back into that pre-market there. So we'll see what Amazon wants to do, but we did take a piece out. Hopefully this market can come crashing in. Here comes AMD to the downside as well. So that's really been filling us pretty good here. We just missed a 25 bid there on it. That's funny, man. I put the bid out. You might have heard me hit click there on its downside. Mike, you wanted a time check. It's 9:38:22, 9:38:23, 24, and Brendan Wickens 25.
FedEx up 2% here, guys. Just be careful with Amazon as well. Kramer saying that maybe Amazon could be interested in FedEx. Straight higher here for FDX.
Oh, okay.
That's interesting to be sure. Watch out. We're getting a bit of a pullback. Obviously, the market trying to get to those highs. It did not get through the tops. We'll get to the market in a second. But I'm going to try to get some out of NEO here as it pulls off of 2050. So broke that quarter. We got to about 2046, and now we're going to be rejecting that level. So I do want to make sure I can get some out there. Netflix is trying to test that 240 area. I have added to it once in front of 240. We did scalp a little bit out there. And then now want to look at Rivian because I talked about key levels, and I do not want to ignore RIVN. This looks like it's going to get right down to that 38. As support, it's trying to bounce off 38. It did not get through 39. I think it's a short to 39, but a 38 break is looming on Rivian. Affirm, if the market is going to try and make a bit of a turn, it's trying to top out here. The market holds the highs. It did not get through first level, so I can forget about 24s or 25s, at least for now, on Affirm as it looks relatively. It's calming down a little bit. I mean, the market's still down, but Affirm bounced and only got up 1%. I think that's a little bit relatively weak. I don't want to ignore Adobe completely. Adobe did bounce. It didn't quite get to 300, but that 300 is still going to be a level worth testing here. Just rejected 299.40. That was a big line in the sand back into the upside on Adobe, so worth monitoring. And then, of course, Tesla. Don't want to ignore them until it gets to about 308, and they're relatively strong, right? This is Tesla. It's making a power move here along with an IO. Wow, NEO just got to 50, so I'm out of NEO there, 2025 to 2050. But this is jamming to the upside with Tesla that just turned green. 308 is my big resistance level for Tesla. There was a wick top NVIDIA, so I'm back in it to that south side trade. I want to stick with that 133. If we hold below that price, I want to be short on Rivian. And as Brendan mentioned, FedEx making some moves. I don't know how much juice there is to that story. But I do know that FedEx has busted through that resistance that I was sort of talking about, that 162. I kind of liked it for a long, but let's be real, I didn't actually love it or I'd be in it. If we can get through 166, much, much better legs to the upside to fill in that gap. But I'd be buying dips in front of 162. That was that resistance. I'll sit on the bid on if we get a pullback on FedEx, but I wouldn't chase it.
Yeah, I just wish Kramer shut his mouth because, like, oh man, like of course I'm into Amazon, and you know I think Amazon only has some downside, and of course he comes out and talks about them picking up, you know, depressed asset like FedEx. I mean, if they have to pick them up, then it should cost them something. Oh, look at, I mean, there we go. So we're just taking another average price in as Amazon goes right back up to its day high. So yeah, now we're short at 90. I'm gonna have to get something out, man, if this comes back in. I mean, Amazon right now, I really would love this name to absolutely tank, but honestly, you know, the market is at its high. I think this is one of the worst names. I mean, I would like to keep this name on the short radar, but we have to watch out for that 124. We tried to be as patient as possible. I think we did good, man. Our average price is 122.90, which is pretty darn good considering where we are and where we've been here for Amazon. So a little tick down in the market, and I think this name absolutely crashes, but you know, that's what we're here for, right? We're trying to make that cash. All right, so we did get another tick down there on AMD, so now I'm sitting in the teens to see if this wants to work. I'm actually at 17. Its bottom is 16 there, so I am sitting, now it's starting to rip. I am sitting at 17 now for this. But look at the NASDAQ, man. Now, I mean, are we going to turn green here? I don't know why this isn't loading back up, but are we going to turn green here on the day? We'll see. As the NASDAQ's trying to get up there, one name that I've been sort of talking about, down, and we hit the 52-week low last week, Beyond Meat, man, and no volume today. This was a good name for us last week, but look at this, down to $18, and really the bleeding just continues on Beyond Meat. We talked about this name right here. Was it $21.50 or something last week? And then there's that bottom too at $18.75. 25. Well, now you're breaking back down below 18. So yeah, Amazon definitely, or not Amazon, and my Amazon trade seems to be in trouble, but Beyond Meat definitely to the downside here. That name in some big time trouble. And there it is. Did we get that AMD fill? Looks like we did right now get that. So yes, we did. So 30 cents there taken on AMD from, 30 cents, yeah. From 45 there down to 17. But wow, this market is pretty resilient, still heading to the upside.
Yeah, it's showing some signs of strength, man. Like you, I just got a fill. I reloaded on NVIDIA. I want to put a wick top through 133. I'm going to jump back in the trade. I always tell myself that's something I need to do every single time. So I am back into it, but it cannot seem to crack 132. Now, obviously, if we do, we're going to head way to the downside. But we're testing on Netflix. Now that 240 area on Netflix is starting to get tested. We had that. Oh, this stupid wick. We had the first long that we got 245s with. Now we're testing previous close at that 240 level. So as it comes into there, relative weakness starting to creep in there for Netflix. If it breaks that level, it's been strong. And I'm going to kick myself for it, but I got out of NIO at that 50 level. So reversed at 2025. Now it wants to fill in the entire gap because it's obviously what it does. So only took the quarter on that as it now tests higher. Very, very strong name here. And I go from that to Lucid, which, I mean, the thing about a support level, if it bounces off support, I guess it's a long, but 16 holds and Lucid trying to break out. Has not gotten through the afternoon tops from Friday. 1640, still a bit of a problem zone for Lucid. It's not clear yet. Brendo?
Just saw oil, guys, trying to get back to the upside, making a move higher. Still down 2%, but some of these energy names just popping up on volume as well. Oxy just tagged its closing price, I guess, on Friday. Big volume alert there, but straight higher for some of the oil names today.
I guess the short might not be right, but we have a new position right now, and it's going to be Microsoft. We're going to see, where this name wants to go. We have a decent position here at 243.20, starting to come back in just a little bit right now. There it is. So here comes the crackdown for Microsoft. So far so good on that one. We just got out at O's. Oh man, because of all these wicks, it's hard to see. So we just took a third out right there at 02 or 01, as well as another 10% out there at 14. So right now on this name, we don't have too many shares, but we have a decent spot, 243.20 right now to the downside. It's a new position for me. It's Microsoft. I like the short on this name into the 52-week low, but of course, in a rallying market, up goes Microsoft today with the NASDAQ. So we'll take a little bit out there at 243 flat. Our out's going to be 243.50, so here it comes right now. Looks like it wants to take out those highs. Wow, good thing we got some out of that trade because it looks like we're going to get taken out on the high side. So we only have 65% left of this trade. Told you we took out a third, then 10% more. So that's the math that's working out. And here goes Microsoft taking out 243.50. Didn't think that would happen, but here it is.
Yeah, and halted to the downside, it looks like for the second time, is that BCAN. So if you're watching BCAN, we didn't have any locates on it, so it didn't matter that I wanted to short it. It's now down at $11, indicating a 10.55 open, so the floodgates are coming to the downside on this one. Just another one of these, I guess, low floaters that runs out of steam there. It didn't make any sense because they were making an acquisition, but it's coming back down to earth. Brendo?
Some of the travel names showing some strength here, guys. Here's a note on RCL specifically, but Stifel raising their price target on strong booking trends month over month. So RCL up 3% straight higher so far.
Man. I like CCL better for trades, but CCL broke $11 today.
Yuck.
Okay, so look, anytime CCL is above an even level, I usually like it, but it's got some serious resistance at about 1140. This is a multi-day breakout on the daily chart, multi-level breakout on the daily chart if it gets through that 1140. So I want to be looking at that. I'm going to set an alert for that on CCL, Carnival Cruise Lines. I just got Amazon for the first time, so I guess that means it's at 124. That's not split adjusted. So good, just got to that 124 mark, so I just got my first entry there on Amazon. Yeah, NVIDIA still can't break 132 to the downside. Like, that's the floor that I need NVIDIA through. If it's going to break this, I think we can get back into the 131. But obviously, you're seeing the market try to scream to the upside. And the one stock I'm long ain't going anywhere. And the other one I gave up on, which is NEO. But guess what just broke? 38 to the downside.
What?
Bye-bye, Rivian. So I guess I didn't get that fill on Rivian. That kind of sucks.
Oh man,
I didn't get the 38 break on Rivian there. I'll try to get this one. That 38 level just got taken out, so I don't actually have Rivian. That's kind of frustrating. But if it pops back up here, I'll try to get that 38 short on Rivian. Market's starting to turn. Nvidia just took 132. I just got into Amazon to the south side, so that looks like it's going to work. But man, 38. That's what I wanted on Rivian. Looks like we missed that, Phil.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what happened to me because I somehow reversed. I think I must have got a bad trigger or something on Microsoft because we wound up reversing long down there in the 40s, which had made no sense. So that took it out 655, I guess. I thought I put the order back up a little bit higher, but no. So Microsoft in and out, down a cup of coffee on it, which sucks. But there it comes back down into the downside. So, oh man, Microsoft, you really suck. I thought I'd still have this name short, only to look over and I don't. So that was that's a little bit of a mistake there, but that's okay. We're not going to cry over spilled milk. There comes AMD. I mean, that's making it all up to the downside. Oh man, see, sometimes that's too bad when you make those mistakes because we should still be short a decent amount of shares here in Microsoft. But there's that 250 got taken out. We just didn't mean to get out of them all, and then all of a sudden this fill put me long right there, so that sucked. But we did average into Amazon. Amazon did make another move down into 50 again, which again would be a 40-cent hit. But if this market wants to pull back, man, like Amazon's gonna have to go with it. No, maybe Amazon is strong today. Maybe that whole FedEx crap and all that stuff is what it is. And so, yeah, this could be the wrong name today as we're up on Amazon and I'm sitting here short when we did have it written down as the short, so I'm okay with that. AMD, though, up to 77, that was a good fill. If we waited for it, we didn't get super patient on a lot of these fills, though, today. So that's the mistake. I saw Neil waited for that 124 on Amazon. That's the patience game. That's a great one there. But yeah, this market really strong, stronger than I thought it would be anyways. Today still down 0.4. It's Amazon I'm really impressed with how strong this name has been on the upside.
Yeah, it's really going to have to hold out here. I mean, 124. I just got 85s in there, and as the market pulled back, it went down like 30 cents or so, which isn't a heck of a lot. So we'll see if Amazon can try to go here. Obviously, Rivian would have been a heck of a lot nicer on the way down than on the way back to the upside, as it did get to 37.70 and then bounced back up. I grabbed some shares at 88. That's not where I put the order to try to catch the breakdown in, but I want to be short this beneath that pre-market low. So 38 broke, pre-market support is kind of where it was on Friday, but 38.15. That's what I want to give this to. I don't want to ignore some of the other names because NEO made a top here at 2070, and we're short into a reversal long that I probably gave up on a little bit too early. But if we pull back, NEO's got a long way to fall as well. So back to the south side because Netflix was unfortunately one of those. So the relative strength that was in Netflix has dissipated, at least for now. So Netflix pulling back in pretty heavily. Tesla, if I'm going to be trading NEO, well, not in NEO, but I just got into Rivian. Tesla did not quite get to the resistance I liked for it up at 308, 309, but it is starting to pull back. If that flushes, I think Rivian has pretty much no chance to maintain this 38 level. But if Tesla starts breaking out, I got to throw at least a little bit of caution on that Rivian short.
Yeah, I'm throwing some caution and cold water everywhere here. Netflix, I'll take a 240 break, but I don't know, man. It's down to 238. Like Neil said, I was a little surprised at the strength in this name earlier, and then turned into weakness. So we got up to 248, almost up to 250 before cracking back lower now. So Microsoft's coming back up. I do want to take maybe a short into this one against that that's Microsoft 243. What was that high? 60 or so here for Microsoft. But it looks like we're going to get stopped out of Amazon as that's going to break above. Yeah, that sucks. That's going to break above 124 right now. Very, very strong today, man. Maybe the shorts, we should just have a hard pass on some of these shorts. What's up, Brendan?
One name we didn't mention pre-market, but had a decent move here out of the gate, guys. Remember, Rumble switched over to RUM today, so RUM. 12 up to 14. Bit of a pullback here into pre-market levels for RUM.
Board, like it didn't click right away from like RUM, and of course it's Rumble. And as always on SPAC day, when it tests a high, it reverses off 14 even. But hey, have a quick look at that 11.50. I mean, the $10 doesn't necessarily matter when you get one of these anymore, but if it gets down to like 11 and a half, maybe it finds support. That 14 I'll see if I can't pay for some shorts there because it's probably not going to be free. But 14 even looks like a pretty good level. Amazon is just continuing to battle this 124. Like it's at that 124 mark now. It's topped out 97, then 98, now 124. There's no size there. So I do feel like it wants to make a bit of a breakout here. And I'm going to go with the area stop because we did close down there down around 124 if you go back to Thursday, and there was a little bit of a, I don't know, like a bit of a spike up off those lows that got past 24. So I want to give it to the quarters, not try to have an even dollar stop there. I have a pretty decent price. If we reject this breakout and get back below that 124, then I would try to re-enter this one, or at least, add to the position or re-enter if I get stopped out. But right now, look, we're screaming to the upside, and I have to respect some of that. Rivian, give it to 38.25, and then watch out Tesla, NIO. These names are getting really supercharged here to the upside. I got stopped out on Netflix only to watch it try to hold green now. So obviously Netflix down since the open, but it's still relatively green as it just bounced off 238. I would have thought 37 to be that next level to the downside. But it's Amazon that has my attention right here as it's trying to break out.
Yeah, Amazon is definitely breaking out. I guess I still have a little piece on as we had the wrong amount of shares as we punched out, but we did take $1 on Netflix, so that's going to be a good one there. We'll shoot some scores on that. We did reverse into a long on Softy. Again, that's kind of paying out, but not really. The market's trying to come back in a little bit here for us on that one. Microsoft breakout was okay. It went into the 90s, which was good. So we broke that out through 69, went up into the 90s. So a decent little spot there for Amazon. I thought, or sorry, for Microsoft as that's breaking out. Like I said, I think Netflix can, especially if this market for some reason wants to keep doing this today. We're $1 in the money on Netflix, so we take out 20%. I still have that bottom of 237, there. So a break below of 238, whatnot, we'll get out on that wick if that is the case. But there, okay, so now Microsoft's back into the 90s. So let's just continue to I put offer and it runs away, but that's okay. Let's continue to take some pieces out here into the 90s on Microsoft. Yeah, Amazon is on the breakout. I have a small piece left. It was what was left over. Just didn't punch me out of everything, so wish it had. But right now, a nice little upside move for Amazon. I think we just now wait for that 125, and that's about it, man. So we'll wait for that 125 coming on Amazon. But, the tides have turned on this name, right? So we were thinking short for sure, and then it was not short at all today. Rumors abound, I guess, about FDX there with Amazon, but that's not really the thing. 125 is now the new level for Amazon. I just wish I still wasn't baby short here. There goes Microsoft trying to make moves to the upside as well.
And just to get back over to crypto land, by the way, Coinbase, which I said I was going to be looking at 74. Didn't necessarily think that would come into play, so I said it in passing. It bounced off 70. We're halfway there. Another couple of dollars, and we get to the previous close, and we'll see. The only thing that's actually holding level right now is NVIDIA. So I got the wick out. That'll happen. Jump back in beneath that 133, and it's holding below that price. So if the futures manage a bit of a turn here, I'm going to do this. You're going to have to bear with my black chart for a second, but we're not talking necessarily 12,000 just yet, but we had this 119.6 that looks like it's going to come into play here. If we get a bit of a turn there, that could be a bit of a reprieve for any of the shorts that are on, but they're just not working at this point. Like, you got to accept the fact that a couple still have some levels that I think can get respected, but we're looking pretty strong in this market to start the day, although we just turned back red on the NASDAQ, as I said, challenging some of those levels to the upside from Friday. I am still looking at some of these small cap names. I see you guys talking about ALLK and some of these names. AVCT is moving as well, but I want to stay with the big caps because the market is going. Meta getting really close to this 149 top from last week. Like, this was a big support level, 149, and then ended up resistance on Friday. So that gets another $1, and that's the spot that I want to get into Meta. I actually have not traded Meta, but again, there were levels that came in first, and this one will come second here as Meta challenging to the upside. It's up almost 1 full percent there, and I said Apple could be a bit of a litmus test. That 150. It's still unbroken. So Apple, 70 cents away actually from that resistance level that I thought, okay, well, if we start breaking that, then I don't like any shorts if Apple's that strong. We're not quite there yet on Apple, about 70 cents away from 150. Like I said, the future's also away from that resistance level, which is why I'm not really flipping long just yet.
Yeah, I'm wondering about the same kind of thing here. Like, I'm debating just getting out of this Microsoft. I mean, we've already hit Netflix pretty good for the long. We've taken some out for a decent little profit spot. I'm wondering if the market is now thinking about turning around a little bit here. I don't, you know, we've made some nice highs there, starting to back away. We're trying to take down that 19 rate now. I think I want to go back into some shorts now. Maybe that was the high run of the day right there. I don't know. Just trying to make some calls there, see where we're going to go. But that was a nice little move upside. You know, now comes Amazon back down into the downside. We've already taken some profit on Netflix, so it'll be okay no matter really what happens here. But it is starting to come back in. And here we go. I mean, the market's starting to fall a little bit. Microsoft has been weak. It's starting to come back down. Been weak, not today. It's been pretty strong, but there's some outs on the long. We're not down that much. You know, the big trade here is going to be Amazon that we're down on, as that's now fading out just one more time. I'll take another piece here near that 124. That high of 124.50 might come into play at some point. Netflix still trying to make that bottom move again down there near that 238. We've already taken out, we're out of 70% of it, so we can see where that one wants to go. But I do want to try to hold a little bit of Amazon in case that does come back down. But I am weary of this Netflix trade not working out 100% right now. But we'll take out some more. Here comes Amazon back down. So what's not a good hold because we're out, but maybe it does fall back in here, and that's going to be Amazon. Microsoft, again, bouncing around. I like a better short near this 80 spot if it can come back up to around 243.80 for Microsoft.
Yeah, and as Amazon tries to come back down beneath 124, I'll start taking some out as it looks like it's respecting that level. That purple PRPL, if you're watching this small cap, I just want to remind everybody they got an offer, an unsolicited offer to be bought at $4.25. This is probably why it's finding upward resistance. If it's a cash deal at that price, then that's essentially the value unless it squeezes higher than that. Doesn't mean it can't squeeze. It just means you're likely to have a bit of a ceiling on the stock. But for now, there's buyers down here every time it gets to the 375 mark. This could give it a bit of a floor as well. Company has not responded or anything to the offer, so it's not like it's a firm deal in M&A or anything like that. But I think it's going to have a decent floor on it. I'll look at this 370 to 380. Wasn't really, I traded it once to the long side and didn't believe in it pre-market, but now it looks like there's some significant buyers. I'm skeptical about it breaking 425, obviously, at this point. And not to ignore you, Tesla's so strong, right? Like, it's at this 305 level. And if Tesla gives it up from here, breaks down at 305, then it'll be pie in my face because I'm looking to short other things. But if it breaks higher, it's going to get real close to my resistance at 308, 309. I said I would not trade Tesla unless it got up there. Well, one more breakout and it's going to get there. Brendo?
Hey guys, happening now, brought to you by Scans.com, the all-in-one stock scanning news and alerts platform. Built for day traders, effortlessly identify the best stocks to trade every single day. Check them out, Scans.com. Yeah, the Bears are back, unfortunately. Here's the headline this morning, catching everyone's attention. Are we eyeing these June lows again? A lot of people talking about 3,900 once again, and its importance. So we'll have a look at the markets here. All red once again, including the S&P, just 0.3 at this point. So we're off the lows significantly, but still negative territory. The Dow about the same, 0.27. Russell 1, 2, and 3,000 all to the downside. Only a quarter now for both the NASDAQ Composite and 100 here in Toronto. We actually went green very briefly there for the TSX, just dipping back into the red right now. A couple of things to be aware of. We were talking about Apple and this new detail or additional information on the iPhone 14. Yeah, red to green already for Apple, up 0.15, trying to lead as well as the NASDAQ. We had this one on the watch list, Wix.com. Up 9%, just tested 81 there on the high. Starboard Value disclosing a 9% stake in Wix.com today, guys. Back over to you.
I remember, Brendan, you were surprised that stock was a $350. It was over $300. I don't want to speculate on the high, but I want to make a quick correction. Someone called me out in the chat. That purple offer is at $4.35, not 25. You get... In my head, it's like you gravitate to those even numbers sometimes, so I was wrong about that. It is 435, not 425. The principle remains the same, that it could have a bit of a ceiling on it. Finally, these start to come to the downside, and it hasn't been great. the shorts, but because you had to weather a bit of a storm. But at least at one price, I was willing to wait for it at 24 on Amazon. That's starting to come back into VWAP, taking some profits there. Nvidia, that just finally broke again that 132 level. I started this and I shouldn't have started at 32.50, but it didn't matter. It broke 33s. Pretty convincingly, I gave it some room, and it still broke significantly higher. And then I had to regroup on shorting 133 on the way back down again. Those are the two shorts I'm going to hold on to as the market's coming down. I took the L on Netflix, unfortunately, for the long. NEO is now back to that 20.25. So that was like my line in the sand. We shorted it, it broke, we reversed long, made some back, and then we're right back to where we started. So I want to back away from NEO. This is decision point for NEO. If it breaks higher, I'll short the highs. If we hold lower, then I can re-engage some of the shorts I liked before. And I was just talking about Tesla potentially breaking higher. Well, it rejected 305 and came back down. So you're not going to see me in that Tesla short at 308 because Tesla didn't get to said 308. Looks like it's going to be an easy one to sort of peg here on Tesla. It's relatively strong. If we break that high, I think you can get to that 308. Otherwise, we've got our resistance level for the morning at that 305. At 10 o'clock, I always like to go back, and if you're something that you like the levels on, revisit that idea at 10 o'clock. I never got into FedEx at any point. It did break higher. One of the levels I liked was at 161.50 that it held that afternoon high. So if it gets back to that price on this little bit of a dip, FedEx does set up for me to go long in front of its 62s, give to that 161.50, but it is starting to come back in along with this falling market.
Yeah, the market's just back to the 50 pair. We got out of our, we got out of our Netflix there when it broke through 238. That's going to be the bottom again, but that's okay. I mean, it just sucks that it didn't continue to go, but still fine. We take a little bit of money back here on our Amazon trade as we just went back into the short. We got to wait for these prices again. Just be a little more patient on the prices because we did get stopped out when it broke through 124 the first time. So, now it comes back in and would have been fine if we would have held it. But you just got to wait for those key prices. That's really all that it comes down to. With that being said, I'm going to take a little bit more here. Oh, we just missed it on AMD as that's coming back in. So we'll short a little bit of AMD. This is the name that I like. I mean, we're still waiting for fireworks on Wednesday, but AMD up here to 77. We wrote it down that this is what we liked at 77. So let's just see if it does hold it out. We'll make a little bit of this back on the short. If the short prints, we've got AMD and we've got Amazon, the two #1 ideas on my board there. And then we have that Microsoft, which, whatever, Microsoft. We went long, we went short. This one has just been frustrating. It hasn't really done anything. I was waiting for that 241.50 to break, but you could see here Microsoft still weaker than the market, but I guess shorting up near 244 would be a good idea. I want to get some more into AMD, so anything up here near 60 or so would be another short for me on AMD, so that's something that I'm looking at there, and then we'll hold it up to 85. Like if it comes into the 80s, that'd be also great, but we just took another short there at 50, so now that's pulling back in. What's up, Mike Crean? Thanks for the $5. Make sure you guys smash the like button here as we're looking for some more trades. FedEx, what about Adobe? Is that above 300 yet? Nah, it got close, man. 299.50 for Adobe, as that's now testing some of these bottoms again. So Adobe still testing bottoms, and Microsoft trying to get back up to that 244.
Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like, it's not unfortunate because I'm glad the market came back in being short, but not going to get that meta just yet, 149. It looks like it's reversing back into VWAP. Talked a little bit about some of the small caps. There's this SNTI that's now triple topped up at 245. I mean, 245, call it 250 if you want to, but if it does not break this level, obviously, you're probably going to get a breakdown at that 215 area at some point. 215 has been support on it, at least for now, but I want to always, when in doubt, zoom out just to have a quick look because this is really set up nicely if it were to break out of that top because you have a wick bottom, capitulation bottom on Friday, hold support, and then break this high. So it does set up pretty nicely for a 250 break, and that might be later on in the session. First thing first, it actually has to hold some support, but I don't want to sleep on this one. Been ignoring some of the small caps. We get through the top on this, and it gets pretty juicy, although we're nowhere close to that top right now. NVIDIA is still going to be front of the mind as it jumps back up here. Still offering in front of that 133. Haven't been able to get back into it, but it's still trending back in to that upside as it's holding a higher low right now. So I do expect I'm going to get more fills at this 133 level on NVIDIA. Should be able to come into play here. There we go.
All right. So, yeah, I'm I just crossed and like got a horrible printer on Netflix, but we're short 30 again here on Netflix, and we're going to try to short this into this rip. The market's trying to rip up, but Netflix is rejected sort of here. We're below the VWAP, we're below again, so we're going to see if 242. Like it sucks. I was long 240. If I get stopped out 242 both ways, then that's just kind of day that we're having here. But Netflix is making a move back up to the upside, so I'm going to short it against that 242. And I know I wrote down that I wanted the long on Netflix. We tried that, didn't really work out too great for me. So now we're back into some of these shorts, including Microsoft right now on it. Whoopsies, on a short as well. So we'll get some bids out hopefully for Netflix and be able to cash out, on Microsoft. There it is right there. A nice little cash out here on this name. We'll see if we can make some money here as we're starting to get back in now. There goes Amazon or Netflix. Sorry, that's going to be a nice short for us. Back into two. I keep putting the wrong sticker price in here, sticker price, as we go. I don't know what these sticker prices are going to be right now today for these markets, but I just went short a lot of things here, so I'm just going to regroup and see what we can do.
We just got the reload 133 on NVIDIA. It just came back into VWAP, so I guess we'll rinse and repeat off of these levels. But I want to make sure we're keeping a bit of a bigger picture look here. So fine resistance is holding up. What I talked about there on the NASDAQ, you got up to the Friday afternoon high, and you're rejecting a little bit here. ES, sort of this. It's harder to see, but sort of the same thing. Like it popped in, no test to 39, but instead you get a test of this like 38 area and roll in. So anything that's resistance, just keep going short off of it. So NVIDIA's starting to work, continuing to work. Amazon as well. Brendo?
Just looking at a note on Mattel, guys, up big time. Looks like they've secured a new credit facility, 1.4 billion worth for Mattel. Yeah, Neil, you were mentioning this one as well. JWN Nordstrom's pretty strong here. Here's Mattel having quite the day, up 4.8%. Just took out day highs there as well.
Yeah. We're just talking about, we have a new desk, by the way, and we're just talking about how now we can't see the big screen, so now we can't even see. We'll figure that out.
Brendan would bring a name to us, and then I'd see on the big screen the name he's talking about. I'd see the chart, so now I have to always pull it up there. But yeah, Nordstrom's is kind of stupid strong here, and I'm always looking for relative strength. I mean, I'm favoring the shorts. Now we're starting to come back in. Those are starting to work out, so we can power up finally some of these shorts. It's been a sort of a crazy morning, but man, Nordstrom's again. So it did it got crushed Friday morning into 18 even before breaking, and then now breaking out off of 19. You can sort of see on light volume-ish because it's not at 1 million shares yet, but 19 looks like a pretty solid level on a dip buy here for Nordstrom. So remember, it's heavily shorted. I want to say it's about 20 to 25%. I'll double check that, but it is relatively heavily shorted there, and it's in the midst of a nice little rally off that 18 level. So I'll be dip buying to 19 as this name looks relatively strong here. It's more about the short interest and momentum than anything else. And then 18 bottom Friday, 19 level psychologically works for me. You can see 20 resistance on the daily pretty obviously.
Yeah, we really took advantage. We made back half our day here on these shorts. So AMD came up. We almost got filled at 60. That would have been crazy if we did. But we get some Exactar revenge, obviously, on Netflix as that averaged into that 241. So we're going to hold out on that one and see where that goes. Microsoft back into the money now, 50 cents. We talked about that. That was a good short for me right there. We got patient with it, waited up to 244. So that's been good, and then cashed it down on the downside. So let's just see, now I have some of these positions on board. Worst case scenario is just try to figure out your stops, make sure they're all right. I feel like we've got some of these shorts. Now, whether or not the market stays up here today or not, we're bouncing around this 11,900 right now. So we just bounced off the 50 period. We tried to take it. We wick bottomed, which was great for me. We were able to take advantage of that as we got out of some of our Amazons at some of these lows again down here after that reload. So yeah, man, all is well. We're going to have, it looks like after all said and done, well, we're only going to have one negative name. It's going to be Amazon. But let's just see where this market takes us now. Way too early to count these chickens now, but we were dead to rights on Amazon on that short, which is fine every time, man. When I'm using more shares, you got to punch out when you're wrong, or else you just hold it and you get absolutely squashed. So we had to punch out a little bit there on that one, and here it comes right back down in now, testing VWAP one more time. Let's just see if that 50 period holds on the market. I mean, that bottom, I guess, is 11,872. We'll see if that can come into play again. But we're holding some of these shorts. Big wins on the shorts right now, but temporary. You know, there goes Microsoft as it just rips right back up to the upside. So that's what I'm saying. You got to get out of some of these trades when there's some question marks surrounding them. And right now, Microsoft is starting to go back up to the upside. So let's watch out for this one. This is my biggest concern.
And anyone still in that BCA, and I see people still talking about it. So it looks like it halted a third time. Well, yeah, another halt down there at 11. It's now basing out at about $9. So it's finding some support. $8 was the pre-market low. Look, I'm not saying it can't go again. It actually has a decent chance if it goes sideways and can hold without halting in the next 20 or 30 minutes or so. Then you have a chance you get a bit of a, not a dead cat bounce, but a relief rally. But this was a $4 stock on Friday. So there's just as much downside percentage-wise as you get upside from here. If it goes sideways long enough, I'd look at something like a $10 break, but I'd almost much rather it test 8 even, maybe wick through the bottom, and then come back in. Like a little bit of a shakeout style move there would make a little bit more sense to me. I'll still have it on my radar, obviously. I'm still on the bid of Nordstrom's, trying to catch this on the way back into 19. That's the long I'm looking for that we can try to get next. NEO is now holding right at that 2025. That was my line in the same sort of pivot area, and it's still trying to hold this pretty nicely. If this market rolls over, then I think NEO is going to break this 2025, and we can head southbound from here and then start going back into the shorts. Lucid, which I have not traded Lucid. Lucid is also on its support, that 16 level from the morning. It's trying to bounce off this. I said it was going to be support. If it breaks it, I want to be short. It never broke. So look, if it's a support level, I'm going to jump in front of this. But 1590, that pre-market bottom, Friday's low as well. It breaks 1590, and I'm all out of any Lucid that I happen to get. But I'll start the long on Lucid here. It was relatively strong all last week. And if it's going to start to hold these levels and the market wants to go higher, then I'd expect this has at least a chance to get back up to that pre-market high, sort of the opening range high.
Whoops. Okay, so about those shorts, no. Microsoft just ripped. So this is what I mean. We took a little bit more there, but like when that happens, you got to take advantage of those downside moves, especially in a market that's like so crazy. AMD, wow, what a big move upside for AMD right now, taking some of these levels out here at 77. So watch out now. I mean, some of these levels are coming into play. Look at the market ripping up to the high side. Was definitely not expecting this kind of a move today, but it's here, man, and you got to trade what's in front of you. And right now the market is just rip city there. Microsoft takes us out on the high side. Wow, see you, Microsoft. That name, wow, very, very aggressive off that 52-week bottom. It actually touched the 52-week bottom and just kept on going. So again, we were back to green on Microsoft. Now we're back to red on it, as you know, we got short there and it got taken out at that high side. AMD, again, we're short at 70s. It looks like it wants a 77. So that's going to be a level that's on our sticky note that's getting cracked again, because this market is now, like, when we were down, when we started this day, we were down 1%. But right now, you're back to green. And I just was like, is the NASDAQ going to get green? Unbelievable when it does. And there it is right now, a NASDAQ turned green. So, yeah, tickle me pink. I was not expecting that one. But we're still alive here. Netflix up to 241 again. Probably worth another bit of a short on the upside. But I have to worry about AMD right here because that just took out 77.
Yeah, I just got another reload on NVIDIA in front of that high of the day. If it breaks out of the channel, then I'm going to give up shorting this price area. But as long as we're here, and as long as we don't take out that high, I'm going to keep jumping back into it. It's starting to reverse. I did just get Lucid, and it's bouncing up toward VWAP, right? So I want to take some out on the way to those highs. I see this as a bit of a downward trend. If the market wants to break higher, I think this is a name that could go. But I got to respect the fact that, look, it wants to test these bottoms and has a bit of that downward trend. So going to position ourselves to make sure that we're taking profit. As long as we're beneath that 39 on the ES, beneath that 12 on the NASDAQ, and beneath some resistance levels that are established. I'm going to continue to go back to that well. Just got some more Rivian out there. The key thing here is trying not to get run over by the bus, right? And that's the thing. If we break out some of these highs, got to be able to give it up. I am looking for another couple of longs. I wanted Nordstrom's just now. But, yeah, I was sort of sitting on the bid there trying to catch VWAP, 1910. That broke higher. It's still in this nice upward channel in Nordstrom's, up 2%. And this could, I mean, if we get an update, this could see $20, right, with the short interest that it has. So I don't want to be chasing it too far. I'm also trying not to miss this thing. So I'm going to have to stick in the 20s here, maybe grab something in the 20s, work it back to that 19 even, because this is a relatively strong name. I don't want to completely miss the boat here.
The market is like who thought the market would be breaking out a couple of days before Fed here? I don't know if it's breaking out or not, but trying to make that move back to 12,000 is the NASDAQ. You're at 19.2 right now. It's really bounced off that 50 period. So like, it's so funny because I've turned bearish. Normally I'd be all over these longs, but not today as we are sitting in some shorts, just not really believing in this market, waiting to get short again, I guess, on Amazon at some point, but up to 124.25. Maybe we just throw in the towel on these shorts. I mean, that's possible. We can easily, I mean, that's the benefit of being a day trader. You could flip up your mind real quick there. As long as it's not, you know, too chaotic market, you can do that. But for right now, you are getting thrown around. I'm getting thrown around a little bit on the shorts, having to try to hold on to these because when they go into the money, they go into the money. But, you know, unless you have some of these absolute tops, it's hard to take profits. So we'll take a little bit of profit in the 70s here, but, you know, these need to come back in, like, in order for us to justify the risk that we're putting on here, right? So, like, AMD short 75 right now, like, if I'm gonna take it out at 77 or a little bit higher than that, it needs to at least go 30 cents in the money for us, right? And right now, there's a lot of high side pressure in this market. So I'm thinking short, but it's wrong today. So that's that right now. Oh, Netflix just got taken out. Again, it's a cup of coffee on Netflix again. All right, so that's, you know, the real bad one today is gonna be Amazon, but I still don't think that story's done. Netflix, I also want to short it at some point, but it just took out 242, so we're going to get out of that one. So lost a little bit on Microsoft, a little bit on Netflix. We're up on AMD position pending, but that's about to break through 77 as well. Oh, there's no love here today for the shorts, Brendo.
Some of the travel names still grinding higher. Yeah, not helping in that sense either. But here's Hilton, 1.3% to the upside, just broke that high on a decent volume spike. Hotels are rallying. Cool story here on Hilton from CNBC. They're helping to, or signed on to, help design this Voyager private space station with Starlab, Voyager Space Holdings, and Lockheed Martin signed on to this as well. So a space station going to be designed by Hilton. That's kind of cool.
Nice.
I'll go. I'm not going to pay to go, but someone send me to space, man. I'm just saying. But the market headed to the upside is doing one of those. Remember I said, try not to get thrown under the bus. Well, that's what you got to do sometimes. If this ends up being, there was a wick top, I stopped out the wick top the first time on NVIDIA, it re-engaged, it worked down to 132, but again, you're holding this channel and bull flag up. At some point, you got to still adhere to that stop. So same thing, we're out again. It was a rinse and repeat, but we're breaking upside here. I did get some Lucid out in front of VWAP as it tries to make that bounce. I just looked for something, you know, if I liked longs, I wanted something that was holding a support level that had some room to go. And Lucid, to its credit, for all the downside it had all Friday, has had a pretty, all last week, like the 16 level's been pretty good. It would still need to break out, but I want something in front of that support if I'm jumping back in. I got Nordstrom's, but I have not taken anything out there just yet. And I thought, after NVIDIA stopped out the high there, I really thought that Amazon was going to test a little bit closer to that top, and then I'd wait to see if I get 124.25. But that one's still working off that 124 level. So that level's still getting respected. That's the one short that I feel like is still going to be able to come in for us. And I don't want to completely ignore you, Tesla. Right back up at those tops. So Tesla, once again, could not break out. I'm trying not to compromise and wait for 308, 309 and Tesla. But it's making it pretty difficult because it's now triple topped at this 305 to 305 half. And the VWAP is like $2.50. That's a pretty juicy risk to reward if you can get the 05 short.
Yeah, we just avoided the AMD disaster there, so thank God for that, as it went to 77 and pulled back a little bit. So we'll take some outs here at 60 and take away some of that temporary pain out of that trade right now, as we still hold a 75%, 3/4 of this trade on. Just trying to see if, I mean, we can get it back to like 30s or 40s here on this trade. That'd be great. Our Amazon trade is fine. Like I said, we're still down a lot on Amazon, so I'm not going to ring the register on this one yet, but you know, anything back into here into the, okay, there it is, back into the 30s is a good trade. Back in now for AMD. We said just stay with the best names, man. And it looks like we're the only name we're going to be positive on here is going to be AMD, as the shorts have been good. That 77 is held. As like, if I just stayed away, honestly, like Microsoft didn't take the level, and then whatever, Netflix is flat. But if we just didn't stay away from Microsoft, we'd be okay. And if we listened to our levels on Amazon, we would be much better as well. As we wanted to wait for 124. If we did that, we'd be laughing right now. So learning every single day, man. Every single day is a brand brand new day for me. You know, that's the thing. Wait and be patient. You know, I know Neil waited for that level. That was a good one, that 124, but it did burn you, like it did go up 40 cents against you. So, but right here, AMD now finally starting to come back in here. So like I said, the risk to reward on this name is now finally starting to pay. So we will start to get a little bit more out here down in the 40s as we were waiting for 77. So to me, that was 25 cents either way. So now you're starting to get this in and starting to pull back a little bit here for AMD. So let's see, the next support area, I guess, is right where these lines are, right? So right in the mid 30s for AMD.
Yeah, and speaking of support, you're starting to test some. Look at those travel names, right? Like you just broke back down. We're below 11 on CCL here. Tried to hold that 11 area, couldn't really do so. It's right back to Friday's high. So if it's going to have to make a bounce, this could be a nice little area for it. But these are starting to come back in relatively heavily. So you don't want to dig in too deep there. I do want to grab some Tesla, but watch out. Affirm, baby. I didn't get Affirm because I said I'd be patient for the short, and it never got anywhere near 24. I thought it had a squeeze potential if it broke out. It never actually squirrels that high, but it's testing some of these lows. And Affirm is it's a multi-day breakdown beneath this 22 even. Now, it's a 2180 bottom, but if we break this floor and hold below, and the market reverses, Affirm's got a lot of room on the daily, back down to levels like $16, $20 even. So want to be looking for that Affirm short beneath that low of the day, 21.80. Good time to go to Brendan for the small cap recap because haven't really been trading too many of these today.
Hey guys, yeah, brought to you by Chart Prime. They offer top-notch indicators for automatically detecting chart patterns, support and resistance zones, pivot points, and so much more. Check them out today, guys. QR code bottom of the screen right now. For Chart Prime, few things we were discussing if you joined us in the pre-market in small cap world. One of them was this one, PRPL. If you missed it, up on news of a possible takeover offer up here. 435 from its largest shareholder. I was just trying to improve my price on the way back down for this, but pretty clear level there on the daily chart for purple PRPL. Line in the sand kind of time for this one as well. SNTI 250, huge level on the daily chart. Above that, you got to go all the way to 350 before you run into any kind of resistance again for SNTI. So try to be patient. A lot of these stuck in a range right now. Except for this one, BCAN absolutely fell apart this morning. 22 was the high. We did not have shorts. I hope somebody had locates on this because, wow, this thing was 22 in the pre-market. It is now $8, guys, for BCAN. Back over to you.
Watch out for SSR here on Moderna coming in pretty quickly. I want to double check exactly what price that's going to be. It looks like it'll be at about 124 even. So we're about $1 away from that. Short sell restricted, I mean, like when it gets down, when any stock gets down 10% on the U.S. markets, it becomes short sell restricted. So watch out for that at about 124 on Moderna, as it's just fallen like an absolute rock. Well, you just said about patience there, and this isn't the level I initially came in thinking Tesla short. It was going to be up at 308, 309, but it's put in a double top, and I said 305 risk to reward, giving it to this high makes some sense there. So I am now in the Tesla short because it's shown me a resistance level that makes some sense. I'll get some out in front of 304 and then 303. 303 to 303 half would be the next leg down there on Tesla. But again, if it violates that top, then I want to make sure I'm getting out of it. Lucid is, I'm sitting there long Lucid, short Tesla, I get it. But Lucid got some at VWAP, then it retested that 16 level. Beneath 1590, I don't want the floodgates opening up on me. So beneath that, I am out of Lucid. But you get more shares in front of 16, and I will continue to try to take profit on the way up to VWAP on Lucid. So watch out for that. But if we go upside here and break the high of the day on Tesla, it's a long Lucid because it's off of support, whereas I'll be stopping out Tesla at that high of the day. So it's not an intentional hedge, but it's a support level and the other one's at a resistance level. So I'll hold on to the one that works, obviously, and try and gain some more profit if we continue trending in that direction. But again, hard stop on Tesla at that high of the day.
Yeah, I'm going to put on a decent position. Same kind of a symbol there. Netflix, although Netflix is up today, I still want to try to short this name. Like, I want to try to see about this 244, maybe 243.50. That's 243 right there. So some of these bottoms, 243.50. I just want to see, because that was the bottom here in the pre-market before we took off. So, you know, if we can get back into that range, but I want to short this around that 243. So, 243 with the 243.50 out. So not going to give this one too much room, but here it comes, just faded back in. That sucks. We missed that short. We were debating it at 242 there, and then I was like, let's just give it a little bit more, because we haven't necessarily been doing well on this, although we hit the long there out, dropped out of a little bit that we had left. I think it was about 30%. Then hit the long again, or hit the short and got out before shorting it again, and then busting out through VWAP, and now pulling back in. So that's okay. Missed opportunity there on that 242. But Netflix not super strong here. It is stronger than the market, but not really strong right now for some reason. It is trying to pull back in. So we definitely want to look at that. I'm looking to average in on AMD as well to the upside. Let's just take a quick look at Coinbase. I mean, this is another name that we haven't looked at much today other than the pre-market. And I still like that 80 level. Obviously, we're nowhere near that. You could see it's starting to battle back here. Okay, here comes the NASDAQ.
There goes Tesla.
There goes Coinbase. So I'm going to probably get into a Netflix. Netflix is still pretty weak, but a buck up, and we're waiting for that your Tesla, into that Netflix 243 area. That's where I want to start a short, and then average into AMD against that 77.
So there goes Tesla. It does take out that high. I did not get a, no, I didn't get a fill on Lucid to the upside. So a bit of a wick top on Tesla, at least for now. But if we churn higher, the only level that I like to short it is going to be either a rejection of this one, and then I try to jump back into the same trade, or we're just waiting for those absolute tops there. If you want to go back to NEO, because I did like this one on a reverse at 225. Now it looks like that level is pretty solid for support, but it's not nearly as strong as Tesla. I think obviously Tesla is going to be leading the way at this particular point, so you got to be able to respect that. Looks like we're trying to break to the upside on a couple of names here. One of those is, break to the upside is probably an overstatement, but BCAN is halted to the upside. I said I was looking for a test of that low. It did get a wick bottom. It broke $8, halted down, reopened, and is now halted to the upside. This gives what I think is, because I'm not in the trade here or at that actual halt price, but all I'd look for is a reopen anywhere reasonably around 9 or lower with a stop at the low of the day for a bit of a dead cat bounce. Like, that's what I'd be looking for on the stock. It'd be a lot nicer if I was in it pretty much right now, but I mean, guessing where the bottom is going to be, and it went right into a halt, is going to be tricky. It's indicating a 947 open, so if it opens that high, I'll probably stay away from it. If it actually opens beneath 9, there's a chance at a 9 break or a 940, 950 break, or something in front of $8. But if it retakes a fresh low, I would want to be jamming out of that one right quick on BCAN. Remember, this stock was $4 on Friday, so if you don't think it can go lower, well, then you don't have enough imagination.
Yeah, you could see whatever you want right now in this market, man. I mean, like, any price is not unheard of. So just get ready. You're just bouncing around. So I'm still trying to find some names that I want to short, because I feel like that top in the market just, I cannot believe that we're still up here and feel like we need to fade back down. So if we're now near the top of this range, feel like we should be at least down here. I thought this would be a pretty disastrous week, but today, no. I mean, oil's rallied all the way back. You can see this nice little oil move starting the day at 82, making its way to 84 right now, goes crude oil. So I'm pretty sure that's still the right contract. V22, I'm gonna double check that to make sure 84.20 is the price I have for oil. Yeah, so that's what we're looking at. And just trying to find something else. What about NIO right now? A name that's, you know, well traded. It's a $20 stock. Nice. Why I say that is, look at this move. It does this off open all the time. Nice little rally to the top side, 2075 there. This might, it's still not. It would be nicer if it was at 22 right here. I don't know if that's going to come into play. Here's what it looks like on the 20-minute chart. So definitely topped out 21. Maybe this is a name that you could short. NEO up 150 though today, 1.5%, and still holding. So yeah, NEO, a nice little move upside. I think you got to wait at least for it to get back into $20 before we go long. You're literally in the middle right now at 20.50. So a move back down to 20 would be nice for NEO. Or if you hit near the top, not right in the middle. So thanks for asking the question there on the chat. Is that a yes or a no? it's a hold on for him right now. So we'll wait for Brendan to go. I still want Amazon. Amazon's come in a little bit down into here, 123.30. So that's where we started cashing out of that fill right there. So that's about 80 cents or so on the downside there for Amazon. I still think it can flush, especially if this market does. So no more bids on Amazon. I lie. I have one at 123. And that's what we're looking at. And now we're ready for Brendo.
Hey guys, yeah, a quick look at some of the crypto markets today. Still in negative territory at this point this morning. A whole bunch of headlines suggesting, yeah, the same thing. We could be under pressure as far as crypto markets concerned until Wednesday, or maybe even further. But a ton of risk here because of what's going to happen on Wednesday in the central bank, and interest rate hikes to come, possibly even suggesting we could see yields moving higher in the interim as well on that. Here we go. A look at the big board. Shout out to Binance for the quote board. 5% move for Ethereum right now, 4.9 anyways, 3.3 for Bitcoin to the downside. This has been nothing but downside. We're now at 1356. Since last week when the merge happened, the software update released. More negativity, bottom end of the board. Ripple down more than 6, Cardano more than 4, Solana 3, goes on and on. Polkadot 6.5%, 5% for Polygon as well. So more concerns on equity markets when it comes to the Fed. Same story for crypto markets. Guys, back over to you.
And I just want to go back to one of the stocks we talked this morning. Some Apple. It did exactly reject that 150. Well, not exactly, because it went 7 cents higher than that top, but that's a pretty decent line in the sand. I still got my line. Yeah, I got my orders there anyways. If we get back up to that, might as well just go to Apple to short. If we get back toward that high, finally got another leg into Nordstrom's there in front of that 19. If the market does try to break out the top, Nordstrom's has been relatively strong, but break out the top is also going to mean Apple needs to take out this level. Until that happens, this is another one that I'll try to short. Amazon's been the only one that's been cleanly holding up there, and we're about to open back up on BCAN, or at least, nope, I guess it'll be a 10-minute halt. BCAN would have opened now in 5 minutes. Yeah, it's been 5.5 minutes, so we'll wait another 4.5 for that. Looks like a 10-minute halt on BCAN, unfortunately. Was looking to see if there was a long play off that reopen, but at least for now, I'm going to have to wait out. And then NVIDIA, it happened once, it's happened twice. Sometimes you're willing to make that wick top. It is holding the top end of the range, setting up for another run at that high of the day, but each time it's rejected it, you almost had to just jump right back in. I did not jump back in the last time. If we see those tops again and reject that 133.5 area, I'll probably just jump back into reversing those shorts or getting back into those shorts over and over again. I think you mentioned NEO as well. NEO beneath 2025 would be juicy, but this is still holding above that price, and Affirm, the other one which was down around those lows, still holding that bottom for now, but it's getting pretty darn close. If this takes out the low and the market flushes, well, Affirm is a multi-day, it's a breakdown on the daily chart if it takes out this low, and one that I can't ignore because I like shorting Affirm.
Yeah, I like shorting Affirm too. I like shorting Netflix apparently today, as now we were just $1 in the money on this short. We're short at 240.50, and it just went to 239.50 right there on the bid. It didn't crack it. I'm gonna wait and try to get this out at 238 right there, where we already got punched out of one of our shorts from before right there. So that's what we're gonna try again if it does want to crack lower. I just feel like this name doesn't want to get going for some reason. Netflix, some profit taking in this name for sure to the downside, because it was ripping, man. It was up to 250 today. So we are well aware that this is the name that could squash all of our dreams today. But here it comes, nicely done into the downside. Now 70 cents in the money on Netflix. Let's just see where it goes. I mean, like I said, maybe the bid should be here, 238.90. I'm trying to wait a little bit lower though. Maybe this is the right price. 238.50. I'm going to switch my bid, put it to 238.50. I don't know if it's, that seems a little bit low for Netflix right now, but we could definitely get to that. Thing is, if you don't sit around with your bid, especially on Netflix, like it needs to run into you and hit you. So waiting for like a marketable opportunity to get out might not be a great idea there on Netflix. But here it comes right back up to the upside as the market again, trying to take out day's high as I sit here, trying to think about these shorts. The pops are in, Brendo. What's up?
Back and forth we go. One-time fan favorite, Gevo, popping back up this morning on this note. $30 million in funding coming to GEVO from the U.S. Department of Agriculture this morning. So that caused a bit of a move higher, a little bit choppy right now for GEVO.
Yeah, and with the market popping again, Apple goes through the high. So I got in at like 38. I'm out for a 20-cent hit on Apple. The only longs I got on Lucid, which is holding basically even in front of its low of the day. And then Nordstrom took some at VWAP because I want to be buying all the way into 19, and then it's going to get back toward that high, so take some out at the quarters, just slightly above where we got our first entry, which I think acknowledge I chased a little bit, but this continues to be strong, up 2% now. And if it wants to go, just keep in mind, like, this is what it's doing. If we break, if we break this high, we're supporting, it's breaking up from 19, there's room up to like 1975, 20s. I want to have something on board if we get to that price. So yes, I can take some out on the way to 50s, but I want to be buying dips and playing trend. If the market takes out highs and continues through those highs, Nordstrom's is a name I like to have some runway to it to the upside. Another name that we were trading last week, I should say, Uber, if it wants to load up here in a quick second on my 15-minute. This is getting to a potential breakout price as well. It's not there yet, but if you remember this 32 level on Friday from Uber, triple top there. It's already tested once. If it breaks out, I think Uber is a bit poised for a bit of a run. It's got a gap fill, 32 to 33 on it. So this is another name I'm going to like to the upside if it can go, or at least catch some strength. If the market takes out the tops, I want something that's going to be trying to fill a gap and have some serious runway to the upside. And Uber does fit that category. Right now, it's still down in the session, hasn't broken 32s, but it's getting pretty darn close. And we're only 60 points away in the NASDAQ from that 12,000. And guess what we're in sight of right now on the ES? Yes, it starts with 39 and ends in 2 zeros. 3,900. About to get tested on the ES. That's why I'm looking for, if we break and hold above 39, what are the longs I like? Where are the breakouts that I like? I got Nordstrom's long. Lucid's not doing anything. Uber above 32 would make some sense if we can break that 39.
You might be right, man. Look out shorts, I think is right, man, as the market is now just like really loving this. I don't know if this is going to be a trap for the next couple days or if they really just like the market right now. I don't know. The thing about it is no matter what sort of, direction you think the market's going to go, it was just so destroyed last week that, no surprise that you are getting a little bit of pushback today in the market for the longs. I mean, it could be some traders coming in and dip buying some of these names. I wouldn't be doing it, but again, I've just been getting roasted on some of these shorts today. So here it goes, man. AMD, it looks like one last time here. It did take out $77, and there it is right now. Just a couple more pennies, and we'll get out of AMD. But there it is right now. We'll get out now. Just reverse us into the long. So there it is. We'll get out. Lost there on AMD. So the one name we just turned red on it on that last take there for AMD because now we're up and away, man. I mean, this name just keeps on motoring. It's not just this name. It's more like the market here keeps on motoring to the downside. So we'll test it one more time on AMD, but wow, very, very surprising here, the strength that is in this market. And there goes AMD, just looking at that pre-market level of 77. Actually, no, it's Friday's level. What is that on the 20-minute chart here? I was looking at the wrong time frame there. This level right there, 78, looks like that's coming into play again here on AMD. So wow, big time movement, man. Now you really got to put on your hat to be a little patient here if you like the shorts because these names are blowing up to the upside.
As they come to the upside here, the only short I got left is going to be Amazon, right? Like it's holding that 124. And as we test 3,900, the NASDAQ's also going to be testing 12,000, or at least close to it, but 3,900 looks like it's coming faster on the ES, so I'm looking at that level. If we reject that, the short I like is Amazon. Obviously, it's going to be that one. I still like some long plays here. I said Tesla probably was worth a bit of a breakout. I wasn't really feeling it, so I just took the 05s into that 05 half. With the tight stop, but 308 to 309 is my resistance level for Tesla. It's Uber, one of the names I'm going to like for a potential break here if he can get through that 32. It's just that level, and then the room upside if it does want to break that gap. We're now at 152 on Apple, so that looks like it's going to be relatively strong as well. And as long as Apple's above that, as long as Apple is above my breakout, or at least my stopper, that 150.15, that was going to be one of those lines in the sand where I didn't want to be fighting things short and be looking for longs, and here comes 39, right? So if we're above this 150 and we hold above 39s, that's that point where you have to accept the fact we're going to get that long day. I wish I had more than just the two, but that's all I could find in terms of setting up and still having some solid levels. And speaking of levels, Nordstrom's now at that high. It's a double top. So this could also be a bit of a hold at VWAP, break out a double top as the market goes. This has plenty of momentum to it. And a short interest is another reason why I did like it to the long side. Brendo?
Hey guys, we'll give you a look at the S&P 500 here. Back to, it's trying anyways. 0.2 to the upside right now for the S&P 500. Healthcare, the big drag here. I was just looking at this one. Moderna down 9% currently. No real specific reason. There was a story on the WHO going to use the Moderna COVID-19 vaccine as research for research purposes to develop further vaccine-related issues. So all of the healthcare sector in negative territory, kind of weighing on the overall market, but Moderna standing out there down 9%. Banks are positive outside of this MKTX. Note on that one, downside this morning as well, but some strength coming from the financial sector. This is the industrial group down here. Some of the travel names we were talking about earlier, including the airlines in this group, all of them up about 2 to 2.5% so far today. Industrials are strong. Consumer discretionary names, hotels in here as well. That's where you'll find that Hilton that I mentioned, MGM, Wynn on here as well. 2% for both to the upside so far today. DPZ, Domino's downside. AZO, they reported 2.8%. It's a $2,200 stock, but they reported downside for AZO today. Mosaic on a bounce as well. Remember, it was a tough week for some of the fertilizer names last week, but bouncing up 5% today for Mosaic. So back and forth we go. Bit of a choppy board for the S&P guys. Back to you.
All right. Yeah, we just say see you later to AMD as that just kept going up and away as well. Yeah, pretty choppy board, but this market is definitely, well, it didn't wake up to there. That's a bad wake, but that just went to about 24, 25 there on AMD. Like I said, maybe it is just a wait and see on your positions. I could have got this out on Netflix a lot of times. We're going to wait to 242 now to see if we can get on a decent position for Netflix, and then hopefully that'll bring back in to this 238, something like that on that name. But yeah, no longer worried about picking up some of these tops. Maybe like just trying to find some relatively weak names. Microsoft is still weak, bouncing off some of these levels as well. But trying to trade the tops and then watching this get blown out doesn't really, I just can't believe some of these moves right now that have been here in the market. So that's just sort of what I'm talking about right here. I'll try to get some more short into some of these names. We just took on Microsoft right here against that 244. Maybe we just flip long. I just, honestly, I'm waiting for someone to turn on sort of the shorts here. And maybe it's not happening. Straight up to the upside here for the NASDAQ, looking at 12,000. If you're going to do anything, I guess it's just patience until 12,000. If it takes it out, great. If not, fine. We're short Netflix right now. We're short Amazon. And there goes Amazon right back to these highs as well.
Here comes
Tesla. Tesla, Neil just mentioned out of the...
Someone just dropped 150,000 on PhilX. No one uses that gateway.
You wouldn't think so.
Someone just threw a 150,000 share order on PhilX up at 308 half, I saw, trying to take a fill. Look, it's not a heavily used gateway. That's why it was weird and it stood out to me, because I pretty much never see anybody use that with that kind of size on a stock like this. I was looking at that 309 for a bit of a top anyways, but we just wicked above 3,900 on the ES. And if we come back down and you have a bit of a top here on Tesla, this is the level I liked. I'll show you the 15-minute because these are not split adjusted. This is last week's high, 309.20. I said sit it out until it gets to this price, and then I shorted in front of 306 anyways. But now I'm not going to be sitting it out anymore. This is where I wanted to be engaging Tesla, so I'm going to go for it one more time. I still have Amazon still beneath that high, and now that we're testing 39, this is sort of that area, right? I got a couple of longs and a couple of shorts, so we'd hold on to what ends up working here, but respect some of these tops. Amazon makes a fresh high, I'm out. Tesla breaks this top, I'm out. It's all about sort of taking that pain if it goes against you. Lucid, which I'm still long, it's still working off those bottoms. It did get to, at least got to VWAP on my 3-minute. It's bouncing off this level that we talked about pretty much all pre-market there. Support last week. There was that one little break if you want to look at it at the beginning of the week, but for the most of the week, it did hold up 1590 to 16. That's what I'm long in front of, but no breakouts yet on Lucid. I'm just buying in front of that support. Nordstrom's still relatively strong, but wow, Tesla. That was like price levitation up there. And somebody I saw that order. A portion of it did get filled. I didn't see the entire thing get filled, but someone legitimately was like, yeah, I'll just put 150K on the offer at about 308 half, and that turned the stock at least temporarily.
You know what? I guess it's just a long. Like there's no other ways around this name as I just sit here waiting for that. Like Tesla's 308, as that continues to get blown up to the upside. Wow, goes Tesla, big time movement. Beyond Meat still, wow, that's down 4% Beyond Meat as I look at that name and just laugh because like this name, we identified this as a big time short a couple weeks, well, forever ago when we talked about, we did that segment that what stock's never getting back. And I was like, never getting back. I don't even think the stock's getting back to $50, let alone 350 or whatever the high was. And there goes Beyond Meat down again, another 3.5% today at all new lows, man. I think this is probably all time lows despite maybe where it IPO'd, but IPO be damned. We just took out that level right there, 1875. Oh yeah, that has $10 written all over it, if not a lot lower. So maybe that's when you start to pick some up.
I think you buy that under 10. Maybe I really do.
Yeah, I mean that's 70% more from here. But I think like if it can draw or 70% more, sorry, 50% more. Yeah, I mean
because there's
pullbacks, man.
The only reason I say that is because I think at some point I think they figure out price, taste, and health better than they have now. Like it's a play on the science, right? So you think at some point they get a product that's a little bit better. And when they do, people are going to eat it. Like I'm not saying I love it, but there are people that are going to look for something, and maybe it's more the synthetic meat. But I think they've got a ways to go. But there's a point at which I think there's some upside in that stock. But they do have to figure some things out when it comes to health and taste. Those are the concerns people have. So we're still battling that 3,900. You saw me just engage into Tesla there, but this is that top, right? This is where I said, okay, not last ditch, but I mean, if we break out from here, there's no shorts to be had if we hold above 3,900. But we are testing that level. If it ends up wick top and rejection, I think you're at least 15 points back, and some of these shorts have a long way to come back in.
Yeah, talk to Maggie.
But if we break it, then I want to make sure you have something to the long side. That's why I got some Nordstroms. That's why I have some Lucid. I thought Uber would be a little bit stronger going into this 32, but you know what? I'm going to take this one off the board in terms of something breaking out because we're at the highs and testing highs. And as much as I like the level and the gap that it has to the upside, if Uber were to break on this 15-minute, it's nowhere close to those tops. If you're going to break out from here when the market's at 39, you should be at your high of the day, right? So either I'm buying in front of support or something should be breaking out. If it's diddling in the middle, then if anything, it could be a reverse into the short side. And when I say shorts, something on the low of the day they just don't want to forget about. If the market rejects this top, I still like short of Affirm through the bottom, right? The only reason it's not breaking this low is probably because the market's so strong. Otherwise, Affirm is relatively weak. It just never came to the price I wanted short, nor did it break the low. So I'm not in this yet, but I expect if the market rejects these highs, I'm going to get this short on the bottom on Affirm. If it breaks higher the market, then I still have $1 to wait before it gets to resist. Sorry, $2 to wait, I should say.
Yeah, we're going to try to be as patient as we can be at this point because we waited for this move. So right now we got to do something with it. Waiting to get a little bit more short on Microsoft in case that does pop near that 12,000. I feel like that's really going to have to be my out now is as this market wants to rip up to that 12K. Like that's going to just have to be something that I look at. So all right, what's up, Brendan?
Some strength in gold names today as well. Here's Kinross up on a share buyback plan that they announced pre-market. Just took out day highs there for KGC.
All right. Yeah, some of those metal names going. I hear Prad talking about Tyreek Hill. He had a nice parlay over there yesterday. What was it, Tyreek and who else?
I don't even know who that is.
Lamar Jackson, he had some props going through there. So I called you prop Prad or something before, and then you went over to parlay Prad. But I like that. What a good day there it was yesterday for many of you. If you had the over in a lot of those games, man, wow. Baltimore, Miami was just crazy. Then Cleveland and the Jets wasn't.
How in the living hell did
crazy
Cleveland
as well.
blow that game?
They were up 13 points with 1:30 left and lost.
99.9% win probability, and they lost the game.
Not good there, especially timeouts. Like, yeah, I don't know. But whenever you recover an onside kick, I mean, that's where the odds come from,
that's
right?
fluke.
That's what I'm saying. So when you recover an onside kick, you are going to get some crazy results. Okay, there it is right now. Microsoft is pumping lower, so we'll take a couple bids out here. This is right where we thought we, could come back down to. Let's see if this market now wants to continue to fall down. Good trading so far on these shorts, but we're going to have to wait. We could go positive on Microsoft in about a couple of seconds here because we were very, very patient with this name. And, that, again, if the market falls, then we're here for the short. I just don't believe in the long. So that's, if the market's going to start to rip up today at some point like it's been doing, then I'm going to take the L's like I've been doing. So I'm going to try to stick in here as much as I can on some of these plays. And down goes Microsoft right now. So let's see if we get a little bit of a timber action here in the market as AMD coming back. We did load up a little bit more on Amazon as that play is now coming into the money for us a little bit. Only 20 cents, but, let's start to take out some profit here on some of the, let's go. Give me some 81s on Amazon if we can get it. There's another load up right there in 25s. But again, now I feel like I'm looking gift horses in the mouth on the short side. Normally it's the other way around, but yeah, I want to start taking out some more profit here. That Amazon is 75. So if we can get an 80 fill, we'll do that. That's the 50 period right there. Good for holding some of these back in, but it doesn't look like AMD wants to be the one that comes back in. That's up 1% right now and looking relatively strong. AMD just, I don't know if that ticked down there, but 77.05. We're short at 77.17 right now.
Yeah, and look, I did reload in Tesla as it's, the NASDAQ is, the ES is holding that 39 to the south side, and we're holding that top on Tesla. This is where I did want to wait for the short. I did take it one time. That'll be way too early, I think. Amazon is starting to come back in. I did get a reload as well, but I'm looking a little bit closer. I want just testing at least halfway to VWAP and then VWAP, because if we're rejecting 3,900 and holding below that price, then I think the market should be screaming back down, which is not exactly what's happening here. We're seeing a few of these names get back to the upside a little bit more aggressively. So risk to reward, I need this pulling back a little bit further than we're seeing right now. Sort of sitting there in a couple of names I like to that long side. So if we do break up, I still like the possibility for some of these longs to work. Nordstrom's particularly, and Lucid holding that bottom. Not in a firm yet, but I think that's just inevitable. At some point, if the market doesn't break these highs, that is destined to break the low of the day. Brendan, it is already past 10:50. Wow, time flies.
It does.
Hey guys, a quick look at currency markets. Pretty quiet so far for currency markets ahead of what is to come on Wednesday with the Fed set to increase interest rates once again. Top of the list here, the dollar index, pretty flat. Worth a note, consolidating basically just within shouting distance there of highs, recent highs anyways, 110.80, but positive on the day, 0.08 there for the DXY. Everything else a little bit to the downside or a little bit higher. Russia up again, 2.3, 3% here for XRP on the 24-hour, but disregard that because it's down today. Everything else, though, a little bit negative. The euro back above, but working its way to parity currently. Canadian dollar, 75.28. Multi-year lows on Friday, guys, for the CAD. We're kind of grinding along those lows right now. Back over to you.
Oh, man.
So on my 3-minute chart, there is a single green candle in the first hour on Moderna. That's what you call falling like an absolute. It's catching a bounce here, but I mean, that's because the market's testing the high. I'm looking at this 127, 128, and I almost think I need to be fading. If Moderna gets anywhere close to that and the market's not taking highs, I need to be fading some Moderna. But sometimes you miss out on that trade. It bounces off that 10% mark, and it's trying to catch a bid, and it's a bit of a trap because you're like, well, how far can it go down? Well, it can go a heck of a lot further. I'm halfway in front of VWAP. As the market pulls back here, I'm expecting to catch some fills on Amazon, which if it breaks to VWAP, it'll also end up breaking this close, 123.50. That's what I'm sitting in front of for my first fill, and then go red on the session. If it does that, take some more out in front of VWAP. But it's all about that 3,900 area, right? We've now more firmly rejected that top and respected that 39. That's why I engaged back in a couple of shorts and took the pain in front of it and then engaged back into a couple of these. And now that I see a bit of a bid at 75 on Amazon, I'll just take some out at 77. Why wait for the extra 10 cents? If there's a buyer, I'll just sort of get out. Just that way, if it bounces off that buy, or at least I've paid myself. I'll place them back out here, 123.40. But the outs have been pretty standard, right? Like when I short this at that 124, just around that 124 mark, I've been getting out to 75, been getting out down here, the 30 to 40 area, and then trying to hold in case we get a bigger flush. So I don't want to really change that. This is the one that's actually managed to respect some of these levels and work to the downside. Tesla only now starting to roll over, but this is, we always talk about being patient. I know it's a tight stop here, but it wasn't the level I liked for the short. If anything, if I wasn't in the short, maybe I would have given some respect to the breakout on Tesla. I did not. That's going to be hindsight being 50-50, but that's one thing I'll be reviewing for myself when I think about this trading day, to be sure. But I got the short now at the level I like. I'll get out some in front of 307, 306, and if it plays back to 305, I think that'll be a good staging zone for potential consolidation long on Tesla if the market wants to stay relatively strong. ES, still rejecting that level, but only about 5 points down from 3,900. So it's still within shooting range of that key price.
It's just so funny because like net, like the only two stocks like were positive, like Lucid, we talked about how strong some of the electric names are. Lucid's a positive one, good for Neil. And then JWN a positive one. Everything else right now is like trying to catch these falling swords, it looks like here, but to the other way up, like rising daggers to the long side today. So yeah, a little bit of a rough day on the board today, but you know what? We'll make it back. I'm still holding on to some of these shorts. We just cashed out of some Amazons right there at 70, but yeah, it's been like one of those days where we're just battling. I feel like I'm in the wrong name here for AMD. Yeah, although we're short at 17, we're just getting some fills. Like, what did I just get filled there? Yeah, AMD down here to 08 again. So it's just 10 cents. Like, I'm waiting down here to see if we can get in, but every time the market makes a move down, this name kind of doesn't go. So AMD, not something that I really want to hold, too much weight in going to the downside. What I'm more excited for, of course, is Microsoft, because that's really falling in. Now we have a decent win on this one, 56 cents. And like I said, today's a rough day, man. 2 green names on the board, not great. Positions pending, hopefully, as I said. When you see us, hopefully at 2 p.m., we'll have some.
You can see, I'll be asleep at 2 a.m.
Bangers on. Yeah, I'll be asleep at 2 a.m. as well, for sure. Yeah, I don't know. On a Monday, I don't know. It would have been, unless I was watching like Monday Night Raw or something like that, I don't know if I would have still been up that late. Anyways.
You know how bad I was in university?
What?
Not only did we watch, like,
the thing about university,
Zane and I, we would watch Monday Night Raw at like 9,
yep,
and we'd already seen it once, and then we'd watch it again at midnight.
Yeah, that's
because reasons. And we go to Taco Bell too. Because Taco Bell had I'm dating myself here, but they had like 69-cent soft tacos.
Yeah.
Which if you're a student, 69 cents, yo. Like we just roll up and be like.
That's probably what it's like in the States still, but probably 99 cents.
20. I would eat 20 of those things.
Yeah.
I had to eat back in the day. But the market's starting to come back, so we'll do a little bit of this because, like you said, positions pending. If we pull back to VWAP, we'll add Tesla will be green because I was patient with it. But some of these other names are looking relatively it may get dicey. Obviously, if I had re-entered into Nvidia, it's now it's still $1 above my 133 level. So that's why you're not going to see me in Nvidia. But Tesla rolling over. And I said this in the morning. It's like,
here we go.
Wait for your key prices. And, I don't end up doing that. But when you get to that top in Tesla, that 308, 309, now we start to roll over. But it's also 3,900 on the ES. That starts to reject. So if you're in long positions, ask yourself why they're sort of stalling out here. Well, it's because the market's rejecting the top. The good thing about Nordstrom's, if the 2 longs that I'm in here, if we break 1590, I'll be out of Lucid. But Nordstrom's, look, it's still at the top end of the range, up 1.6%. If we make a bit of a base and the futures make another run at the high, then I'll get a chance to maybe buy this at VWAP again with a 19 stop. So Nordstrom's structurally still sets up pretty well for that long throughout the afternoon, even if we are pulling back a little bit here. It's been up a couple of days in a row since bouncing off that 18 level. And again, it's on a break from 19. There's a huge gap. If the market goes green or holds green and runs higher, Nordstrom's has a lot of runway to that 20 level, which is one of the reasons I do like it to the long side. Not that I've liked a heck of a lot long today. Wish I had liked more.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah, it would be turning my day around for sure if I like some more longs there on the board. What's up, man? Yeah, no, that wasn't me eating 20 tacos, man. That was Neil eating 20 tacos up there. They're saying they're about $1.25 now in the U.S. So yeah, that's good, man.
That's
I don't know if that's any good value or not.
like
yeah, the dollar
$1.50
right now is 1.3. So yeah, so about 160, 170. I don't know what they are here. Okay, AMD did just print us down. Good out for us on AMD, down to 93. So it did make that move down finally. We're just talking about that it needed to get going a little bit. So now we'll see some downside pressure for AMD. So we did take some out on that exact move. So far so good. I'm waiting. What? I thought I was getting more short on Netflix. Oh no, we're waiting for 243, sorry. That's what I was saying. Remember, I was like, okay, where am I getting the short into Netflix? I actually should take some more now. I thought I was gonna get some 242s there, but I didn't, so that's a mistake. I'm gonna try to get an offer now into that price. Oh, darn it, we just missed that. Wanted a 242 short, there we go, to average in. We're still waiting for this 243.50 level to come through on Netflix for that one. So yeah, more shorts to come in, but the day is now for us complete. I'm just gonna hope that this market does hit the tank city right now. I don't know, it's not looking like it. We're gonna short Netflix up to 243, out at 243.50 for Netflix. But yeah, wow, market now positive on the day. I can't believe when I was talking about that, I didn't believe in it. Right now we're holding on to some good shorts, not great. Let's see where they go and if this market does respect that 12,000. So yeah, a little bit of a rough morning, but we're gonna be back here in the afternoon. Please hit that like button and join us back at 2 o'clock.
As we send you two, and one of them's wearing red, and the other one is in the blue. So a little contrasting colors there. The midday team is locked and loaded. Trader Pratt, Sharif, go get them.
Yes, sir. It is time for Midday Market Movers Mayhem with your boys, Trader Pratt and Sharif in the house. Let's get the ball rolling. We're going to have lots of time. As always, tons of opportunities in the market, even though it feels like we're a little light on the volume and across the board. Still, the market managing to move itself to the north side after starting, I believe, 500 points down on the Dow today.
Crazy.
And still managed to turn green. So things are still looking good. We have a lot of time to theorize on where the market's going up to Wednesday, but I want to show you a couple trades I was in to start off my day with. One of them had to be the Coinbase $70 break short. Sadly, it only gave me about about 60 cents of profit, and then I got stopped out on the rest of my size. Coinbase weak today because Bitcoin and all their cryptocurrencies have been weak too, and MSTR getting into trouble with that overall. Gave me a quick little scalp short, and besides that, man, Coinbase didn't really give me anything. My winning trades on the board today have not been the shorts. They've been all the longs, such as, for example, you'll see, oh, the board's not updated, even though I just got stopped out of a stock, which is... what did I just get stopped out of? I think it was CVS. Yeah, I just got stopped out of CVS. So here's CVS. I tried a short earlier at the high of this range, gave it up to 101, got stopped out. I took another short just now in front of the 100-period EMA, got stopped out. I'm not going to keep trying to get a win on CVS. Going to leave the stock alone and go focus on other positions such as this BABA trade, baby. BABA long around the 100-period EMA, around $86, getting out around 86.8. I'm still holding some size to see if we can get a high day breakout. If not, that's fine. If we can dip back in, I'll try to build some more size around the VWAP or 100-period EMA as the S&P 500 and NASDAQ getting ready to push for the high day. No sound apparently for you. Your mic's muted?
Sorry, guys. I apologize about that. Mic was muted. So we were talking about the small cappers today and how there were several in the pre-market. BCAN was definitely on my radar. HOLO, HOLO was also on my radar. So basically, let's look at the move on BCAN here. Right around that 9 o'clock time slot, we were holding that $12 level, and then we shot up top wick here at that 21.40 level on BCAN. It was just one amalgam of green candles, saving except for like this mini red candle here at that 9:08 time slot. Then it basically sold off, and it was one, like one symphony of halts after another. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 halts on BCAN. So a lot of halts, still up 125% on the day, but definitely been moving back more aggressively since the pre-market here. I got caught up on it. Just right now, I sat down, tried to take a long. I'm thinking we're going to break that $10.50 level. I had to actually stop out here for a small loss at $9 and change. So, yeah, tread carefully with these ones. The other one that I was looking at was the new SPAC, HOLO, HOLO. It's a NASDAQ stock. That one was also really aggressive in the pre-market, but it was really sparse on volume in the pre-market. I mean, I think it made, let me zoom out here, it made this move from $13 to $38 on less than like 500,000 shares of volume. So the spreads, needless to say, were incredibly wide on this one. They were like $4 and $5 at times. So, it was just insane to kind of try to take a long. And as I say that, it halts to the downside again at that 11.04 level. So, geez, tread carefully with that, guys. HOLO halting to the downside again. The other one I had on my radar here, I had a really good trade on SHPH on my desk. You guys will remember that from like the last 3 weeks we've been talking about SHPH. So here it is. This is a nice move in the pre-market here. I took a long on this break, sold off aggressively, but kind of like a little bit of a double bottom here at that $8.10 area, and it's been making its move back up. Just reclaimed VWAP not that long ago, making a new high here at 1020. New, not pre-market high, but new after the bell high, if you want to call it that. So currently trading at 936, a little bit below VWAP on this one. So I'm keeping my eye on SHPH as I typically am, as I typically have been for the past few weeks. Looking at my scanner, nothing really news coming up. I see CDE.
Hey, stay away from my stock.
Oh, so Bradley is on CDE, and he doesn't want me getting involved in case I, whatever, jinx it or something. Right? It's a New York stock, guys. Let's have a look at it. It's showing up as number 2 on my gap scanner, up 14.75% on the day, but 17.75% since the bell. Load chart, come on. Here we go. It's loading ever so slowly. Look at that move up, guys. Very, very clean move up here. Not really giving you much in the way of pullbacks, maybe except for this 10-15 pullback here. I give you a 5-minute pullback. You could have entered on a new 5-minute candle to make a new high. Bradley's up big on it, so we'll continue to watch what he's doing on that. So that's basically what I'm watching. I know the large caps are obviously in play today, especially off that beautiful bounce off that 38.53 level. I had that 38.53 level pegged from last week, so that line showed up on my chart this morning and it bounced clean off that. And also that 38.80 level if you want to scalp the high, but then it ended up getting broken. Obviously 39.04 is top wick here currently on the ES Prad.
Yes, sir. CDE, one of my best trades of the day. Well, it's going to be second best trade of the day because NIO is currently pushing towards the high and taking out. But we'll quickly continue with CDE. The catalyst for CDE is apparently they're selling a part of their business to another company for about $200 million. Obviously, for the current market environments, if the market is talking about global economic problems, that was FDX, FedEx coming up on Friday earnings report talking about that. We also saw Adobe, who are buying Figma for, I believe, what was the number, 20 billion or 2 billion?
20 billion.
20 billion. So big price
like
tag
that.
for Adobe over there. For Figma from Adobe, 20 billion. Market did not like that. Adobe obviously pushed down big time off of that catalyst. So when companies like CDE are doing the opposite, they're selling their part of their businesses to bring in that revenue, bring in that money. Obviously, it's going to go in the opposite direction than Adobe. So here's 14% to the north side. I took the long at $3. Honestly, I was complaining to Sharif about this, that I could have taken way more size. My risk was 5 pennies on this trade, but I chickened out. I didn't take as much size as I would like to take, but still a very good trade. 30 cents, 20 cents in the money. Currently 20 cents in the money. I took my the third out right here, and I have a couple more outs left to take. Let's see where this one goes. But obviously, if you pull up the long-term chart, you will see the stock is actually running into long-term resistance, LTR. We got long-term resistance at $3.30 or $3.40, all the way in that range. Let's say 320 to 340. In that whole range, it has a pretty good resistance. We also have this blue line, which is the 100-period EMA on the daily chart. So multiple reasons why I can't see the stock going much higher than 340 on the day like today, especially with low volume. Markets are barely green. We got 12K, 20 points away from the market over here. We also got another 100 points away from 4K on the market, so not too far away from resistance areas for the stock market. So I don't see CDE going much higher.
Yeah, definitely. By the way, guys, I'm now available for adding in the chat. So if you try, I think we got this right. So Prad added me as an admin, I believe. Is that what it is?
Moderator.
Moderator. So if you guys at Sharif, so obviously spelled
You type anything in chat?
What's up, guys? There we go. I'm going to type something in the chat so you guys can see how my name is printed. Yeah, it's showing up in blue. Bears versus Bulls right after me, and then Bears versus Bulls added right there. So at Sharif, it should show up in the chat. So now I can see when you guys tag me in something. Before, I'd have to kind of go through the entire thing. There we go. It's lighting up. Okay, guys, that's awesome. All right, so let's get back to trading here. BCAN, yeah, I'm definitely looking for a long on BCAN here, but it's not setting itself up right for me currently at the moment. It looks like it's fighting with that 50 EMA at, that $10, 50-cent level. It needs to break that decisively. It's got a long way to move up, guys. I mean, we were at 21 and change on this one, so in terms of upside potential, it's got a lot. We can reclaim VWAP here at that 12 and a quarter level. So I'm looking for some good volume to come in on this guy. I still haven't given up hope on it. Let's see if we make new lows, then I'll give up hope on it. If we break that $7.50 level, which is the after the bell low, I'm definitely giving up on this one. And sorry, guys, you're lighting up in the chat here. I'm gonna look at all those messages when I send it back to Prad, but I just want to finish up what I was analyzing here. WBEV was also live on the chat. Let's go look. Live on my market scanner. Let's have a look at this one. It is pulling back now, so probably not in play now. It's going to barely above $1. It's holding $1.05. Let's go WBEV. There we go. So here's the chart on this one. Nice move up here at that 10:15 level. Basically did nothing from 9:30 till around 10:15 until a catalyst came in. I'm not really sure what the catalyst is. I tried to pull it up at the time. Nothing was coming up on my news feed. Let's try to pull that up again here. See what we can glean. Oh, no, just one. It's just telling me all the circuit breaker haul. It's not giving me a reason why it was up. It's up 48.5% on the day, so not a small amount. Anyway, it is a dollar stock, barely holding above $1. If it definitely breaks below $1, I'm not interested in it. Top wick on this bad boy is about $1.59, maybe almost $1.60. So that's also on my list of things that could be running. Otherwise, it's been kind of quiet in small cap world, guys. Most of the moves were made pre-market, sadly.
Yeah, I'm looking at MGM right now because yesterday obviously was the what's it called again? The week 2 of NFL.
Week 2, yeah.
Week 2 of NFL, yeah. So I'll be honest, man. I started watching. I started watching the first game. Well, who was the first game? Bucks versus something. Yeah, Bucks versus Saints, and it was kind of was slow, so I was passing out. Horrible. But my buddy was like, it was actually Adam. Adam was like, Prad, what are you doing? Go watch Red Zone. Right. It's gonna be way more entertaining. Oh, yeah. It's gonna be play after play after play, and you're gonna have so much more fun. So I started watching Red Zone. I had crazy fun actually watching Red Zone, and I made this random bet, man. This was actually a bet that was suggested by DraftKings, and I was like, hey, this looks good. These guys sound like they're good players. I'll drop 25 bucks on them. Bang, $237 cashed out, baby. And here's a story too. Me and my buddy were watching the game, and then randomly I go, man, if only T. Hill can get a touchdown for me. Red zone cuts to T. Hill, running into the end zone, smacking the ball down, and I'm like, wait, is that enough yardage? Is that enough yardage? And that's enough yardage. So everything cashes in at the same time. Amazing, amazing time. Listen, always a great time when you're winning bets and you're watching new sports and you're learning about new sports. So it's a great moment.
Question.
So off of that catalyst, I looked at MGM today because MGM popped up on the scanner. So I thought, hey, maybe there's some people who think that a lot of people spend money on the UFC fights, on the Canelo Alvarez boxing match. I don't know if you saw that one. And you watched that, yeah?
Of course, yeah.
And the football. So lots of events over the weekend to bet on. So I think MGM was gonna catch some traction off of that. I took a long in this range low, giving it that range low risk. Never had to worry about it. Got the 34 break. Now we're about 31 cents in the money on MGM. So multiple longs. You guys see how busy I am on the board there. I only have one short. That's because shorts have not been very profitable. Here's my short today, HPQ. Well, not today. Here's my short right now. I've had a bunch of shorts, but none of them work today. My short on HPQ, which looks like it wants to pay me out, but obviously give it some time, give it some room. If it goes back into previous ranges, then obviously I'm wrong on that trade. I'm not gonna worry with it anymore.
All right, one of the individuals in the chat wanted me to check out AMPX. You'll recall this one we traded last week. It's down 5. Oh well, now it's moving 4.2% on the day. It had a really sharp decline here at that 10:40 time slot, where it dropped from $8.10 all the way down to $6.65, and then it made a move right back up, a V-shaped recovery, right back there, right to the same levels. VWAP's at $8.10 currently, so it's trading at $7.81, so it's below VWAP, so not on my radar for today. Also, the volume is a bit lacking at 433,000 shares, so not over 1 million shares by now, especially at 11:15 or so. It's definitely wanting in a lot of areas. Let's go to the daily chart so we can glean some levels. What do we got? We got to zoom in here. So this one was, I believe, the IPO from September 15th, which was last week. So this is its only third full day trading, guys. So we've got a lot of potential bag holders from that $27.50 level that it made back on the 16th. So careful with that. There's no levels off which to chart, really. If you've got 3 days of levels here, if we can maybe take it off the day and maybe put it at the 1 hour, we can try to find some better levels here. Let's zoom out. There we go. So next on the list of levels here is definitely going to be that high of day, which is $9.56. That's high of day for today. If we were to break that 9.56, the next level we're looking at is $10.70 or change, and that was from the 16th as well. So not much to play off there. I'm not even going to keep this on my side chart. I need to see way more volume coming in. If the volume comes in, it'll definitely show up on my volume leaders. So I'll leave this one to be for the moment. Moving back to BCAN, because this is the one that I really want to take long. If it can reclaim that 50 period, it's been flirting with that 50 period for the better part of 20 minutes or so. I'm going to keep my eye on this one for the break of 10 and more. A better break would be the break of that 10.50. It's flirted with that 10 back and forth.
More better?
Bounced. Yeah, more better. It would be better if
I thought I was ESL, bro.
Well, I didn't say more better. I caught myself. So, yeah, I'm looking for that break of 10.50 on BCAN, guys.
Nice. Someone in chat, I think his name was Abdul. Let me just quickly scroll up. Yeah, Abdul Q. What are your thoughts on shorting RBLX? Got downgraded and price targeted 31. Honestly, I like that short. I had an order out here already, but since it looked like it didn't want to go, now it's actually going to go closer to my order also, so I can take my size that I really want to take and give it that 5-6 cents of risk on Roblox short. Look at the support that Roblox might have though in front of 35, right? We got this range low, we got this day bottom right before Roblox started having its crazy reversal to the north side. Then randomly one day, I can't remember what day it was. It was this day right here at 15 is 3 o'clock. Yeah, 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
At 3:10, 3:15, randomly Roblox announces that they have a drop in user base. So this stock gives back all of the gains that it struggled to get over past 2 weeks in the span of seconds and minutes. So overall, I think that price target cut, that bearish sentiment would be understandable, but I wouldn't give it more than 37.66, 37.77 on this trade. I'm short right now. I'll take more size at 37.60, but I'm not giving it higher than 37.65 on that. But look at that, we're pushing down. While we're waiting for Roblox to work out for us, let's head over to Brendo at the big screen for social sentiment.
I don't see it.
Hey guys, yeah, we'll give you an update here on what's being discussed on social media this morning. Still a very negative board to show you here. There is a little bit more positivity popping up in the form of Rumble. Remember, RUM, I'll show you the chart in a second here, but RUM, first day of trading under its new ticker after the SPAC deal gets closed on Friday. AVCT to the upside as well. Here's Tesla back in positive territory also. HKD, not really doing anything today, but a ton of mentions on social media platforms so far today. The overall market also very red, both the Qs and the SPY on here. Mullen tried initially, but back to the downside we go. So if you're seeing this board for the first time, the size of these boxes just represents the frequency of the mentions that we're seeing on social media so far. And then directionally speaking, pretty self-explanatory. The more green, the better on this board today. Unfortunately, not the case, guys. Very negative social sentiment board. Once again, back over to you.
Yeah, you said RUM was the IPO, Brendo? Rumble. Oh, that's Rumble. Okay, the ticker changed into
Andrew
Rumble.
Tate's new platform.
Yeah. That makes. I was wondering what RUM was because it's on my scanners and it shows 0% gain, 0% everything. But now that makes a lot of change in now understandable. So finally, the ticker has changed. It's no longer a SPAC $10 ticker now. We might see a lot more moves coming into Rumble. 4 million shares traded on the day today so far with the high of $14. Well, $13.99, not really 14. There's a possible chance though with the market going back. Oh, market's actually pulling back at the moment. S&P 500 pulling back, NASDAQ pulling back. So maybe Rumble might not have the oomph behind it to push all the way to 14. But the market pulling back down means that's perfect for my Roblox short and my HPQ short. Let's see them pull back too. I wish I took my size at 37.57 instead of being stingy. I wanted 3 more cents, man. I wanted 3 more cents and them to fill me at 37.60. But now I'm gonna miss out on a possible big move. Let's see if Roblox actually breaks 37 today. The low of day of 37.03 with about 8.5 million shares traded. Let's go see what Roblox's relative volume is. RBLX relative volume. And if you haven't seen the relative volume video that our boy Neil shot over the weekend, you're missing out, man. Lots of key information. Go check out that YouTube video. Go check out all the free knowledge BOMBs that we'll be dropping every single day over here at Trader TV Live. But yeah, the relative volume for Roblox today is close to 1, is 0.98. We generally like to see stocks above 1 because that means they're in play. Above 2 means they're really in play. So today, relative volume of Roblox, 0.98.
Yeah, not much in the way of relative volume there, Brad. I'm just looking at the chart of BCAN here, trying to see if I can discern any patterns. But as I say that, I've got to mention that the double top that we just formed here on the ES off that 39.04 level. The first one was 39.03. That's the first peak here. The second one was 39.03 as well. But the level that I've got is 39.04, and that's going back into last week. So that's an important level. Let's see if it trades in between this channel here between 38.86 and 39.04. I know it had problems breaking through resistance at 38.86 around that 10 to 9. No, not 10 to 9. 10 to 10 time slot here. It broke through it decisively, but it did break down below it, and then it consolidated at it, then it pulled up. So I like both of these levels on the futures. Now, with respect to actually what's holding up the ES, let's go have a look at which big cap stocks are stronger on the day. Let's bring down our big cap charts here. You guys will be familiar with this. And I see definitely as 2 standouts here being Apple and Tesla. Definitely the strongest of the 6 here. And I'm not saying that the other ones are weak, but Meta currently below VWAP. Amazon just barely above VWAP. Microsoft just broke below VWAP. and Google's also below VWAP. But when you look at Apple and Tesla, definitely the two standouts, far above VWAP. I mean, Microsoft is almost $1.50 above VWAP, and Tesla is all of $3 above VWAP here. So Tesla and Microsoft seem to be like the two that are leading the charge today on the ES in terms of the big cap names. I'm not saying they're obviously solely responsible, but these are the two big caps I'm going to have to keep my eye on, whether it's for an aggressive retracement or it's a continued move up should the ES continue to make its move up after that big decline. So those are my levels on that. Now, as I say that, BCAN just started testing 10 again, and as I look at the volume chart at the bottom here, I see some new volume, some renewed volume coming in. That $10 break is not enough to get me to reinitiate a long here. I got burned on this one twice already. I'm definitely going to need that break at 1050 for me to take it seriously. I want to see a continued move from that 1050 all the way up and to reclaim VWAP, currently trading at $12.10 that VWAP is. So that's my plan on BCAN. If it can reclaim that level, I think we're back in play for the afternoon, definitely, and even possibly newer highs should the volume follow. But that's my plan on BCAN here. I really don't have anything else that I'm looking at, but what Prad just brought rum into my purview, and I'm definitely going to be watching that up 13.5% on the day. You know what I heard is happening to Rumble? Anytime apparently Andrew Tate is streaming and they're getting cyber attacked, and like people are trying to like make it crash and stuff like that. So I wonder if that's going to have any effect on the price. That's the only reason I mention it, right? Because
the price, I don't know, but like obviously anytime
shows vulnerability.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Yeah,
like,
I mean, dude, you can DDoS Twitter too if you wanted to.
DDoS. How
You
do
can
guys know
DDoS Twitter
this stuff?
too.
Where is this hacker?
DDoS?
Bro?
DDoS is not that big of a term. It means denial of services. What you do is you attack a server, which is what hosts the website. You attack a server with constant requests, back-to-back requests, and that overloads the server and it crashes it. So you could DDoS Discord, you could DDoS Twitter. You know, in Christmas, Anonymous actually DDoSed PS4, PlayStation networks.
Why?
Or not Anonymous. Some hacker DDoSed the PlayStation networks, and Anonymous comes out and they go, hey, stop messing with people's Christmas. There's kids' Christmas over here. You can't be taking down Sony networks like that. And that was the big story. So Anonymous, who are widely known hackers, actually came out and protected the gamers. So yeah, buddy, I love Anonymous for that. I wanted to show you guys a little something that I get to do live on the show. Not much often do I get to do this, but today we do. We get to ban a fake trader Prad off Discord, baby. Here we go. Ban this guy, suspicious of spam or account, ban everything from all the way up to 7 days, and reason for ban's already in there. So pull out the ban hammers in the chat, guys. Fake trader Pratt is getting kicked off the Discord.
Bye.
He's no longer gonna be in there. No scamming coming in, and that's what we do out here, baby. We work 24/7, catching the scammers, trying to help you guys out. And shout out to your boy Blind Jedi. He messaged me. He's like, hey, you want to do the honors live on the show? And hell yeah, I do want to do the honors live on the show. Let's go to HPQ, my short that's paying me off right now, 11 cents in the money, pushing to the downside while the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ turn back red today. They're turning back red, they're pushing back towards VWAP, but the overall trend in the market still looks like it wants to go to the north side, right? Let's see how we behave at VWAP over here on this pullback. Maybe we pull back a little bit below VWAP all the way up to the 100-period EMA, which would be the low of this range right here. The low of that range is around, let's say 38.70. 38.70 or so, I could see the market maybe pulling back there in case we break below VWAP. If we bounce out of VWAP, then maybe we actually see the 4K test coming in today. A lot of us are expecting the market to go sideways up to Wednesday, right? We're expecting the Fed to come in, give us that 0.75 or 100 beeps raise, and based off of that, I think we'll see a much clearer move on Wednesday. So today I'm keeping my size small. I'm not trying to take too much stress today. That way on Wednesday I'm not like, oh, I have to make back the money I lost today. Oh, I have to make back the money I lost tomorrow. I don't have to worry about making that money back on Wednesday at 2:30 when the trades come. I can just smash it and just make that money, keep that money, drink them beers.
There you go. What's that search that you do again for the Fed odds?
Fed rate tool.
Fed rate tool, that's it.
Royal Family Network.
I don't know.
That's what it says.
Fed rate tool.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay. So it's the first one, right? That CME group? Okay,
Yeah.
so let's see what we got going into Wednesday, guys. Okay, so odds definitely changed. If you recall, last week we had 38% 100 and 62% 75. That was for one of the days, and I think it adjusted back to like 80-20. Currently, we're at 86-14. Maybe that's the reason the market made an aggressive move today, because the odds, I have no idea. The odds changed here. So it looks like we're only 14% for 100% or 100 basis point hike. You know what I heard last week too, and I found this a little bit interesting, is like some people were saying, oh, you know, I think the Fed's gonna shy away from 100 BPS hike because it sends the wrong message to the market. And see, to me, like that shouldn't even be a consideration. The Fed's mandate is pretty clear. It's full employment and to keep price stability. It shouldn't really be concerned with what the market is doing. Obviously, you know, whether that plays out in reality or not is a whole different story. But, you know, forget about sending the wrong message, man. It's about getting price stability under control here. And we all know that the job market is still strong, still showing. Like, you're seeing some layoffs at big tech, but in terms of I want to say the lower paying jobs, there are still tons of jobs that are open, and you can see that you know, pretty clearly in any economic data that's coming out. So very interesting here on the readjustment 86.14. So we'll continue to keep an eye on that. And just as we got into that BCAN thing, it starts pulling back aggressively. I'm going to give this one room because I got in with small size. If it breaks that $9.10 level, which will be a new recent low, then I'll get out of it. In fact, let's just put that stop in now. We're going to put in 9.09, and then we're going to put $9 flat as our out, and that will be our out for everything. So watching BCAN here, I'm in a fight with BCAN. I keep losing on this one. I'm 0-2 on BCAN so far, so a little bit tough for me on BCAN right now. But what I see is higher highs and higher lows. My timing isn't right on it, Brad.
Yeah, Apple news coming in. Well-known Apple analysts suggesting that the company has shifted more of its production capacity to iPhone 14 Pro models from iPhone 14 due to stronger pre-order demand for the Pro model. I mean, yeah, we've seen... No, I just had the short. Man, I just had the short, and then once that news dropped, I punched out.
That's when the market's tanking.
But whatever, yeah, Apple is actually going to break 152 and might just head towards VWAP. I had that short at 152. As soon as I saw that news article coming in from Brendo, I punched out of that position. I thought there would be a nice volume candle coming in, but I should have just noticed the current volume candle that I punched into, which was a big red candle compared to the previous red candle. So yeah, market's looking to pull back a little bit more. Now our Roblox short that we are in is a 35-cent winner, and it is breaking low a day. Roblox might just break 37 over here. Let's see if we can get a 37 break. Extension on Roblox weakness continuing past all the way up to $35. I'm saying 35 because of these two bottom day, or these two lays bottom. September 1st bottom was around 36.60. I think we could see 35 today. A little bit of an iceberg order at 37 though. 37 only showing 67 lots on EdgeX, but it's they're taking a lot more size. Look at the amount of size that's printing on the level 2. You're seeing 100, 100, 100, 200, 200, 200, but the size on 37 doesn't really decrease by that much. So that's an iceberg order. For those of you who are wondering what an iceberg order is, they're showing a certain amount, but they're actually indicating to take a lot more size under it. And this is a way for big orders to hide the amount of size they really plan on taking. Look at that. It went down to 3 and it refreshed up to 23. And look at the amount of size they're taking on a liquid gateway. MM is, Chicago Stock Exchange regional only. What does that even mean to me? But it's printing on the 37. It's printing a lot of size. Let's see that size get taken out. This could mean two things, right? Someone's selling a ton of size to 37, and then someone at 37 is buying a ton of size. So who's going to be the winner? Who's going to be the big stack bully and drive it down or bounce it from here?
I heard, actually, my cousin sent me a text message this morning telling me the iPhone 14 is actually having trouble. So you know what? We'll talk more about that once we get back from Brendan, who's up at the big board for the EU close.
Hey guys, yeah, we're just awaiting some of the final prints to come in here for the European session that's wrapping up the day. We did go positive for the most part right across the board as far as markets are concerned, but it was only after the U.S. got open and started moving higher itself. So here's the way things wrapped up the day. 0.62 to the downside there for England. Not too many people in England paying any attention to the stock market there today, with an absolutely unprecedented event underway in the UK with the Queen's funeral, obviously. But 0.62 for the LSE downside, 0.92, almost a full percent higher than for Germany, France, Italy, all positive. Spain positive on the session as well. You can see Sweden almost got there, but downtick right at the end of the day. Big move down late in the day for the Turkish market as well, 6% at the end of the day when all was said and done. Pretty mixed though, similar to North America, guys. Back over to you.
Thanks for that, Brendo. Yeah, here's the was actually from Forbes. It was an article released earlier this morning. Says Apple confirms serious new problems for iPhone 14 buyers, and in the body of the article says, in a new support document, Apple has also admitted that iMessage and FaceTime might not complete activation in iPhone 14 and 14 Pro, and acknowledges that issues may still occur even after updating to iOS 16.0.1. Essentially, the problems here. There we go. The problems here are you can't receive iMessage or FaceTime calls. You see a green message bubble instead of a blue one when you send a message to another Apple device. Conversations and messages show up as two separate threads instead of one. Recipients see your messages coming from the wrong account, for example, from your email address, even if you had selected your phone number as your identifying one. So interesting there. Apple encountering some problems, and that's not really typical of Apple, if you know. Apple usually their products work quite seamlessly here. Looks like we're reclaiming that level that we got into on BCAN, but it's having issues stair-stepping up here. That could be from all the bag holders who held at higher levels, but we're definitely having issues breaking through key levels. We're above the 50 period, which is typically what I like for these small cappers. But even when we get to these levels, it's like the breakouts are anemic. That's number one. Number two, they sell off quite quickly, even though they break the level. So if this one doesn't show me something and show me something soon, I'm probably going to pull out of it. I'm break even on it at the moment, which is good, but I'm definitely looking to reclaim some more aggressive leveling here. Let's zoom out. So see, the 200 period is at 1150 and the VWAP is at 12. So we've got a couple of things to aim for here. We also can aim for this price level. This top peak was 1050. We're still at that 1005, 1012 level. So yeah, looks like it's going to be more of a waiting game on this one. For our short on Apple, we initiated a short on Apple as soon as Brendo sent in that message, and as we saw the market starting to pull back here, there we go. We're nicely in the money on our Apple short, looking to take our first profit taker here at that 1579 level. Are we going to get filled? There we go. We got filled. We covered a little bit. We're looking more towards that reclaiming of VWAP, that move down to VWAP, either VWAP or the 200 period. They're both quite close together at the moment, but nice short on Apple. You have to be patient on this one as it stair steps down, but bringing in the futures chart here, like I probably got in a little bit late, but what I like is that the fact that, you know, consolidated for a few minutes at VWAP, then it shot right back down. I'm not saying it's going to reclaim that, pull back to 38.53, but we definitely have levels to work with to the downside on this one, Brad.
Yeah, I'm just throwing a stop out for my brand new position on ZTO. The stock has been very weak today and now breaking the $26 bottom. Let's see if we can get an extension on a position that's already down 3% on the day and get a move to at least, 25.70, get a nice little 30-cent win on this trade. Not giving it too much risk, though. I'm giving it about a 5-cent risk above 26. Let's see if we're wrong on this position by giving it such a tight risk overall. I also want to talk about JWN. JWN on Thursday came out with the positive catalyst from Jefferies, actually. Jefferies coming in, upgrading JWN, saying that people are going to be looking to do major wardrobe upgrades, and Nordstrom is most likely to benefit from that the most. So JWN over here up 1.64% when the NASDAQ is now finally under VWAP, pulling back down 0.5%. S&P 500 also under VWAP, pulling back down about 0.37%. UVXY pulling above VWAP, taking itself to the positive direction, putting itself up 0.14%. You heard your boy Sean before before being put onto this show that he doesn't believe in the longs. So look at the market, right back into being red. Expect the market doing a lot of sideways action. What is going to my voice? expect the market to happen a lot of sideways action all the way going into FOMC.
Yeah, guys, just having a look here at which of the big six is really having the most effect on this pullback on the ES, and Apple is definitely not one of those. I mean, like, have a look at this, right? Like, let's compare. This is the ES right here. This is the chart of the ES on the left, the big one. And then look at the corresponding chart on Apple. They don't look as similar as the ES and Microsoft do, for example. So I feel like Microsoft, Google, Meta are probably more of the responsible bunch here, because Apple's starting to shoot back up on any strength. Apple finds a reason to go up, while the same is not true for the movement down. The movements down on Apple are quite anemic. I think Microsoft definitely here is the better short if the market continues to make a move to the sell side, maybe with Meta and Google actually. But Tesla, Apple, and Amazon look to be definitely stronger than the other three. So I'm not going to give this Apple much room here. I'm going to give it to about 152.25. If we break that 152.25, I'm going to be out of this one, even though, you know, I have some inclination to give it a bit more room, but I'm not going to do that. So let's flip to Apple here and go ahead and enter our stop at 152. Oops, we're going to put 26, and then we'll give it a bit more room to cover 152.31. So that's what we'll do on that. If we continue to make moves down and Apple starts becoming a little bit weaker, great. Otherwise, you know, it's definitely not. I'm not inclined to go against Apple. Apple looks too strong here to take for short. Going back to our BCAN trade, I'll be 0-3 on this one. Took the break up here for the break of that 1020 level, got rejected. I got stopped out again at $9.18, so a pretty big loser for me there. I'm 0-3. Very frustrating on this one. I just haven't had BCAN's number today. I think there's way too much overhead resistance. I can't glean any appropriate levels. The exponential moving averages are not being respected in the way that I'd like. So that'll be the last trade that I take on BCAN. I'm not going to give back any more money to this stupid stock. Let's go and look here at what we've got moving on my scanner. CDE consolidating a little bit now to the side. Let's see what ADN is up to. Do we got? Oh, okay. So ADN making a bit of a move. 2.3 million shares currently at the moment. Let's pull up the ADN chart so you guys can follow along. It's up 12 and almost 12.5% on the day. Made a bit of a late move. It didn't really get started. It kind of got started. No, so it made a nice bounce off the bell, pulled back, consolidated sideways for about an hour from 950 to 1050. Then it made an aggressive move up on good volume, on higher volume than you had at the open, mind you, eh? So nice move from 1050 period onward from that $3.72 level. Now we're basically at day's highs at $4.11. So ADN, that's definitely going to go on my watch list on the side. I'm going to take out BCAN. I'm going to put ADN, and I'm going to watch that one. Actually, Hollow's the one that I'm going to remove. Brad, what do you got?
Yeah, I'm watching mRNA and BNTX. So these stocks have been absolutely smacked to the downside today. I actually didn't even know what the catalyst was until like 10:30 or so. I was wondering why these stocks are going down, and thankfully Brankles, who's in the back over there, mentioned that yesterday President Biden came out and said the pandemic is over, or something along those words. I honestly, I wish any of the pre-market newsletters that I read like 4 of them, had this in them. None of them had this news in them, yeah. and I didn't know about the move that these stocks are gonna give today. 9% to the downside for mRNA, another big downside move for BNTX. I'm expecting the same thing for Pfizer also. So these stocks have been the COVID vaccination positions have been. Pfizer actually doing a lot better than mRNA and BNTX today.
Pfizer's got such a bigger portfolio and a pipeline than those two. Pfizer does everything.
Right.
You know what I
Okay.
mean? Like, yeah.
Okay. I mean, yeah, you worked in that industry a little bit, so you know a lot more about it than I do. So that's actually good information for me, because in the future, then I know that if anything else happens for COVID related, then Pfizer's most likely again to have relative strength behind it, because it didn't go down when it didn't go down, right?
Yeah.
So overall, man, yeah, these positions have been clapped today. mRNA, BNTX. For anyone who was able to get into the short position by actually knowing the news, congratulations. Just sucks that I didn't have the right article ready for myself to read in the morning today. But if I did, trust me, I would have smacked this position down. But that's fine. We're taking some profits on HPQ at the moment. HPQ is about 10 cents in the money. Also, Roblox. RBLX. There you go. Roblox is also a little bit in the money. Took some profits on that as the S&P 500 pulled back under VWAP, and the NASDAQ 2NQ/Z22CM also slightly pulling back under VWAP, but now we're seeing green candles on the 5-minute charts. What did I tell you? 100-period EMA bounce most likely on both of these markets. Woo. That's exactly what we're watching, baby. Prastrodrama strikes again.
Hey.
Now all the question is, did you make an execution out of it, or did you just watch me be right, chat?
Yeah, it looks like I'm going to cover, so I'm out of Apple here for a bit of an L on the remaining portion. I had 80% left at that point, so I'm 0 for 2 today on the show, guys, on stocks. Yeah, I'm not reading this market as well as I typically do. BCAN still halted. So yeah, I'm not going to take a short on Apple again. Neither Apple nor Tesla, I feel like that they are the stronger of the bunch today. But it's interesting. I was looking for some Taiwan stocks today to be moving up, and the reason is because Papa Biden, in addition to proclaiming that the pandemic was over, he was also asked, would American troops intervene should Taiwan be attacked? And he's like, yes. And so my first thing was just shut your mouth, right? Like, quiet down, stop getting us into conflicts. We don't talk about politics on the show, but I'm trying to relate it to a market issue here. So I looked at Taiwan Semiconductor, it's flat on the day, basically. Like, it's down 0.69%, up 1% since the open. So not much of a move off Taiwan stocks. Apple making an aggressive move back up. Like, look at this. Let's compare these charts here. Okay, so this is the high of day for Apple at 152.81. It's currently trading at 152.50. This is the high of day for the ES, 39.04. It's currently trading at 38.81. There's no proportionate moves between the ES and Apple. Apple's clearly stronger of the bunch today. So if anything, I'm looking long Apple now on any bounces on the ES, and maybe I'll take shorts on Microsoft. So yeah, let me bring this down so the guys can look at it here. Like, look at this chart here on Apple. This is the bounce back up, the recent 5-10 minute bounce on the ES, and then look at it on Microsoft. Much more anemic on Microsoft, much more robust on Apple. So that's my plan going into the afternoon, because we really don't have much in terms of small caps here to trade. So the big caps will definitely be on my radar, and I'm going to look to short Microsoft and long Apple at any opportunities, Brad.
Yes, sir. The big tech's always something to rely on, especially in a day like today when there's not much going on. Some good volume coming in for at least your stocks such as your Apples and your Microsofts. Apple today, look at that trajectory straight north side. Thank goodness that I actually jumped out of my short now. Hindsight's always 20/20. So in hindsight, I'm a genius trader because I jumped out and now it's moving back to the upside. But in that moment, I was not a genius trader. I felt like a poopy trader. I was pretty upset that I jumped out of that poopy trader because I jumped out. I would have got like 30 cents, and I was complaining about missing out on 30 cents, and here I am squeezing against me 50 cents, and I'm going, look at me, I'm a genius, right? So obviously hindsight's always 20/20. I want to go to NFLX because someone in chat mentioned that stock from earlier. I think NFLX actually had Netflix actually had an upgrade today, and also did have an upgrade last week too, because people are under the idea that that their ad-supported tier will be doing good things in the future. So lots of upgrades coming in. Your boy Billy Huang, no, not Bill Huang. What's his name? Bill Huang was my old boss at Archegos, but what was I don't work at Archegos.
That got arrested?
Yes.
Yeah. Bill Wang,
that was not my boss, nor did I ever work at Archegos.
What's the news on Bill Wang?
Not Bill Wang. I'm thinking about the other guy who invested in, he's also Bill something. He invested in Netflix at 400 and he took a loss at 200. Ackman, thank you. Bill Ackman. So, he's probably crying now thinking that these stocks are moving back up and whatnot. Netflix, man, that was his call out. And in my mind, obviously not my money. So in my mind, I was like, yo, hold on to it, bro. Hold on to it. Don't sell. But, eventually sometimes a loss gets too big and you do have to close the position. Here's Netflix, though. I think Netflix is still doing pretty decent, man, as long as it's above the $200 area. Recently, I've been back on the Netflix grind, watching whatever I can watch on Netflix just so I could go to bed at night. And also the Game of Thrones. Oh boy.
Oh yeah, you're on that.
The Game of Thrones is HBO though, it's not Netflix, it's HBO. But the whole idea of these TV shows and these series that come out on HBO and even Prime, they come out weekly. But my boy Netflix, they give it to me all at once, and I get to binge it. Netflix usually, it's very rare that Netflix does it weekly. Very rare. They might have done it here or there, but very rare. They just give it to you to binge the crap out of it, and that's why I like Netflix, man. I love Netflix. But HBO for sure has the better shows, without doubt. Without doubt.
Yeah. I got to give a shout out to Prime. I know Prime gets cut up a lot for lacking content, but if you watched Thursday Night Football last week, they had a pretty professional broadcast there. They brought in some heavy guns. They brought in Tony Gonzalez, Richard Sherman, Ryan Fitzpatrick. So a couple of good analysts. Anybody who follows Ryan Fitzpatrick knows that he's an intellectual cat, having gone to Harvard. So they had a nice little broadcast there, and so I give them credit. I know they're trying to throw their hat into multiple rings here, but I definitely enjoyed that. But the thing is, in Canada, we have something called Crave, and I believe Crave is owned by Bell.
Yeah, I think so.
It's owned by Bell Technologies, Bell Communications, sorry. And Crave kind of consolidates all these bigger shows into one area, whereas you guys would have to have Stars and then maybe Prime and then HBO Max. Crave kind of has all of those on one platform. So that's kind of a benefit of being up in Canada, that we don't have to get as many. Now, that's not the same thing
honestly,
for the sports.
man, YouTube TV is a big thing now. YouTube TV, you pay $60 in the US and you get all of those things.
Yeah, we were talking about it last
YouTube
week.
TV is nuts, and I'm pretty jealous that I don't have YouTube TV in Canada. But you know what? I still love Canada till the death of me. But we're going to go to our boy Brendo at the big screen for
Social sentiment.
Sector Watch.
My bad.
Hey guys, yeah, well, there we go. We'll get you updated on what's leading the market right now. And it's going to be the NASDAQ once again. Here comes the board for the NASDAQ. A very, very mixed one right now. Some strength that's worth noting down here in the utilities, consumer staple, industrial, and consumer discretionary names. But otherwise, pretty red right across the entire thing. Some Chinese weakness coming back into play today. PDD, 2% downside so far. JD, on the other hand, though, 1.5% in positive territory. Look at the EV group going the opposite direction. Tesla's positive 1.3, Lucid down 2.3 on the day. We were talking about some of the travel names. If you joined us early on this morning, there's Marriott still holding on to 1.3% to the upside. Communication stocks, all of them, count them, all of them negative on the session on the day. Matched leading CHTR, Netflix here, 1.6 downside. Goog and Google on this board as well. If you're wondering, that's Moderna. Yeah, Joe Biden on 60 Minutes last night saying COVID is over officially. That seems to be the only real reason for a big move down in Moderna shares today. DXCM, ALGN also 4% plus downside. These are all the tech names, traditional tech names. Semiconductors over here, some of the software names as well, all mostly in negative territory. So back to 0.3 in the red for the NASDAQ, guys. Back over to you.
Make sure Gabriel Davis plays, says Neil. I'm actually asking him a betting odds for today. What did I say? 300 plus passing yards for Josh Allen.
Yep.
So if as long as someone Gabriel plays, I think I'm good to make that bet. We're gonna do our research later on. Sharif was also saying, to do some research on Tennessee's defense. Yeah, guys, the reason why we're doing a lot of sports talk is the market's not really giving us any trades at the moment, honestly. So you guys might get, or you ladies, guys, and girls might get a little annoyed because we're just going back to stocks. But But here, I'll move us away from stocks because I think Sharif wanted to say something for his team. So for a second, Sharif, you go for it.
No, you know how I am. Anybody who watches the show knows that I'm gonna brag when Arsenal wins, and I brag even more when the Cowboys win. Now, if you guys saw the Cowboys game, we're lucky to be walking away with a W there. I mean, the first 2 drives made Cooper Rush look like a damn genius. He was throwing darts down the field. Zeke was picking up 8 or 9 on every touch. That looked fantastic to me. Then basically from the 3rd drive onwards, it looked anemic. I mean, we had trouble moving the ball. Play calling by Kellen Moore was a little suspect going into the 2nd and 3rd quarters. But hey, man, you know, a win's a win. And I know Jerry Jones just wants to, he doesn't care how we win. He just wants those W's until Dak gets back. And now word on the street, you know, I'm sure you guys heard this too. Word on the street is Dak may be back way earlier than actually anticipated early on. It was, I believe the estimate was a 6 to 8 week hiatus for the
Zeke is a bum.
Look, I'm not going to call Zeke a bum, and anybody who calls Zeke a bum obviously is not a student of the game, but is he the same player?
Oh, you're calling Neil not a student of the game?
He is not the same person he was 3 years ago, and I'll give you that. But Tony Pollard is not an every down back, though, Neil. Neil's saying that, I just want to update the viewers. Yeah. Well, definitely. I kind of agree with you on that. Memphis is... Yeah. I think Memphis definitely gets underlooked because they are not the Cowboys. So, you know, their players are obviously not going to have as much exposure. But I think Zeke, you know, he tries to train in the offseason. He tries to bring back his physique from 3-4 years ago. He's not the same back that he was in 2017. He's not the same back he was in 2018. With respect to the Tony Pollard argument, I got to tell you that I don't think Tony can take contact all that well. Anytime he gets touched, it's you know, he flies back. He doesn't have the same body mass that Zeke does. But can he move? Oh, he can definitely move. He's explosive. He's also a good receiving back. Although I didn't see too many passes to Tony yesterday, I would have definitely liked to see a little bit more of a Kamara-style backfield where they throw the ball. You know, to Tony, they didn't do that. Kellen Moore's play calling yesterday was definitely not my favorite. But a win's a win, and it's a win against the team that was in the Super Bowl last year. So that's not a small amount. Neil's looking at me. He's just like, yeah. You be happy with your win while my Bills go to the Super Bowl. And definitely, I'll tell you, I'm going to be cheering for the Bills this year if they make a playoff run. Obviously, being from Toronto, Buffalo is like a throw stone away. So you got to cheer for the Bills and hope maybe some of that money will find its way to a new stadium because their stadium sucks. Right. All right. So now I'm going to send it to Prad real quick while I try to discern what BCAN is up to here because it just halted it to the upside.
I'm having a full-out mental debate with myself. You know, I got the devil on my shoulder. I got the angel on my shoulder. They're both going at each other. One is saying BNTX is going to break 132. That's the devil in my ear saying, hey, go short, go short. And the angel's like, stop it. It's already down 9%. Stop being dumb. This market's at VWAP. It's just hanging out by VWAP. There's nothing going on. Just take your money and hold on to it. But you know, now in between, it's me who has to really make the decision and actually click the keys in order to see what I want to do. Mm-hmm. So I think I'm gonna be patient over here. I'm gonna wait for volume to come back in. 700,000 shares traded today on BNTX. That puts it at a relative volume of what? BNTX at 1.90 relative volume. So good relative volume over there too. But you know, I'm having such a big battle. Instead of continuously looking at BNTX, you know what? BNTX could go down to that marker where it triggers SSR and then bounces from it. So maybe it has 1% drop in it, but the risk to reward on BNTX itself is so ridiculous sometimes because the spread will open up. I don't want to deal with it. I'm going back to Coinbase because Coinbase, I had a good little short at $70. But obviously I told you I got stopped out. I think I could have gotten back on Coinbase. So sorry, not Roblox. I could have gotten back around $71 when it had a weak break of 71. Again, I'm hindsight Henry right now, man. I'm hindsight Henry. I'm hindsight Harold. I'm hindsight whatever name starts with the H, right? I'm absolutely hindsighting the crap out of this trade. I could have gotten back around VWAP, probably gotten stopped out, gotten back at a 50-period EMA, probably not got stopped out, and gotten back into a big winner on Coinbase, which is now breaking the low a day and getting pushed down right back to the south side with the help of the NASDAQ market, which looks like it wants to reject VWAP. NQ/Z22CM looks like it wants to reject VWAP and pull back. Let's see if it can bounce off the 100-period EMA or not. You got to watch the cryptocurrency market, though, if you're trading Coinbase. Cryptocurrency market over weekend dropped, or I think yesterday, actually, while we were watching football, my buddy goes, Bitcoin dropped $500. So Bitcoin dropped about a good $500 yesterday in the middle of the day, putting it down about 1.69% now. Ethereum actually positive, Solana positive, Cardano barely negative, Dogecoin barely positive, Shiba positive. A little bit of a mixed basket for your cryptocurrencies, and that put the whole cryptocurrency realm in fear. You had articles coming out for Coinbase downgrades. You had articles coming out for MSTR fear too, which is probably the biggest Bitcoin holding out there. So with all those fears, Coinbase today down about, I just lost it. How much was Coinbase down? About 7% on the day. So 3 more percent down for Coinbase triggers SSR. SSR means you cannot short the stock by taking out the liquidity on the bids. You have to wait on the ask for the stock to go higher for you to get short.
I remember when we were talking about whether MSTR was going to survive bankruptcy or not. I remember that it had gotten to a point where if Bitcoin made a newer low, that they were going to get margin called. I don't recall the price at which that was the case, but yeah, you got to worry about MSTR here. I was talking to Wayne the Brain earlier this morning on the way to work, and he was telling me, you know, that and it made a lot of sense that the move up in Bitcoin last week probably had a lot to do with the Ether news, and it was sort of like sell the news. Buy the rumor, sell the news, or it wasn't really a rumor. It was like buying up to the actual merging date and then sell after that. And it kind of looks like a little bit of what happened today. Let's look quickly at the Bitcoin chart before we send it up to Brendo. Here's the BTC. Yeah, it looks like we made high a day at 19,437. Now we're pulling back into that 19,100 level. But we'll talk more about that once we get back from Brendo at the big desk with happening now.
Hey guys, as we head into lunch hour, let's get you caught up on where we're at right now. This was the headline ruling the market so far today. Yeah, yields up big time, back to almost 3.52 on the 10-year currently. 2-year near highs as well, still extremely inverted, if you were wondering, for both as well. Stocks bouncing, or trying to anyways. It's a mixed board right now. We did see a little bit of positivity in the form of the Dow briefly. Going back a few minutes ago, we did get back to positive, but negative 0.14 right now. 0.23 there for the S&P. The Russell, all three of them still negative. 1, 2, and 3,000. NASDAQ Composite and the 100, 0.4 and 0.13 downside. Here in Toronto, it's worth noting we are positive. Some gold stocks, mining companies as well. I noted showing a little bit of strength. If you're with us in the pre-market, we were talking about this one, Apple. There was that note that came out from very well-known analyst over in the Asian region talking about their production. They've shifted some of the capacity over to the i14 Pro models versus the normal one because of pre-order strength and pre-orders coming through for the Pro specifically. Tesla back to the downside ever so slightly. Nice move for Tesla though. 300 up to 310 right out of the gate, guys. Back to you.
Tesla selling off now, says Sharif.
Yeah, I just wanted to address something real quick in the chat. Ali says Michael Saylor's average price for BTC is at 22K. Not sure if that's accurate or not. I'm not, you know, disclaiming that.
But
either.
If you ask Aunt Kathy, it's like 100K by the end of the year.
Yeah. No, I'm trying to say, I'm wondering if it's actually 22K. Was that him averaging down lately? Because I distinctly remember it being a little bit higher than that, but I could be wrong because, you know, it had been above 20K for quite some time. You know, 30, 40, 50, and then it moved up to all the way to 69. In any event, yeah, I want to mention that about MSTR. that that he was looking at a margin call going into that recent dip that we had in May and June with respect to crypto. The stock holding up a lot better. You'll recall that I think we got down to that 125 level on MSTR. Let's pull up MSTR here so you guys can look at the daily chart on MSTR. There we go. So let's load up the daily here and have a quick look. There we go. So currently trading at 195.98, so basically 197. The lows of these two, look at that double bottom there. Yeah, it's in the 133 areas. Didn't quite hit 125. That $133, $134 area, and that was back mid-June and mid-May. So it looks like it double bottomed about a month apart. I'm not sure what his position is now if he was adding to his portfolio at these prices, because we've been depressed for quite some time. Maybe he picked some up in the 18s. Who knows? I guess we'll find out once he discloses in his financial document. But yeah, looking at Apple here, continuing to make a move down. We're seeing lower highs on Apple and possibly lower lows here, depending if we can break this 150, 175 level. Apple was definitely the stronger of the bunch earlier on. Is that going to be the same going into the afternoon period? So my eyes on Apple. I don't know why, but I'm fixated on Apple today. Maybe because I've traded it and I haven't been profitable, and I want to get my revenge, Brad.
You use a terminology that as soon as I use it, I stop trading that stock. But that's just me. That's just me. As soon as I use some key words in my vocabulary that I know will lead me to the dark path, I immediately stop looking at those stocks. I want to address a comment from the chat. The comment is from iDiddy in the MIDI. He goes, yo, what's with you guys calling everyone uncle, aunt, daddy?
Because it's fun.
It's fun, and they're all family, man.
Yeah.
We're all one big family in this market.
And don't forget Papa. Papa
Powell,
yeah.
Right? So we're all one big family in this market, but I want to bring it back a little to my Indian culture. You know, back home in India, everyone's an uncle and an auntie, even if they're not family members. You're walking outside, hello 100%. Uncle, hello auntie. It's just out of respect. So it's out of respect. You know, Neil is my uncle, says Paul. So yeah, it's just like a daddy pratty. Like I don't want to be called daddy. You know, I don't want kids anytime soon. What's that?
Klopp in the chat says, is Pelosi mama?
No, that's grandma. That's Grandma Pelosi. But you know, like it's all for fun and games. It's all for fun and games. Pratt is my uncle. Hey, I'm actually an uncle now, so yeah, I could be an uncle.
Yeah, Pratt.
Yeah.
But it's Pratt uncle in Indian. You say
Uncle Pratt.
No, don't you say?
Oh, Pratt uncle. It is. Yeah, you're right. You say. Yeah, you're right. Like, yeah. You're right. Look at this guy. Is that like a little bit of like? Have you done that in Egypt or whatever? Is that like no?
Like I had like Gujarati boys, Punjabi.
No.
Boys.
Like what did they do?
You just say uncle.
They do that too. Yeah. See, it happens in multiple cultures, man. Multiple cultures. So that's just where it comes from. That's just where it stems from. We're giving respect to people who might not deserve that much respect, but we'll give it to them anyways. You know, give respect, take respect. I want to talk about Tesla now. Tesla apparently actually ramping up their deliveries in Shanghai. They are going bonkers and trying to really ramp up their deliveries. I think the number was 25,900 a month.
Holy,
or
Apple is
something.
tanking, bro.
Yeah, markets are going down, boys. Markets are pushing down. If you have anything short, hold on to it. If you have anything long, maybe think about covering some. Currently, speaking of which, I might go cover some of my MGM has yet to break VWAP, so I'm going to move my stop to 34. If it breaks 34, we will get out of that trade. And CDE, I'm pretty much done with this trade for now. This trade is not going any much further than I talked about earlier. NIO is pulling back down too. I think we're going to be done with this trade over here. Thank you, NIO, for a big trade for me. But now we're going to go manage our other trades, which are the shorts ones, ZTO and Roblox, baby, and HPQ, all of them pushing to the downside. Time to cash.
I just want to address some of the people in the chat here. Loud saying MicroStrategy Chief Financial Officer previously highlighted in May that if Bitcoin was to drop below 21,000, it could trigger a margin call. I'm not sure if that's still the case because he may have.
Yeah, no, they changed that. They changed that.
Right? Yeah, I think that's probably accurate because we've been at such depressed levels lately that, you know, he probably had the opportunity.
They bought the dip again.
Exactly, to buy the dip. And then Ali says he's going down with the BTC ship. Yeah, I guess we'll have to see. Market Crash Dummy says Saylor came out about a month or two ago and said he could sustain BTC as low as 4K. He would just have to leverage his assets to keep his position. I think his average is closer to 31K. Again, we're reading these out. I don't know how accurate these are, but thank you again for putting it in the chat.
Funny story about market crash dummies. One day, I randomly hop into this Twitter space call. You know what Twitter spaces are?
No.
So one day I randomly hop into this Twitter space call. You probably is not going to like me saying this, but anyways. Hop into this Twitter space call. What Twitter spaces are is like you hang out with a bunch of people. It's like a Skype voice call or a Discord voice call. You just sit there, talk to a bunch of people, and this was me.
I remember this.
This was me trying to like build my my Twitter base a little bit, to build my Twitter base. But then I eventually realized like Twitter spaces are just people yelling at each other. I can't do this. I can't. I'm yelling at them and I can't do this. I'm gonna hop out.
All right.
Anyways, I jump into this call randomly. Market crash dummies goes one day in the Twitter space. He goes, "Is that Trader Prad?" And I'm not even. This was like slowly getting to Trader Prad status. And he goes, "Is that Trader Prad?" And yeah, man, it was crazy to meet one of the viewers in Twitter Spaces. It's like almost as close to when Luca met that Uber driver, and Uber driver was like, "Luca."
No way.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
An Uber guy on a bike delivering food was like, "Luca."
I kind of did that same thing to Arun, and I'm going to shout out Arun here. I'm not going to say which gym that I met him at, but yeah, I was at the gym, and then I looked over, and I did a double take. I'm like, you know how you recognize somebody, but you didn't realize right away that you don't know them, and like they don't know you, and you should probably introduce your. Anyway, so I yelled out his name, like, Arun? And he just looked at me with this bewildered look, like, and he's like, yes. I'm like, yeah. And then I obviously introduced myself. I'm like, yeah, you don't know me. I'm a big fan. I watch Trader TV Live. This is before I even worked at the firm here, guys. And yeah, man, we had a long conversation ever since then. Arun's been giving me solid advice. He's a hell of a guy. Obviously, he knows his stuff more than basically anybody I've really met, to be honest with you. But yeah, hell of a guy in real life, too, and very, very accommodating. We'll sit there, take the time to speak with you, and allows you to reach out at times where, you know, where you need something. So it's not just in the moment type thing. So shout out to Arun for that. Apple just kind of reclaimed the entire aggressive down move that it made. Look at this, guys, here. We dipped down. Look, the aggressive move started at that 115.11, and then we dipped down to 151.42, and we were reclaiming all those levels. So a very aggressive sell-off there, but a really aggressive buyback. And the same thing is corresponded here on the ES. If you have a look, there is an aggressive sell-off and the buyback. But the thing to note here is that we're really flirting with that VWAP. We're not holding it to a T. We're breaking above it and below it, but we're in and around that area. So watch how it acts and use VWAP as your kind of your guide. But also these levels that we talked to you earlier before I send it back to Prad. I'm watching that 3886 level and 3904. And then to the downside, I also have that 3853, just to reiterate for anybody who missed it.
Just covering my positions over here on ZTO and taking more profits on across the board, such as Roblox and everything too. Let's actually bring back to Arun for a second. Arun actually updated us on some of the futures levels for today that we can take a look at. So let me read out these levels real quick. If the 3850, hello. ES/Z22CM. There we go. I can't type, man. It's a Monday. It's a bug of the Mondays. You know, you make a little bit of keystrokes, you make a little this and all that, a little bit of problems, but no excuses, only answers, right? Anyways, 3850 to 3845 low holds. We could get up for a little bit of a bounce up to 3900. If not, expect the fade towards 3800. So 3850 to 3840 did manage to hold over here to the downside for the market, and hence we got that nice little bounce up to 3900, as Arun mentioned on the morning show, probably for those of you who were tuned in, or maybe House Hippo actually just asked Arun, and House Hippo is Ian for those of you who are wondering. Maybe he just asked Arun and he told him. But the overall idea is still standing true. 3900 barrier, 3850 support, market diddling in the middle.
In the middle, guys. We want to pull up a screen here just so you know, so that we can remind you guys what's going on in the EPL table. Guys, have a look at this. Let me zoom in for you in case you can't see it that well. There we go. Arsenal is number one. Uno, number one, all alone. Another big 3-0 win over Brentford yesterday. And anybody who's been following the Prem knows that Brentford is not no pushover. They beat United 4-0 ski, I believe, back in earlier matches here. Currently 9th in the table, and we beat them on their field, guys. It was an impeccable performance by Arsenal, and I expect more. I expect a lot more, even with that game with Liverpool coming up in about a couple of weeks. We all know Liverpool hasn't looked the part this year. And who's this person? MFM. Man United demolished Arsenal. I got to take issue with that. Yeah, you guys won 3-1, but number one, I think we played a little bit better than you guys. You guys definitely captured the moment by seizing on the opportunities that you guys had, and they were all on the counter. But hey, you know, you guys won that day. Let's see. It's a 38 match season, so we'll see who's on top or who higher up in the table at the end of those 38 matches. Obviously, we got the international break coming up for a week, and then we also have the hiatus, the month hiatus for the World Cup. So it's going to be interesting to see if Arsenal can stay healthy into that period, and whether or not City doesn't look like they're giving up too much here. And that's the thing about City, man. They keep winning, and they win big, and they win decisively, and they have that beast of a human being, Erling Haaland. A beast of a human being. Anybody knows. Erling Haaland in the Prem right now is just, he's untouchable. And the thing is, too, like, I don't even think he was playing this well in the Bundesliga last year. And anybody knows, the Prem is definitely a more competitive league than the Bundesliga. So for him to be doing what he's doing, I guess he's got better team to feed him the ball. So I'm not going to look for you for that, because I know that you don't care that much.
About soccer? Yeah, I don't really know any teams or players like that. I wish I could. I'm your fake sports fan, man. Listen, if I have money on it, I'll watch it. If I don't, then I really don't. I mean, I don't want to say I don't care, but the chances are I really don't care. You know, if there's money on the line for me, then I got some skin in there. Then I got something to really worry about. Then I got something to care about. I'm your fake sports fan, guys. The only sports I care about are really and UFC, because then I get to watch people get their face bashed in while I'm putting some money on the table there too. I've been getting into more MMAs and everything. But anyways, let's move on from sports here a second, because I'm actually trying to focus on MRNA. MRNA has been extremely weak today, pushing down to $124, not really breaking 124 yet, and this would trigger the SSR system for MRNA. So what I'm trying to do is just trying to take a quick little long scalp on this position in front of 124. I'm long 124.10. Let's see if I can get a nice little pump up to the north side on MRNA up to 125 or 126. Already in the money, 18 to 20 cents on this position. Looks like it does want to pay me some money on the long side. So let's go MRNA. If that's the case for MRNA, then there's a good chance that we could get a win on BNTX too. But BNTX, you know, I don't have much experience trading BNTX. I don't really know how spready it can get. I know MRNA can get a little spready, so and how it moves too. I have experience trading MRNA for a good while. MRNA was actually on my no-fly zone. No-fly zone meaning no trade zone, no trade stock. This was on my blacklist. I would not touch this position no matter what, because I would just continue to lose on it. This was back when the stock was $400 or $500, and I would be an absolute perma bear, just trying to short the stock every day, and it wouldn't work out. But now that we're at 124, I mean, look, I'm such a contrarian trader, right? The stock has such a negative catalyst behind it, and here I am trying to go long, but I just don't believe that we're going to see a bigger negative movement on MRNA today, at least not for the next hour or so, right? I can see a pump coming here to the north side to 125, 126, give me $1 per share winner. Look at that. I see some longs coming in front of me. No, as soon as I say that, we see people covering their longs. Stop covering, hold the bags. We're going to go to the moon. Okay, maybe not the moon, but at least we're going to get $1 per share winner out of it. We're seeing the bid step up, and we're seeing the ask also step up with it. Not anymore. Never mind on that side. But I want to go to GRAB. Let's go to Grab, because Grab has been on my scanners every single day to the downside. But today, Grab is actually showing up to the upside. And here it was at $3 when it showed up originally. I was talking to Sharif about it at 10:35, 11 o'clock. I was like, there's probably a good long coming in over here on GRAB. Missed out on that position. Obviously, the risk wasn't that drastic. The risk was 5 cents below $3, and you would have already been 1:1 when it pushed up to 305, 2:1 when it pushed up to 3010, and then 3:1 when you pushed up to 315. So multiple risk to reward units coming in for a good $3 stock, GRAB. We're watching ZTO still get pushed to the downside. So ZTO is once again getting back to $26. We are short 26.13, so that's a good note for us. Let's actually cover some size over here just for fun. Get that liquidity where it's possible and take some size out in ranges where profits are being offered. mRNA still moving north, baby. Now we're at 124.40 on mRNA. Can we actually see 124.50? And I can't wait to see 125 because that would be amazing. We're long 124.10. Seeing 125 would be almost $1 per share winner.
Yeah, guys, not much in our trading world here, but I'm still watching BCAN. It's flirting around that 50-period moving average now and holding 9, but you know the volume isn't there. The price action obviously is not there. So I'm going to continue to watch it for a decisive break of 10 and hopefully a break above 10.50. That's clear resistance here. That's top wick at this 11 o'clock time slot here. That's you know, the most recent high, put it that way. Otherwise, I don't have much going on. I see in my side chart that SHPH reclaimed VWAP. Let's flip out of Apple here and go to SHPH real quick. There we go. So there's that reclaim of VWAP. I mean, earlier in the day, we made a move up to that $10.20 level, but the volume, yeah, you know, the volume is starting to pick up here. Look at this area here where volume really declined, especially during that consolidation period at the 200 EMA. It was below VWAP. It reclaimed it, bounced back off it. So it looks like a decent move as Brad just tried to tax my phone there for a second. But anyway, we're looking for, you know, some decisive movement and volume to come into this one. We want to punch along. Another play in here would be to take the dip off VWAP to put in order at that 950, 945 area, price-wise, not time-wise. And then look for a movement back up into that 10 or that 10, I think top wick we said was at $10.20 area, yeah. So interesting play here off SHPH, up 7.25% on the day. And just as I say that, a stock by the name of VTAQ just halted to the upside. Let's have a look at VTAQ. And if there's anything we can glean, is that a NASDAQ stock? I got to scroll up to find out. Yes, it is. VTAQ, there we go. Halted as we can see here. Let's go zoom out so we can look at the daily chart and figure out some movement or some price levels on this guy here. Okay, so it's another, oh no, it's got price action going way back. Was this a SPAC or something? Let me look here. What does it say about VTAQ? It's a blank check company. That's what I thought. Because it consolidated so long around that $10 level, it immediately raised my suspicion that it was a SPAC. You can tell here. Look at this. Almost for months and months and months, it was consolidating around $10 level. That usually gives you an indication that it was a SPAC. I'm not really too sure what's justifying the dip down to $4.05. It hasn't de-SPAC'd at all. The company is formed for the purpose of effecting a merger share exchange. Do you know, and I'm going to ask you this, I hope I don't put you on the spot,
yeah.
But SPACs have to stay in and around $10, right?
Yeah.
So if they're in and around $10, how can it move down to that $4.50 range here? Like, look at this chart. Like, let me zoom out here.
It is possible, like, they announced, like, you know, they don't really have the buying power to, like, buy a company, or, like, you know, they previously might have announced X amount of dollars to be able to buy whatever, but that's not really true. And now I'm just speculating here, right? Like, why would a company that's about to SPAC just randomly have a drop like that? I think that's the only thing that I could wrap my head around with.
Yeah, looks like we got some information here from the 14th of September. Stockholders approved proposed business combination with Presto. Okay.
What?
I don't think it's our Presto.
I think that's our Presto.
You think so? Let's read on. A publicly traded special purpose acquisition company today announced with Ventuex stockholders that approved its proposed merger with a la carte.
Labor automation
Presto.
Technology. Oh, and the hospitality.
No, that's completely different, yeah. Okay, but approximately 99% of the votes cast in the special meeting, 80%, okay. I mean, I don't think that that's going to have an effect. That was from the 14th. Today is what? Today is the 19th.
Yeah.
Interesting. So I'm not really too sure what's justifying the move down this back. Maybe I need to look. Let's see what Ali is saying. That means the original investors are taking a hit. Redemption day is probably over. That's okay. That makes more sense. Gorno. Let's find out if redemption day is actually over. But hold on, Gorno. Doesn't the redemption day happen after it de-SPACs? And once it de-SPACs, doesn't it take a new ticker? Like it doesn't go with VTAQ. Like remember how CCIV was, how Polestar was. Like they always change their name. And then at some point after that, it de-SPACs. Or sorry, at some point after that, the redemption date is expired. But hey, I have no idea. I want to definitely look more into VTAQ. Anyway, it's halted to the upside. Let's see if we can see when it's going to unhalt here. I think we've got another minute left before it unhalts. Okay, so let's see what Gorno says here. Gorno says VAD redemption date likely over. No, it doesn't happen. Investors have time to decide right beforehand, not after. Okay, you're absolutely right. I think 30 days for the warrant redemption is up to 5 years. Okay, well, we'll see. We'll see what this one does. I personally don't have anything on my news feed to justify the movement. Nothing's coming up other than to alert me that there's been a circuit breaker halt. So anybody with news on VTAQ, I definitely appreciate it if you put that in the chat. But while that one takes its sweet time to open, we can look back at BCAN and see that it's done absolutely nothing. In addition to the futures as well, who continue to consolidate sideways, holding VWAP like a glove. So not much in terms of trade world here. Gorno actually says in the chat here, warrant redemption, yes, they have years, but those are worthless at 10 bucks if price is 6. And that's what I'm saying. Usually, the SPAC will find its way back up to $10. And I've never really understood exactly how that mechanism has worked. I mean, if the market dictates that the price should go lower than $10, like you often see SPACs flirting with that 9.25 or 9.5, and then it'll, pop up above 10 for a little bit, 10.25, 10.5. But it always flirts with that level. I've never really seen a SPAC go to $4. You know what I mean? That just hasn't been my experience. I could be wrong, Brad.
I am trying to build into a MDB short, but they keep running away from me, and it's annoying the crap out of me. So I actually had a short originally. They squeezed a little bit against me. I punched out, and I'm trying to get a better average, and now they keep running away from me. It's a little frustrating, honestly, but I'm not going to let that tilt me like it did on Friday. Yeah, I'm not going to let that tilt me like it did on Friday just because the stock's running away from me. We're still up on the day. We want to continue being up on the day, and that can only happen now. Look at that. The spread just opened up $1 on MongoDB, and it is getting ready to go push to the downside, so we're not going to bother chasing this position anymore. I'm just going to leave my order hanging out there at 217, and if they give me that fill, awesome. If not, then that's it. That's not chasing that position for myself. Market's still hanging by VWAP, so that means most of my trades are not doing anything. RBLX still hanging out in the low of the ranges, in the money 20 pennies. HPQ also in the money by 12 pennies. ZTO in the money by 9 pennies. MGM bouncing off of VWAP continuously, putting me 16, 17 pennies in the money. Moderna actually stopped us out by pushing down under 124 slightly, but not continuing under 124. I punched right back in for my second attempt on it. I'm okay taking at least 2 more attempts on this trade. After that, we're done with it. If it wants to continue going to the downside, then it can do so very easily. So we don't want to get stuck into that trade. We're keeping our risk very tight over here and trying to get the nice risk to reward play out of $124 stock. So be very careful for those of you who are just blindly following around in said positions. Lucid Motors continuing to extend to the downside, down already 4.5% today. Sorry, 4.12, 4.20% today, coming to the downside. Let's see if we can break 1550. 1550 has a little bit of size on the book, not too much size, but a little bit of size on the book. Maybe we break that and actually have a move all the way down to 1450. Look at that big volume candle on Lucid Motors on Friday. That big, I don't know what that candle formation would be called, but what that candle entails is that there was not much trading that happened above $16.30. Most of the trading that happened above $16.30 was just bearish pressure pushing the stock to the downside.
Yeah, long here, VTAQ at $6.87. Going to be super tight with this one on my stop. I won't let it break. There we go. So that we're out of that one. broke for 650. I looked for the break of 650 on that. That might be a mistake, but I might have given it more room. But I played off the halt level on that one. Thank God I got out where I did. There we go. It starts to sell off. Baby long there, so not much of a hit on that one. Gorno says here, I was a huge SPAC investor, and I can guarantee that the reason for that dump is the end of redemption period right before the ticker change. Investors had to file to redeem for 10. Okay, I see what you're saying there. I'll have to look into that, but that does make actually quite a bit of sense. I didn't know that I don't know the actual mechanics of how you redeem back for that $10 guarantee, because we all know how the SPACs work here, in that if it breaks below that $10 period, you can get your initial investment back, that $10 level, excuse me, you can get your initial investment back. So VTAQ, off my watch for now. Let's see how the big caps are up to, because we kind of left that alone. Yeah, not doing much here, kind of consolidating sideways. Bring back the big tech charts here. There we go. So Microsoft still looking like the weakest of the bunch. No question about that. Apple, definitely the stronger of the bunch, holding well above VWAP here, about $1 above the VWAP level. Tesla, which was also one of the stronger of the bunch, now has just done a little nice bounce off VWAP at that 305.65 level, currently trading at 306.10. So yeah, that's interesting. Apple is definitely the strongest of the bunch here. I wonder, Brendo talked about that iPhone 14 news. I don't know. It seems to be mixed. I had some bad news. He had some good news. He says the numbers were good on that for demand. We'll have to wait and see. The afternoon's still a ways away, so we'll see what this one's up to. Gorno continuing his message here, saying, I have redeemed several different ones. It always happens before the ticker change. Okay, that's really good information to know with respect to SPACs. You know, we've definitely had fewer SPACs coming to market lately, especially as compared to the SPAC craze of 2020 and 2021. Definitely don't have as many coming out, but definitely there's been a lot more IPOs lately and a lot more SPACs coming out, especially compared to the hiatus we had for the last 8 months or so, since January or since November, since the market turned and since Powell said the inflation was going to be more than transient. It's definitely been a slow period for SPACs.
AMC not having a good day today. AMC now at $8.86. I actually had a long earlier today around VWAP at $9.15. Got stopped out on the break of 100-period EMA, $9.10. And look at this move now, continuously pushing to the downside. Actually looks like the opposite of GME, because I think I had a pretty good winner on GME today. Oh, I got stopped out on my last few shares. And yeah, I had a pretty decent winner on GME, but now GME also pushing back to the downside below 100-period EMA and turning back red. NASDAQ and S&P 500 still around VWAP, and it's not really doing anything. So part of the reason why it's hard to jump into new trades. For example, I jumped into Coinbase short at 60. We're back under 68, so I don't know if I try again. But 68 broke to a low of 67.77, and then didn't really push any more further to the downside. So based on that, I don't know if I want to even be short Coinbase at the moment. I already was short over here. I'm not trying to give back the money that I'm up on Coinbase and turn that stock to the red side. If it wants to bounce from here, it can do so. I'd much rather short it back near $70, $71 for this stock. And MongoDB also pushing back to the north side. Let's see if we can get some size here. And this time around, when it pushes back, and maybe we can get a nice little dollar per share scalp to the downside on that position, make back the first loss that we have on it, and then start making some money on said position also. All of our stocks on the board are actually in the money at the moment, so none of them are out of the money, so that's a good thing. But I would like to really get a position that's moving in our favor big time, so we could bring in some excitement on the show, some fun. But that's what I'm trying to get down to. It's like it's nothing's moving, nothing's happening.
No.
Markets are absolutely flat. Markets are waiting for the Fed news event to come out on Wednesday. Nothing wrong with not making a trade today, guys. Nothing wrong with not making a trade today. As I was saying earlier, it's better to be flat today, flat tomorrow, and then I'm talking about your own P&L, not about the market. It's better for your P&L, your profit and loss your total net. It's better for it to be 0 today, 0 tomorrow, and then Wednesday you get to smash a home run of a trade off the FOMC than it is for you to dig a hole today, dig a hole tomorrow, and then use that to get out, right? Also, it would be amazing to have a banger day today, a banger day tomorrow, and a banger day Wednesday.
No question.
But the opportunities are just not there at the moment.
Definitely not here. I personally don't see anything. But one observation I just want to point out here, and it may be a little late to point out, but I'm going to point out anyway. Airlines. Look at my watch list here, guys. For airlines, you know I like to keep my watch list all tidy and clean. And under my airlines, every single one is green. Not only green since 4 a.m., which is basically when these numbers start tallying, but green since the open, which is the second column. So the first column here is change on the day, and the second column, as you'll recall, is change since open, and they're all green. I don't really know to account for that. I didn't see anything this morning. I came in a little bit late, so I wasn't able to read the news like I typically am. Let's see what it says. Travel stocks tick higher. Let's look this one up. Travel stocks. Oh, where did this one go? Come on. We got to move this one out of the way here, otherwise it'll keep moving. So let's move this one out of the way. There we go. Up. Travel stocks tick higher as major indices emerge from sell-off. Major market indices edged slightly higher in Monday's trading, breaking a multi-day losing streak. As the market bounced, major travel names were among the notable sectors helping to buck the bearish trend. Indeed, consumer discretionary names were well represented. Oh, I don't care about this, man. Tell me why the travel stocks are moving higher. Papa Airline, there we go. So this one here. By Benzinga, shares of airline companies are trading higher as the sector rebounds following last week's sell-off. Recession worries have recently caused a sell-off in travel stocks. So it looks like it's just a buy the dip type event. No real news catalyst. Nothing airport or airline related or travel related to account for. It just looks like it might have been an oversold environment on those stocks. So interesting to keep an eye out. As I see that, the corner of my eye, SHPH just made a big boy move to the high side. Let's go to that. It held nicely off VWAP here. Look at that, a big volume candle. Almost about 90,000, 80,000 shares actually, coming in on this one candle, shooting up from 950, almost breaking 10. Looks like we topped out here at $9.97, give or take a penny or so. And now we're trading at that 9 3/4 level, looking for more volume to come into this. It seems to be quite sporadic, though, and that's what we talked about. We talked about taking a potential dip trade here off VWAP. If I had done that and placed an order, I would be in the money quite nicely. I didn't, so too bad for me. But what I do see is going forward that it is respecting VWAP very nicely. The respect is there. It's holding the level quite well. And yeah, I do see more volume coming in on the day. So that 10-20 level we talked about earlier is the high of day, up 10% now. And looks like it's about to test 10. So I wonder if I should initiate a long here. It's just, I've been burned a couple of times today and I don't want to be burned again. But let's go ahead and punch long here for the break of 10. Oh, just as I say that, it dips back down right into that 980s. You know what? I'm going to keep my hands off this one. I'm going to set up a dip trade. If it comes back to around that $9.60 level, we'll initiate a long on this one, Prad.
Yes, sir. Currently watching. Oh, wow. Microsoft actually a big pop on the market here. Market had a nice little pop to the north side. I was trying to build into a long on Microsoft at 241. Then I got distracted by a couple other positions on my board and missed this nice long on the market. Yeah. Let's go see what Apple is doing in that case. Apple is now near 153, up 145% on the day. Apple is at a new high a day. Let's see if we can break out past 153 and take the market towards the new high, or not new high, but take the market towards the previous high of 3,900 and actually get a breakout of 3,900 towards that 4K that a lot of people are waiting for, most likely. It looks like 152.86 had like a little bit of a iceberg order almost. Like it just kept printing and it wouldn't really go down on that price. Look at that. That price just keeps on sticking. 152.82, 152.83. And it's hard for the Apple stock to apparently break down now. Lots of volume is clearly going off over there. I'm seeing a lot of one-share prints, though. So let's actually take off the low-volume prints of well, that's not the right thing to do. I'm not trying to filter the price. Let's unfilter that. I'm pretty sure everyone's just right now waiting for the Apple 153 break north. If it actually does happen to play out, it's going to take the stocks that everyone's looking at in their accounts to the north side.
Yeah. So just got into Tesla long here, baby long, because obviously Tesla is super volatile. We're looking to take this this market move upward here of 38. The break of 38.86. There we go. So let's see what our Tesla in is at. Okay. So we're waiting to scalp a little bit off Tesla here. We're looking to get some 70 prints here on the bid before we punch out a little bit. We're real close. There we go. So there's our first out on Tesla. We're looking now for 80 prints. Can we get some 80 prints there? We're real close. We're at 79. There we go. We got another 80 print. But wow, for some reason we didn't get that fill. That's frustrating. So now moving back down a little bit. Tesla is going to be one of those ones where you got to take small size and give it room. Otherwise, you're just going to get blown out. But yeah, nice move back up in the market. Let's see what Gorno says. Keep your eye on Lulu and EMPH to your watch list. When these start to roll, one day could be very aggressive. Yeah, I definitely have a lot of experience trading EMPH. That was one of my big earnings winner earlier this year. It's an expensive stock, though. So is Lulu. So be careful with that one here as Tesla pulls back. But the market continuing to make higher highs. So you have to assume Tesla's going to be strong on this one. Tesla can move dollars in seconds. So let's see what it continues to do. This is what we're watching for the market move here. Looks like we tapped out double top on the open of the day. The open here happens to be, or sorry, that was the close. That was Friday's close. That 38.89 was Friday's close. That's why it's dotted on our chart. Looking for the decisive break of that, but here we see a bit of a double top rejection off Friday's close. Let's keep an eye on that and let's see what our Tesla long continues to do here, Prad.
Yeah, I'm actually short Apple at the moment. Let's see if Apple can give us a nice little flush off that 153. Yeah, it's pushing up the market, but I don't think the market actually has it in it to go all the way up to the high day, break past 3,900. If Arun didn't say anything past 3,900, I don't think this market's going past 3,900. So based off of those variables, we are now short Apple. We previously had a short on Apple that we missed out on like 30 points or something, 30 cents, sorry. But on this side, I want to make sure that if it drops down 30 cents, does it reverse back towards high day like it did earlier and actually make a new high? So obviously being very, very calculated, being very careful, not giving it too much of a room, and also not believing in this market's shenanigans. This market's absolute BS shenanigans that they're providing us with, saying that they want to go back up to being positive. After being positive, the market had every single reason to continue going to 4K. After being down 500 points on the Dow, it had every reason to turn green and continue being green, but the market didn't continue with that movement. So I'm not buying it. I'm tumble wagging my finger at the moment. I'm not buying it. So let's see if this market push back down. We're short 152.97. And we're already in the money, 18 pennies on Apple. So hopefully we can have a nice little pullback all the way to the downside. We also got back into MongoDB. I said I'm going to try this level a couple more times. The stock is showing us weakness at VWAP throughout the day. I am getting stopped out is because my stops are not accurate. The spread opens up 50 cents and I'm giving the stock 15 cents, 20 cents. I had to slap myself in the face a little bit when I almost called you Arun because you're that buffed, buddy. But Sharif, when Sharif was talking, I had to slap myself in the face almost like, Prad, what are you doing? The spread is opening up 50 cents. You're only giving it 25 cents, 20 cents, 15 cents. Come on, fix yourself. Fix myself, giving it that more room, and now in the money, 20 cents on that trade MongoDB. Let's make some of those losses back on MDB that we gave away, and let's start adding to the profit side on MDB. Apple now is 20 cents in the money.
Yeah, I wanted to mention, since you brought up Mutombo, do you know after a certain point, the NBA kind of got fed up with his shenanigans?
With his wag?
Yeah, and they would fine him $10K every time he wagged his finger.
No
$10K
way.
back in like the early mid-90s.
That's not right.
That's not
That's
a cheap
not
amount,
right.
right? Like they weren't making the same type of contracts we're making, or not we're making. They're making currently right now in today's NBA.
Have you seen that clip of Who's the guy who owns Dallas Mavericks?
Oh, Mark Cuban?
Yeah, Mark Cuban. He goes into this esports convention, right? Not convention, an esports game.
Okay.
And in that esports game, it's for charity, whatever. He curses.
Yeah,
Right? He says F it, he curses. And the producers come out and they say, hey, because you cursed, we're charging you $15,000. So he, being the baller that he is and the absolute monster that he is when he deals with people, he goes, so if I say it again, you'll have to pay another 15 grand. And he goes, F it.
Joker. Yeah, it must be nice to have that kind of cash. But
Yeah.
as we talk about that, we're starting to pull back again higher on the market here. 3889 is the level we're looking at. That's Friday's close, guys. We double topped off that level twice. Here, let's bring in the futures chart so you can follow along. We've double topped here and here off that level. So, you know, it looks increasingly more of an important level, well, at least for the time being anyway. The reason it's important to us is we're in that Tesla long. We're about 10 cents out of the money now on the Tesla long, but we've already scalped out a piece here for about a 15-cent winner on Tesla. Well, for Tesla, that's not that much. We need much more for that. But hey, it is midday, and we do have some upward resistance here. So I'm going to keep watching this. I'm going to hold my long. I have my stop already set on this bad boy. So let's see if we can take some profits here. Come on, market. Grow some legs. Grow some guts. What I was annoyed with was I wasn't getting filled on the SHPH trade. Now I am filled, and my entry is at 965. Currently, the bid on that is asking for 970, so we're going to go ahead and take a little bit of piece there. So we've taken off a quarter of our position on SHPH for a winner there. So we're looking now for the break of 990. Let's go ahead and put another piece out there for that 990 level if I can get it. So you know how I work. I don't put right on the 990. I'll put 989. So there we go. We have a profit taker there. My out on this one will be the break of 950, which is also VWAP at the moment. So let's go ahead and enter in our stop. So we'll go 949, and then we'll give it, because this one is super volatile and it's spready. Right now it's not spready, but it can open up. We'll give it to that 940 level. So we got our stop on that one. We've already have a profit taker on there. We've already taken a piece out. So good on us for that. There we go. Now we're break even on our Tesla long here. Again, we're getting some clear resistance on that 338.89. Looks like we've quadruple topped. It looks like it's a clear level of resistance here on the ES anyway. I'm not talking about the NASDAQ, but I'm not looking at the NASDAQ. I'm looking at the ES. So definitely a clear level of resistance here. Should we break that, we might get some explosion on these big tech names. Just like we may get some explosion on the way down if we don't, which is just what happened on Tesla. Just like that, we went from that went from like 68, 307.68 right back down to 307.30s. So a bit of a you know, a tug here. Oh, there we go. Now we're getting big boy on SHPH. Give me more, baby. Give me more. Let's go. Give me higher. Let's go. I want that 10-10 level. So we're out of a little bit more than half of our long on SHPH. Very good trade so far. Took out the first piece at 970, second piece at 990, third piece here right at 10. So let's look for the high of daybreak, which we already identified as at 1020 level. I'll have to reinstitute my stop because now it's too far away from that 950 level. That would be giving it too much to the way down. So let's go ahead and change it to 960. So we're going to go up to 959, and we're going to give it all the way to 951 for the remaining amount. There we go. So we've got that stop set on SHPH as we continue to watch Tesla make lower lows. Tesla doesn't look like it's got good legs here. We definitely need to break this this 38.89 level on the ES if we want Tesla to move up. But right now, it's not looking good. We need a decisive break of it to the upside, Brad.
Yeah, I'm just.
Well, maybe not you because you're short Apple, right?
Yeah, I'm just trying to short Apple here.
You want me to continue?
324. No, you're good. I'm just trying to figure out where I'm going to throw my stop out. So let me just do this 153 blank, 153 153 blank, 153 blank. All right, my stop's out. I had to battle this short a little bit. You guys probably kept seeing that on the blotter over there. You know, Apple in, Apple out, Apple in, Apple out. But I think this is going to be my last battle. I don't want to keep on going to war. I already got cut up 3 times. I don't want to go to war the 4th time and come back with a broken limb. That's absolutely ridiculous to do. So I'm going to heal up a little bit if I lose this battle also and probably come back at a later time. But the market clearly pulling back at the moment. We have a way better average than we previously did. Apple barely even negative on the day for me. It's only down by, I'll give you the numbers, down by $6 on the day. So I'm not even upset. That's because my risk management has been, mamma mia, finger licking good, baby. So I'm not worried about it. If Apple can have a nice pullback over here along with the rest of the market, I think I can smoke that short along with also MongoDB. So let's see. Currently, we're 10 cents in the money on Apple. It's 2 pennies above 153. Let's see that 153 break. A little bit of a iceberg action, I think, or at least buyers stepping up at 153, not letting it break just yet. I don't have the size filtered, so I don't know how much of the size are we actually taking here. Let me filter the size to the 100 shares or more, and now we can understand, bang, 153 breaking. Now we're in the money, 18 pennies. Apple finally pushing back down. We have more size than we previously had on Apple, but Apple pushing back above 153 right away is not a good indication. That's not a good sign. We don't want to be seeing the bids stepping above 153. We want the bids running away from 153, them pulling their orders and looking for exits right away. But look at that, nice little 2,000 share order on a dark pool gateway. I also want to address a question from earlier. Someone in the chat said, is it true that dark pool trades have to be reported? Yes, dark pool trades have to be reported, but it's not true that, it doesn't have to be reported for, I believe, 24 hours. That means this dark pool candle sometime that you're seeing could have happened 24 business hours ago, and it doesn't mean that it happened at this very moment.
Yeah, nice info there, Brad. I actually knew that, but I had forgotten it. So good on you for bringing that back up. Looks like we've really rejected off that 38.89 level on the ES there. Look how many times we touched that level with no penetration of it to the upside. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. That's on a 1-minute chart, mind you. So make of that what you will. But I'm definitely not going to be initiating any longs on any big cap stocks until we can break that level decisively. If anything, I'm looking to go short here, perhaps maybe scalping a little bit off the bounce on VWAP, which is currently at 3881. We're currently trading at 3888. So make of that what you will, but you know, I got caught up on Tesla, so I'm out. Took off a piece on Tesla to the upside here, and then there's my out right at that 50 period moving average. So I'm out of that one, but still holding the remainder of my position on SHPH. We have 3 pieces out there. We're out 42% of. We got 42% of our position left on SHPH. My next profit taker is at that $10.05 level. Currently trading at 9.81, so we're still a ways away. And you'll recall my stop is break even here, a little bit below break even actually. So my long is at 65. I've given it to 60. So my stop is at $9.59 for the remaining 42% on that one. Let's see what the chat is up to. Anything here going on in the chat that I should be interested in? Not really, to be honest. Okay, so we'll continue here. Let's look at our scanner to see if any new small caps start coming into place. Still that VTAQs, that SPAC, you know, consolidating sideways after it. Let me bring down my chart so you guys can look. Consolidating sideways after the halt, so not really interested in that until the volume can pick up and it can break above that halt level at $6.87. MTMT showing up on my scanner here, but with absolutely no volume. Let's EFSH, stair stepping down with no volume. Then we have CDE, the trade that Prad was in. It's currently holding VWAP, but barcoding sideways a little bit now. I'm definitely not interested in this one just based on the chart patterns. I'm going to leave that one alone. SHCR, mind you. Excuse me, actually. $1.93 was the top, currently trading at 189 above VWAP, but then the volume is also sparse as well. The last 5 minutes has only done 23,400 shares, not good enough. Below that is NAT, N-A-T, up almost 10.5% on the day, above VWAP nicely, $3 stock, so you know it's within our price range. But you know, I'd like a dip trade off this one. I definitely wouldn't want to take this one long through the break. There's just not enough volume to support it. And as we were talking about those, the futures not decisively, barely penetrated that 38.89 level, making a high at 38.91 here. But it is breaking that level, and we had touched it so many times to the downside and moved back to the downside. So I wonder if now would be an interesting long on some of these big cap names. Let's move back to this other screen and move this guy out of here and see what Tesla's up to. Tesla bouncing back up now. I don't know if I should take it long here. Let's take a baby long. Punch and pray, as Prad likes to say. Here we go. So we're punching long on this one. We get the long fill. Let's see if the futures continue to make a move up. We're going to be scalping here on Tesla, which is not really a scalping stock, but we got no choice because we've taken a couple of hits on it. So our entry on Tesla is 307.60, and so we're break even right now, Brad.
Yeah, Apple also pushing back to flat on the position now as the market clearly clearing that 38.90 area. So might be time to just close my Apple trade for a flat over here instead of asking for me to get stopped out on it one more time. But we're going to hold to our stops. We're going to hold true, even though the market's telling me get out. Market's clearly telling you to get out of here, sure. And MGM, baby, let's go MGM. Our long continuing to pay us dividends to the north side. Looks like we could have had a chance to load up at VWAP over there, but we missed out that opportunity. Now I can't wait to see how much more money we can continue making on MGM. 33 cents in the money on that position. Roblox also moved back to the north side with the help of the market, so I'm taking more size short on Roblox, closer to my stop. So loving this little pop in the market. Thank you, Apple, for allowing Roblox to move back to VWAP. Now I can really take the amount of size I want to have on this short position that I didn't get to take earlier. I wanted it to be around this price. Sadly, didn't have that opportunity. Now we do. Now we can wait for our size to load up and not have to worry about the risk to reward ratios anymore. NASDAQ market once again positive. S&P 500 once again positive. But how long do we stay positive for? Do we head back towards the high day and break the high day to go test 4K? Do we or at least 12K on the NASDAQ market, which is only 20 points away from the high day? So if the market wanted to bounce to the north side or at least have a nice little move up to the north side, it could do so very easily.
We're still break even on our Tesla trade, guys, here as it consolidates around our entry point. But the market is continuing to make higher highs. So I've got good hopes for Tesla. There we go. Now we're breaking above my entry point here, but looking still not at the level where we can scalp. Market, stair-stepping up ever so slowly and Tesla following with it, but not enough here for us to start scalping out. We're going down, we're going up, we're going down, we're going up. No decisive movement on this one. I feel like I got in a little too late, and it was probably not a good entry. A good entry here would have been on the dip trade, right where I got stopped out. That would have been a nice area to get long, but the market kind of not giving you that opportunity to take too much, especially on these big cap names. Like if I was trading the futures here, I would have only had, let's see, a 3-point winner on this one. That's not all that much, guys, especially considering the kind of move we made today, which was a multi-point move on almost all these peaks and troughs. Bring back in this futures chart here. Look at this multi-point move. Like we're going from 38.52 as the bottom here to 39.03. That's a pretty decent move, right? That's a 50-point move within not even one day. It's like half a day so far. Still flirting with that 307.60 level on Tesla. Let's go back here to SHPH and manage our trade. We're still 15 cents or 10 cents in the money, sorry, on SHPH as it starts to pull back into our level. We only got 42% left on this one. Volume definitely dropping off here. So my concern is that we might see a plunge. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to close the rest of my trade. There we go. I'm fully out of SHPH for a nice winner. The reason I did that is because I wasn't seeing any corresponding volume to let me know that we're going to continue to make moves up here. Now that could come in at any time, but given the day that I have to lock in the profits when I get them. Moving back to Tesla here, we're currently about 20 cents out of the money on this one. Again, making it Tesla, the futures, the big cap names, making my life tough today. I typically like to stay close to the small cappers, but today it wasn't the small capper day. It was more of a big cap day. Definitely showing my rust trading these ones. It's been tough for me today, Brad, on these big names.
All good, my friend. Don't worry about it. The markets, obviously, you know, it's gonna whip everyone back and forth till Wednesday. At least that's what we are expecting it to do. So it's understandable to feel like you're just not getting the read. That's fine. Like I said earlier, you know, it's okay to not have the read today. It's okay to not have the read tomorrow. And when you don't have the read, it's okay to not do anything. It's just sit back, sit on your hands, learn. You can learn from free. You can paper trade on a day like today. Paper trade on a day like today, and maybe form you know, back test. Maybe create a theory, create a strategy to trade on low volume, low movement days like today. That way, the next time it shows up, you can apply that back test strategy into work, and then, you know, still have opportunities to look for. But then if you don't have any strategies, if you don't know what to look for, it's okay to be doing nothing today. So that way Wednesday you can smash the shorts, baby, or the longs, whatever side the Fed helps the market towards, right? Roblox at the moment, as I said, pushing towards my stop. That means I'm going to have my most size on the board today for any stock. I didn't have as much size as I did today relatively in notional value today. I'm going to take my size over here on Roblox. I've been keeping my size very limited. I've been waiting for this entry opportunity to come in, so let's see if this market can push down over here, bringing Roblox with it drastically to the downside, helping me get a big win on the board, or this market going up, which is what it's doing. Will the NASDAQ moving up and the S&P 500 moving up help Roblox squeeze me for my shorts a little bit, move towards $38, and then work from $38. SHC currently pushing to the downside. Let's go see what SHC is doing. The stock is an $11 stock, $12 stock now, pushing towards, with 3 million shares traded on the day, just breaking 12 to see how low it can go, basically. It's a little spready, too, for $11 stock. You know, you would expect the stock that's so cheap on the price to be having a less of a spread, but it's a little low on spread over here. Sorry, it's a little spready for $11 stock is what I'm trying to say. And Pratt trying in vain to speak a dip into existence is entertaining. I'm not sure what that means, but okay. Yeah, whatever. NFLX running now from 236 long buy. Netflix apparently running to the north side. Ah, man, yeah, I tried to have that long for you guys. Didn't work out for me. I even tried to have the Apple short for you guys. It worked out until it didn't. That's the nature of the game, baby. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. You just got to be ready to sit there and fire your bullets, all your bullets. You got to fire the right target, though. You fire the wrong target, problems.
You end up in trouble. Yeah,
Problems.
I agree with that. Still 10 cents out of the money or so on our Tesla trade, guys. We're looking for that move up in the market, a sustained move up in the market. Hopefully, we'll take Tesla along with it. But what I'm looking at here are the big cap names. The stronger of the big caps obviously continues to be Apple, in my opinion here. But look at Google with this sustained move upward. Like, look at this move here compared to Tesla's consolidation sideways. Google's taking advantage of this this up move in the market a lot better. Same with Microsoft. But Microsoft was really extended to the downside, relatively speaking. Meta and Tesla now seem to be the ones consolidating in this up move. So I'm starting to question myself whether I chose the right big cap here to get into. Tesla was definitely one of the stronger of the bunch earlier on. Now Amazon starting to look good, Apple looking good, and definitely Google. Microsoft to a more limited extent also with this move up. But yeah, here we go. So we're holding our Tesla long. We're looking at this 3889 level on the ES as an interesting support level here. It was definitely hard to break through this level. We had like, I think 7 attempts before we actually got through this level. Now we're holding that level, that 3889 level on the ES. A dip below that, I'll be out of my my Tesla trade. A dip below and a close of the 1 minute candle, I'll be out of my Tesla trade on that. But yeah, let's continue. Let's continue to watch what's happening here. Let's flip back to our SHPH chart. Thankfully, we got out of that long here as it continues to make new lows. It actually broke below where our entry point was. So we have a nice little winner on SHPH here, trying to save face for some of the L's that we've been taking today. But hey, that's the name of the game. As I see on my side chart here, RUM, Rumble, starting to make a big boy move to the high side. Look at that. I think it broke high of days here, 1422. It's now the high of day, up 17.5%. But that was a big spike up. let's see, that broke out that level. The level was 1380, now currently trading at 1412 with a top wick at 1422. This is an interesting one. It came like a random time for the volume to come in on this one, but we had a clear level to break here, which is the 1130. The 1130 peak here was at that $13.93 area. We also had the after the bell high here was at $13.99 area. So that $14 area, give or take a penny, we could call it 14. So looking at this one, RUM starting to make a move here. I'm less inclined to buy it at these levels because it's quite extended. I'm definitely looking more of a dip down to around that $13.80, maybe even a $14. Let's see what it does around $14. If it dips back down to $14 and holds it well, maybe we'll initiate it along there. Otherwise, we're looking to more to key levels here. And as I say that, it continues to make new highs. Now $14.25, the new high there, so a 3-cent jump on the highs on RUM. RUM is definitely on my watch list, but Tesla is occupying the majority of my attention because it continues to move sideways here as the market is now moving sideways a little bit, but holding above that key 3889 level that we talked about. Geez, RUM is moving, Rumble is moving.
Rumble
I'm gonna go
in the
ahead
jungle.
and set a buy here. I'm going to buy at that $14 level. Let's put in I don't even think it's going to come back to that. It looks like it's going without us now, Brad. Let's go ahead and put in an order for a 1402. We'll take some shares there. It won't be a full position, but
I'll be honest, I don't trust that move.
Did I got a rejected order there? Trader has no available accounts for RUM. I think RUM, is it blocked in our system? Is Rumble blocked?
What does it say?
Trader has no available accounts for symbol RUM.
Yeah, it's blocked for you.
It's blocked. Okay,
Yeah.
so I'll have to get that unblocked on my account in order for me to trade it. Hey, that's sometimes what happens here. It's a prop firm, guys. So, you know, these administrative things you got to get used to. Obviously, you guys probably don't have that problem at home, nor would it be on my private account, Brad.
Yes, sir. Apple still trying to stay above 153. Market curl still trying to go up. RBLX was 11 cents in the money. Now we're only 2 pennies in the money, but you know, we're not worried. We're letting the market do what it wants to do. But looks like all the fun is let's get ready to rumble, right? So that's where the party is right now. Look at that big volume candle on that bad boy. Rum just makes me think of Captain Morgan now. You know? It's like, you couldn't find RMBL. I'm pretty sure RMBL is a ticker, right? It's not. Okay. Yeah, you couldn't find RMBL or something. Why rum, man? They stole that ticker from like a good rum company now that wanted to go public. You know, that's such a bad thing to do. Now, at the end of the day, who cares what it's called? We only care about what the company is and what type of moves they're gonna provide us on a day trading scale over here on Trader TV Live. That's right. You are right now tuned into Trader TV Live, the best YouTube day trading show out there. The only show that really matters, baby. You know where the money keeps on spinning over here from 8:30 to 4 o'clock in the evening. The only thing we ask from you to do is smash that like button, smash that subscribe button, and the notification bell. Everything we do here is for free. And those little clicks that we ask for you to do helps us out with the YouTube algorithm. So please help us out with that side. And for everyone who's done so already, we love you. We love every single one of you.
Yes,
Something
sir.
that we missed out today, actually, Sharif, is Super Chat. Our boy Bears versus Bull will be in so much trouble with the viewers if we don't read these. So we have to read these. So you know what? We'll even address some from the Friday close that we missed out. From the Friday close. Happy birthday, drinks on me. Oh, that's right. Yo, how was your birthday, big dog?
That was Saturday, right?
I have to go buy you a bottle now. We missed out on your birthday gift, so we gotta go buy you a bottle now. So we'll go ahead to lick LCBO, and we'll see you at the dinner with your bottle. We got something from Brendo though, so we'll go to Brendo first, then come back to Super Chat area.
Hey guys, quick update for energy traders. Here's a look at some prices as we head in through the afternoon on oil markets specifically. Back to green, it's worth mentioning. We started the day for NYMEX light crude here. We started the day down 2%, if you remember, in the pre-market. We're now positive on the session, 0.45. Brent crude over in Europe down 0.4 or up 0.4, I should say, at this point. Some of the other commodities, little changed as we head towards Wednesday in the Fed. Comparison chart at the bottom here, just comparing some of the oil contracts, still positive on the year, versus equities at the bottom there, 11.9% for European equities, negative 15% for some of the North American equity ETFs. If I flip this way, I'll show you crude oil. As I mentioned, back to positive on the day. We were down 2% to 82 to start off the session. It has gone green, now up 0.2 where we were on Friday. Guys, back over to you.
Thank you for that update over there. Did you want to talk about your Tesla before we go back to Super Chats?
Oh, you want me to tell how I'm getting creamed on Tesla?
Well,
Yes,
I don't know.
I'm
People might
getting
be trying to follow you so they could
Tesla.
use that help to jump out too, you know?
I don't want to trade these big cap names anymore. I'm done with trading these big cap names. I'm a sore loser. Yes, I'm a sore loser. Because here I am postulating that it's going to follow the market, and it doesn't.
Postulating.
Look, it balances back down, and then there's a move back up, but Tesla doesn't have a move back up. So you know what? I'm done with these names today. I'm taking too many L's. I'm making myself look silly, Brad.
Postulating. Wow. All right. I mean, yeah, you don't end up being in your past career without knowing words like that to argue with people.
Sir, yes, sir.
I'm learning lots of new words sitting next to you, my dog.
And
I appreciate
by the
it.
way, our floor manager Greg submitted a ticket to get Rumble unblocked, so hopefully we'll be able to trade that one soon, guys.
Awesome. Shock Industry says, coming in with the $5 super chat. Sean, here's $5 to add to your budget tomorrow. What's your spending limit? That was Friday, obviously. He went to SneakerCon, super chicken. He went to SneakerCon and I saw some pictures with his kids over there. That looked pretty awesome. I saw some nice white kicks on. Were they new? The gray white kicks on?
Oh, those ones?
Those new? Those are Crehan shoes? Okay. Crehan sent those shoes. I actually have shoes that Crehan sent to me right here, baby. The Mikey Crehan shoes that Mikey sent me. I love these. Those are nice indeed. The J's on my feet. I got J's on my feet. Anyways, it's time for Monday Super Chats now that we missed out. We got a brand new member, or at least a member, renewing their membership. Keep up the good work, guys. You guys built a solid team. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Mikey, talking about the devil. Mikey Crehan with the $5 Super Chat. No message though, so maybe we missed out the message over there. And one super chat for the midday. Please check out ATXG for Kevin. So let's go check out ATXG.
I looked at it earlier. It's okay.
Yeah?
I did an analysis, but go ahead.
Yeah, it's down 5% on the day. Not really doing a whole lot. We got the 100-period EMA rejection. We got the VWAP rejection. Market still trying to see if it can push towards the high day. So maybe that could take ATXG back towards the 100-period EMA. But the overall idea is this stock IPO'd very recently. It had those ridiculous HKD type of movement behind it. I believe ATXG, HKD, and MEGL all had the same underwriter or some problem like that. So it's doing the same thing, right? It opens up to 800. It drops down to its original IPO price of $4. And then now the volume just kind of evaporates from it. Be careful, you know, if you are long like 400 something because of that move and you're expecting the stock to go back to 400 only because HKD has managed to go back to at least half of its ranges, I would say
a lot of bag holders on
I would say don't be expecting something like that. Like be very careful. I don't want to use the word bag holder because I don't want to make anybody feel bad about it, but yeah, there are a lot of people stuck in this trade, HKD, MEGL, and your AXTG. So if you're expecting it to go back to those ridiculous prices, I think you need to reevaluate the trade a little bit.
Yeah, I had a buddy that was like, you know what? This was in the midst of like the HKD flurry when it was like moving $200 at a time. You guys remember that? He was like, yo, if I only just punched in 10 shares, I have this much money right now.
Yeah, hindsight Henrys.
Yeah, great. You know, did you know it was going to go to $2,000?
Hindsight Henrys.
Yeah, how many stocks moved to $2,000 that started at 10, Brad, like within a couple of days? So they're not very many. I don't even need to look at the data.
I think I only know 3 of them that do in my history.
I mean, yeah, DWAC, that was good.
No, only 3. The DWAC didn't go to like 3K. It went to like 175 and died. HKD HKD goes to like from $3 to
like
2,000
something.
There's
It
only
was
3 stocks that have done it,
massive.
and it's the same underwriter for all 3 of them.
Really?
Yes.
Where did you read that? That's really
At least that's what
interesting.
Bruce Wayne told me back in the
His
day.
name's Wayne the Brain, bro. Okay, anyway. So we're out of our Tesla trade. We're waiting for to get authorization to get into Rumble here. Rumble's making a move. Now it's almost 20% up on the day. And the volume is definitely following in. That was our concern that, you know, we would get like 1 or 2 spikes of volume, but there would be no sustained volume. No, we're definitely getting that sustained volume. Look at this volume hiatus over here from like that 11:40 time slot. So basically, you know, for about an hour, we had like no volume on Rumble, even though it was stair-stepping up quite a bit. Let's see if we can take, wow, Rumble making moves now. 1480 high of day. Goodness gracious, we're getting like a lot of FOMO that we weren't able to take this long. Let's see if it's been unblocked. No, it hasn't been. We're still blocked on this one. So it looks like as if the ticket didn't reach where it needs to reach. So anyway, Rumble.
It takes some time by
Yeah,
the
of
time
course.
they go to the back.
It's a company, guys. It's not going to be in a snap of a finger. That just goes without saying. Let's have a look here. And this is why I'm so annoyed with Tesla. Now, have a look here at the mega caps, okay? They're all trending down a little bit. Like, look, this one, Meta trending down a little bit, Amazon trending down, Apple, Google, Microsoft, and then look at Tesla, puking down, not trending down, puking down. It just so happens that I chose Tesla as the beast that I was going to take long.
I'm doing the gritty, baby. The Roblox got me doing the gritty over here.
Brad's P&L is so high, he can't even like contain himself. He's
doing the gritty.
He's doing dance moves live on camera. But hey, that's what you get around here. Yeah, so I'm just really frustrated with my Tesla trade, but it is what it is. We'll move that one back up. Let's have a look at the scanner, guys. Let's see what the scanner is giving us here. Still VTAQ number 1, Rumble number 2, MTMT with no volume number 3. So not much in the change of small cap roll. Let's bounce out of here and see what we got on the watch list. Not much to report. So yeah, we'll continue to wait for see what anything comes in here. But I want to mention on the futures that we broke that interesting level of 3889. Now we're bouncing off that other interesting level of 3886. I had that level earlier today as well. Though I know that's like a 3-point range right there, but the 3889 level is the close on Friday. That's why I've got it on there, and it did show some respect to that level in terms of scalping and intraday trading. You can see this level rejected off it multiple times before coming back, bouncing off it multiple times before breaking it, now bouncing off that 3886 level. You know, clearly not major support and resistance levels from a daily perspective, but from an intraday perspective, they're definitely interesting. And as I say that, Rumble now breaking above 15, making a high wick here at $15.15. So Rumble is getting going. A lot of volume coming into this one, a lot of buying coming into this one, up 25% on the day. We started looking at it around that 13 and change, but we weren't able to punch long just because it's blocked for us, guys. But if you're in this trade and you have access to it, all the power to you. There's not really much in terms of levels. Let's go to the daily chart and see what we can glean here. Well, today is the first day of Rumble, obviously, so there's nothing to look at. So today was IPO day for Rumble. Is it IPO or is it a SPAC? Let's see.
It's a SPAC thing.
It's a SPAC, right?
Like the ticker changes from CCIV towards RUM. CFIV, sorry.
Yeah. CF acquisition.
CVFI.
CFVI.
What was CCIV then?
That was Polestar, I think. Nikola
Polestar.
Okay. Yeah, it's a blank check company, guys. This is a SPAC still, so it's the first day that it's trading as a SPAC. Obviously, that $10 level is where we started, and we are now pushing that 1550 level, Brad.
Yeah, someone in the chat actually asked a very good question. They said, so did you figure out what the N was on the imbalance that happened on Friday? Apparently, according to a conversation that we had after 4 o'clock with everyone on the floor, was that it's a completely new system they implemented for when stocks go from buy to a sell, they switch. That system never existed before. They just randomly implemented it on a rebalance day. So that's how you game the market, right? Like if you're a market maker and you're a new NASDAQ floor, New York floor, how do you game the market and how do you ruin day traders' setups? You implement new systems in the last last second without telling the whole world about it. So that had everyone on the whole floor confused as to what that end was. But who cares what that end was, because that trade was Roblox. That trade was Roblox too. We were all waiting for the buy to happen. It came out of sell. We were all confused, and it flipped to a buy. It came out of sell. They gamed the crap out of us on that trade, but doesn't matter because here we are today, gaming it back on them. We told you where the entries would be for the best risk to reward. I took a small short here. It paid off. But I took the best trade over here at around VWAP with my most size on Roblox. And now that we're 31 cents in the money, we were 40 cents in the money at one point. We want to capitalize those profits. So that's in case they return back on us. We don't want to watch our profits go all the way back to flat on that position. Also, markets pulling back over here. S&P 500 pushing back to the downside. NASDAQ pushing to the downside. We got 40 wonderful minutes still left between Sharif and myself on the show. Then you got the closing bosses coming in, the final bosses of the market, baby. You got Sean, you got Neil, you got Brendo, you got King Bowser. You got the final boss coming up for the final stage, so don't go anywhere. Strap in your seats, baby. We're going to have lots of fun as the market continues to move around for the rest of the day.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Love that. Rumble now pulling back into that 7-period EMA on the 1-minute chart, which just happens to be a little bit below that $15 level at that $14.90. Let's see if it's going to be a 5-minute pullback or we're going to get more of a sustained pullback. And as I say that, now we touch the 20-period here, but bounce right above it at that $14.60, currently trading at $14.80. Geez, where do you even find levels on this one? I mean, you could find a little bit of a consolidation period here at that 14.14. You could take a long off there. Let's zoom out a little bit to find out some more levels. There's another clear level here at that 13.90, but that's ways away. That's about $1 lower. Looks like we have 3 different peaks that touched around that $14, $13.90 level on that. So interesting levels on Rumble. But yeah, pulling back here. Let's see what the 5-minute chart looks like on this guy here. Let's zoom out. Let's zoom in, I mean. Okay, so yeah, we're extended off the 7 EMA on the 5-minute chart, especially for these small cappers. If you're going to get into an entry and not want to chase it, wait till it pulls back closer to that 7 EMA on the 5-minute chart. Currently, that's around 14.20 currently. And then, you know, obviously it's going to move up as we move in time and the price stays above it. So always update yourself with respect to where the EMAs are trading. Bouncing a little bit above now. We'll send it up to Brendo for Sector Watch at the big desk.
There we go. Look at the NASDAQ for you this afternoon, guys, as we head through the 1 o'clock hour on the East Coast here. You can still see a very mixed board here when it comes to the NASDAQ itself. Still the biggest weight on the overall market at this point. Otherwise, pretty choppy, kind of flat day right now. Still Moderna standing out here, 9.1% to the downside for Moderna today after Joe Biden went on 60 Minutes last night and said, COVID's over, if you hadn't got that memo yet. ALGN, DXCM, just to name a few here in the healthcare group. This is the healthcare group leading as far as decliners are concerned. Lucid, 3.8% to the downside today, offsetting a little bit of positivity beneath that from Tesla, which is still actually positive on the day. JD.com positive on the day, 1%. PDD about the same to the downside. So you see the push and shove as we continue a little bit to the upside, a little bit to the downside. Baidu, as far as the Chinese names, also in positive territory, about 0.8%. CEG, nice day, 4.2%. Still higher for the utilities group, industrials, consumer staples, and all of the traditional tech stocks still in positive territory, but only just right now, led by some of the semiconductors. Finally, this afternoon, some strength coming back into the semi group, guys. That's a NASDAQ right now. Back over to you.
All right,
we have like a work function after, and Prad's like going on about how he's going to run up the bill and stuff like that. Sean had to check in. Yeah, I know. He's like, hey, you probably shouldn't mention that in front of us, Sean.
I'm trolling.
Says, right?
I'm trolling.
But yeah, we've got an awesome work function today after work. It's always fun to interact with your peers outside the work environment.
Yeah.
Now Sean says he can order anything
and
you want.
last second, Sean's gonna be like, nope.
So we're still holding our Tesla short here, guys. It's going against us. Surprise, 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 surprise. let's just focus on Rumble because that's really the only thing that I would be doing well on right now if I was in a long. Yeah, Rumble making its way back up. It bounced off that 20 period quite nicely. It broke that 7 period quite decisively, but nice jump off that 20 period. Now that the 20 period was like around that 14.55. Now it's currently trading 15.35. So almost a $1 jump. So if you had a dip trade set on this one on the 20 period, you're caking, you're laughing right now. A high day break on Rumble would be that 15.49. So it didn't break that 15.5, but it's only like 10 pennies away from any sustained volume in the upward direction. Definitely will have that broken. We don't have any levels to work off here. We're talking probably whole dollar, half dollars. Since this is a blue sky setup, here we go. We're about to, there we go. We broke right above that quite decisively, despite the fact that the spread is opening up. It opened up to 20 cents there. Now it's tightening up to about 10. Top wick on Rumble now is 15.67 as it continues to make an upward move. It is aggressive. Geez, you know, where was this earlier? We were trying to look for small caps earlier. This one definitely wasn't moving the way it is now, Prad.
Yeah, I'm still watching Roblox going to the downside, but apparently Uber, which has been weak today, down 2.2%, while the markets are absolutely flat. Well, DWAC's popping up on the scanners. Look, if DWAC pops on the scanner, I got to stop looking at what I'm doing. I got to go to DWAC right away. DWAC apparently still going to the downside. Oh, man, make DWAC great again. I can't wait for DWAC to start going crazy again. What is the Truth Social still allowed on Google or not allowed on Google? I think it's still banned on Google, and whenever that one gets released, now we have so much competition, right? We got what is it? We got Facebook, we got Twitter, we got Rumble, Spotify trying to enter this realm a little bit by disrupting podcast areas and so on. So many things going on out there, and people are just gonna follow wherever their celebrity is talking at the end of the day. So that's what's gonna end up being mainstream. Rumble could blow up to the north side. It just takes one big major influencer to jump on that side for them. It could be Joe, it could be Andrew, it could be me, it could be Sean. You just don't know. All it takes is one big influencer, right? SCH down halt. I'm pretty sure you already talked about that, right, Brendo?
SHP.
Yeah, so SCH now reopened from that halt. Now it's at 4.6 million shares traded on the day. What is this on the relative volume scale for SHC? Sorry. $330 million lawsuit that they lost with now that puts a relative volume for them at 9.58 relative volume. So tons of eyes on this stock today, and the stock that's really apparently getting pushed to the downside is BCTX. BCTX. Let's go see what this is doing. Come on, BCTX. Yeah, it's a $6 stock. With 1.7 million shares traded so far, breaking the low a day not too long ago. Look at the volume coming back into this position at 1 o'clock. For about 2 hours, it did nothing ever since me and Sharif jumped on. Sharif and I jumped on, sorry. We did nothing on this stock, no volume too, but now volume ramping back up, taking this position down 19% on the day. What is BCTX? BCTX is Bria Cell Therapeutics, apparently a Canadian company, relative volume of 10.49, so lots of eyes on this stock too. Look at that big volume candle higher. This is on the daily chart that you're looking at. Let me actually make this chart bigger because you can't see the volume candle. Can you zoom out somehow, Rob? Zoom the chart out so people can see the volume, Oh yeah, there you go. So this volume candle, pretty high for a volume candle compared to all of April till now. So clearly negative catalyst bearing heavy on BCTX, down 20%.
I'm being told by Azam here to have a look at Hollow. This is the one that we identified earlier today as being that big mover up. It was more of a pre-market mover than anything. I mean, it had the majority of its move was prior to 9:30. The high point was around that 37.5 level, and ever since then it's just been one ski slope down to, let's see, where did we get down to? We got down to like that $3 level basically. Now it's halted on the way up. So it halted on the way up. Now it's back open. The halt level was 353, currently trading at 362. Geez, can you imagine this one makes its move back up? Wow. I'm definitely not going to touch it here. I think there's probably a lot of people that may be selling at higher levels, so this might have a lot of upside resistance. Looking at some moving averages here, looks like the 20 periods around that $3.80 level. Yeah, you got the cross here. You got the cross, the 7 EMA crossing above the 20 EMA. You know, a lot of mechanical trading systems use that cross. I don't know if it's on the 1-minute chart though, or perhaps maybe the 5 or the 10. But anyway, so there's a cross here. It's about that $3.30 level. Currently made top wick here at $3.88. Now currently trading in the 370s. I don't know. You know what? I don't really want to take this long. I definitely got it on my radar though. I'll keep it on the side screen, but you know, nothing else really to report other than Rumble now consolidating sideways a little bit into that 1540 level. We have a top wick here at 1566, so not too far away from high of days, holding that 7 EMA quite nicely. The futures also now starting to trend back upward again, thanks to the futures for stopping us out of Tesla for a 3rd time today. So yeah, hey, shout out. Looks like looks like these levels here of 3889 and 3886 aren't really in play anymore. Looks like they've been touched and penetrated too many times. So, you know, if I had to look at another interesting level here at 3895, the break of this top wick here, or this crest, 3895. And yeah, if whoever thought differently of what I just said, you guys got dirty minds. But hey, that's just the way chart talking goes, Brad.
Nah, you're good, bro. You're good. Apple, I'm just trying to see what Apple's high of days today. 153.33 Apple's high, and we're only 10-ish pennies away from there. As the market pushes back towards the high of day, the market did create a higher high, but it also created a lower high. It created a lower high, but also created a higher low. So a little bit of a wedge pattern coming in if you were to draw the bottoms and the tops on the, I call it the tandoori pizza triangle pattern. So that's actually the pizza.
I like that.
Tandoori pizza. For anyone who came over to my house, you enjoyed that one, right? But yeah, market currently is trying to push back up. I think 3,900 can come back into play very soon. We could see 3,900 being tested because the markets are positive once again, and they are above VWAP. They battled around VWAP a little bit, and they managed to stay above VWAP later on. So Rainmaker saying power hour incoming. Yeah, could be. Could be, but honestly, if you ask me, I think the market is going to continue doing nothing for the rest of the day. I could be wrong about that, obviously, and I hope I'm wrong because it's already been boring enough of a day for the markets. It's hard to punch into positions on a day like today, but for anyone who's managed to do so and actually have a good day, congratulations. For anyone who's punched it and not had a good day, don't beat yourself up. Today just sucks. Today just sucks. Like, the markets can't decide what they want to do. And I know I sound like a broken record, but it's okay to not make a trade today, guys. On FOMC weeks, it's okay to not do anything up to Wednesday when the FOMC actually happens. So if you had a bad day today and you got chopped out, don't beat yourself up. It's just that day in the market. You'll have another day like this tomorrow again. If you had a good day, hats off to you. Congratulations to you if you had a good day. See if you can replicate what you did today, tomorrow too, but also manage your risk. And then Wednesday, it's fireworks, baby. Fireworks.
The chat lighting up here about what I said earlier. It's funny. Montalvo, I don't want to butcher your name here, so let me go back. Montalvo wants me to look at SoFi. So since SoFi is basically doing nothing today, it's pretty flat. If you come to my screen here, Lucas, basically, this is the daily chart for Montalvo, for SoFi. I don't like it at all because, I mean, you don't need to be an expert charter or chart technician to know that this is an ugly-looking daily chart. So, aside from that, now let's look at more recent levels here. It's definitely below the 200 period, which I don't like. It's also currently below the 50 period, although it was above it as recently as last week, but now it's trending down. So I don't like this chart, despite the fact that you're off all-time lows. All-time lows were around that $4.83. Let's see exactly what it was. $4.82. All-time lows were at $4.82 on SoFi. I'm not going to touch SoFi. I wouldn't have it in my personal account. I definitely don't day trade it often. So that's my look. That's my look at it here. Let's zoom in a little bit more if we can get some key levels. Perhaps if you wanted to go long the stock for whatever reason, if a news catalyst was to come in, like for example, you know, the student loan forgiveness was not going to be as broadly based as Biden announced it was. Whatever reason that might come in here as a catalyst to the upside for SoFi. I'm looking at that $8.50 level, $8.50 level as a key breaking point here. If it breaks above that, maybe you have a new trend. But otherwise, there's really not much in the way of to speak well about SoFi. Do you
Excuse
see
me,
anything?
sir, I'm going to need you to stop those words right there.
What? What happened?
That's in my long-term portfolio.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Okay. Well, we don't want to offend anybody, but if you're asking my objective opinion, that's kind of how I feel about SoFi here.
Yeah, you're not wrong, though, with what you're saying.
Yeah, well, it's a bit of a tough one. You know, Biden coming out, giving that student debt forgiveness to a lot of individuals there. I'm sure SoFi probably wasn't going to profit off that because they hold a lot of student debt. But what I do like about SoFi is for individuals who have a lot of credit card debt, my understanding is you can consolidate that credit card debt by getting a SoFi low interest loan. And by low interest, I don't know what that means anymore since we have increasing interest rates and likely to have even higher interest rates after this Wednesday.
Actually, the fun statistic, credit cards are apparently, they've been saying they've been losing money for over a year. People have been taking more and more loans and not really paying them off. And the reason why they're not paying them off apparently is because of you know, when the pandemic happened, people didn't know if they needed 10K, 20K to like, you know, save somebody or save themselves or whatever it is. So people were just spending on their credit cards, not using their own money, and bills just kept going up. Credit card companies started going into debt, and now government actually wants to crack down on who? Buy now, pay never later companies like Affirm and so on. I actually wanted to use, I actually did use to buy my duffel bag that I have on the left over there, Afterpay, which is a Canadian. What's the Affirm? It's a Canadian Affirm, and that was my first time using it, and it was pretty clean. Like I had no issues using it. You don't pay any interest rates for paying monthly fees or anything. So like it's actually pretty sick.
Only if you miss payments, then do the fees come in. They're pretty steep.
Okay.
So yeah, it doesn't affect your credit.
I didn't read the fine print. I just said agree.
Yeah. So if you miss payments on that, you're gonna get slapped with some serious fees. But I want to tell you something else. I also I have a few credit cards. And then I got offered by TD that I was eligible for a low interest credit card and that I was eligible to transfer my balance over, quite a substantial balance over to my low interest credit card. So I see that kind of maneuvering now by banks who are offering you low interest credit cards and balance transfers. I wonder if that's to combat these SoFi style companies who are giving you low interest loans that you can consolidate all your debt into and then pay over time rather than paying 20 some odd percent. I don't know what their interest rate was. They were offering 4 or 5%, even though 4 or 5% may be high in terms of, you know, the last 14 years where money's been free. It's definitely not high relative to your credit card statement, which is like for most people above 20%. And as I say that here, the market is dumping, and so it's Tesla. Obviously, we're not involved in the short because we suck, and you know, we're not going to be creaming any money off of that one. But the market making a aggressive move down here.
Yeah, market moving down. Roblox is now 59 cents in the money, but all of a sudden there's actually an inverse gateway order putting on the bids for Roblox, 400 lots of size. So I'm not going to sit in front of that size expecting that size to break. I'm going to cover more size in front of that size. That's probably Aunt Kathy coming in to throw some big orders out there, right? For all we know. So that's about, you want to do the math for it? We can do the math for 4200 times, what is it, 36, hello Prad, what are you doing, 36, 97, let's say. That's about $1.6 million on that level. So $1.6 million worth of Roblox needs to either be sold onto that level for that level to break, or we're not breaking that level. And this is SSR now. No, it's not SSR. Never mind. I was going to say, if this is SSR, I'm instantly closing my short and I'm going long because I've seen the setup before where a stock, wait, it says the stock is on SSR. It says SSRE extended. That means it's day 2 SSR. That's because Monday it was down more than 10%. Yeah, this is SSR. We're closing our trade. We're now flipping long instead, and we're risking 1 penny off that trade. If 1 penny breaks to the downside, we jump out and we leave. If 1 penny doesn't jump out, we're not leaving. So bang, now we flip to a long. Let's see if this trade is going to work out. Please somebody confirm Roblox is SSR day 2.
All right, I can tell you right now if Roblox is SSR. Oh, actually, no, I got to pull it up on here. Oh, actually, I think I do have it on here. Give me 1 sec. If I add it here, RBLX, there we go, Roblox. It is SSR. I have the SSR indicator on it, so yeah, you're good on that. Let's see what we got here. Rumble making a big boy move off those bottoms here. Top bottoming out at that 1470 level. Now we're about to break 1550 again. Recall that our high of day on Rumble is at 1565. That's all-time high, isn't it? Yeah, let me see. Yeah, it's all-time high since today is the first day of this SPAC. So anything above that 1566 level is going to be, oh, like, wow, we're about to break that. We're getting lots of FOMO not being able to trade this stock. But there we go, 1570. There we go. We got all-time highs on Rumble. 1570, 1580 now. Geez, there we go. Printing even higher than 80s. Rumble to the moon. The chat recognizes it. We recognize it. That's an aggressive move up. Look at that. Look at that move up, man.
Check our word chat.
Yeah.
I actually have the CFEI. This is CFEI and Rumble combined. The all-time high is close.
Okay. That's for the SPAC as well? Okay. Got it. There you go, guys. Okay, so yeah, Sean updating us there, telling us that before it de-SPACed, it had hit the, I want to say 18. It had hit, yeah, it had hit $18 or so. You want to take a look at that?
What?
Yeah, there you go.
That's the most I could do.
That's CFVI prior to the RUM de-SPAC.
Okay.
That's consolidated, eh? Awesome. Okay, so that's a great chart there by Sean. So yeah, in terms of de-SPAC, we're at all times high. In terms of since the SPAC price, no, we still got way to go. I think 1850 or maybe 1850 is the high, says Sean. So keep an eye out for that level. If we do get to those levels, that will definitely be an interesting point of potential resistance on that, Brad.
My level 2 over here is bugging out. So let me, there we go. We're fixed now. Whew. Okay, Roblox did actually go up, but then it came back down and it stopped us out. Why did my order go through? That's because I don't have a stop for it. Okay, so now we're going to jump out of that long. Roblox was in the money slightly, but then it came back down and it took out that level. I was actually going to talk about that trade because I saw the previous order was at 36.97. Then on the way up towards 37, the same order was at 37 for 400 lots. So I was going to say, oh, look at the stock being chased up. They're chasing the size up to the north side, blah, 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 blah. But that trade's not going to work out at the moment as we took out that size. So there's no longer existing. We paid 1 penny for that trade. We lost 1 penny for that trade. Roblox is still my #1 position on the board today for the shorts and everything. So we're chilling. We're no complaints at all. And ZTO, our only short left on the board here. No other trades left for me except for this one. ZTO pushing down, about to give me some money. So let's actually take that size out myself. Bang, bang, bang. Take some profits on ZTO as it pushes down. It's going to be 1, 2, 3, our 4th best stock on the day. Let's see where the market wants to push, though. The markets are back into being negative at the moment, sadly. Down 0.12% on the S&P 500, down about 0.15 on the NASDAQ market. Both above VWAP, though. Both above VWAP and are trying to most likely trade sideways above VWAP. If that's the case, maybe Power Hour, actually we see a retest of 3,900. But there's so many variables here, so many maybes and so many what-ifs that I rather just stand back on the sidelines, be a fly on the wall, let the market really move around. I don't need to be in a position to see what the market's doing. I can see the market move around, and then I could form levels off that to put some damage on tomorrow.
Pay demand. That's all I can say.
Pay
the
demand.
Market, as the former Cowboy and current coach, Primetime likes to say, pay demand. So here we are, guys. We're on BCAN. We're looking at this huge dump down. You recall we were trading this one earlier from that 831 level, and then I thought it was going to halt. made its way all the way down to 733, recovering a little bit, but still up 85%, 86% on the day, but it's really been flushing ever since it's made its highs here at $21. It really hasn't looked up the entire time. It's been one big move down. Maybe saving except for this period right here where we halted on the way up, but then after that, it was just one big move down on BCAN. So nice little move there for anybody who had that short, flipping back now to RUM. Yeah, pulling back a bit off its highs, off that 1635, I believe was the high of day, 1634, excuse me. Now pulling back into that 70 EMA. There does seem to be some good support in this area around that 1540, between, let's say 1550 level. There does seem to be some support there. It made 2 new highs around that area. So let's see how this one acts. Moving downward, we definitely have support. Some further support down at that 1473, 1475 area. So let's see how this one moves. If it's aggressively moving down, you'll look at that 1475 for support. If it's stair-stepping down lightly and then bounces back up, keep your eye out around that 15.5, 1540 level. It's pulling back a little bit here, pulling into the 7 EMA. So that's all we have to report on RUM. Let's see if there's anything else worthy of us mentioning. Let's bring down our scanner so you guys can follow along. Here we go. VTAQ still is top dog since the open. Up almost 28% since the open, then followed by a close second by RUM at 26.5%. SHCR, that was moving earlier but didn't have any volume. It still doesn't have any volume. It's only done 7,000 shares in the last 5 minutes. That's not enough for me whatsoever. CDE also was the one Prad was trading. Its volume has definitely declined significantly. The reason I'm looking at this 5-minute volume here is I want to know what's happening now, not what happened earlier. So I use that 5-minute volume to guide me if it's the prime time for that stock or prime has passed. Looking at NAT, yeah, I've done 45,000 shares in the last 5 minutes. Holding above VWAP, but not doing anything significant. So nothing to report in small cap world. Don't have much to report either on the futures, still holding that levels. Looks like we got a nice little bounce here on the VWAP, off VWAP, excuse me, on the futures. Nice little, it held it to a T there. There you go, around that 38.82 level now. We bounced back up to that 38.88. Currently a point below it. Futures moving sideways for the most part. There's some peaks and troughs in and around that area, but definitely nothing that would establish a new trend, Prad.
Yeah, I'm looking at where Michael Buffer was for the last boxing match that we just had. It wasn't Michael Buffer announcing.
We didn't talk about Canelo and.
I brought it up.
Yeah, very briefly Canelo and Triple G. Did you watch the fight?
I passed out.
You passed out.
I passed out.
Man, I watched every round, and let me tell you, Triple G's a completely different fighter now. His 40-year-old body is definitely showing signs there. Didn't get off first almost every time. Even when he started boxing well, that was after round number 6. So you got to think to yourself, was he unsure about his stamina? Why wasn't he fighting the same way in round 1 to 6 as he was from 6 to 11?
Okay.
Basically. So I think that he had some concerns going into the fight, whether he could handle all 12 rounds. Gave up basically the first 6 rounds to Canelo. And it never looked back after that, to be honest with you. So I felt a little bad for Triple G, but we all got to age, right?
Yeah. That's something you can't evade, right? Death and taxes.
Yeah, there you
go. Well, taxes you can evade. I still have the answers for that, but death you can't have taxes. Yeah, man. I'm not a big boxing fan because it's so technical. I fall asleep with it. But MMA, I love boxing and MMA because it's not just boxing. You get to see a little bit of leg hump action. You get to see other stuff too, right? You got a lot of variation in there. You get some Muay Thai. You get everything. Boxing is jab, 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 jab. But man, the first 4 rounds I was watching, Canelo's jabs are nuts.
Man, he was landing combinations.
This man's jabs are nuts.
Yes. Yeah, he looked good.
My real problem with this whole fight night is I didn't get to hear my boy Buffer coming in and say it's time to rumble.
Oh, it was the other dude, the dreaded dude.
Yeah, some dreaded
He's coming
dude.
up. That guy is on the way up, so to speak.
Where's my boy Buffer, bro?
I know.
Diablo 4 was leaked.
It sucks.
Okay, it just hit the market now.
Diablo 4 got leaked the whole game.
Test build.
Test build for Diablo 4 leak. So let's go check out Activision. Let's go check out Activision because that's their game over there. Activision makes Diablo. I'm pretty
No
sure through
movement.
World of Warcraft and Blizzard. Yeah, it is. Yeah, no movement coming in behind them, behind that news. Take-Two also
Clearly,
has a
yeah.
catalyst. Take-Two said their hackers announced that their biggest ever new Grand Theft Auto release notes and so on. So Take-Two was a little down off of that note apparently, but what I'm seeing is just a rocket ship to the north side for Take-Two. It's barely even down on the day now. So yeah, GTA got leaked, and apparently Sean just came in and told us that Activision's game Diablo 4 got leaked also, or a test version of it got leaked. Yeah, the test build, like a pre-version test builds.
Yeah, Tesla making a move up here. Looks like there was a bit of a double bottom below VWAP here, and now kind of trending up with the market. The market looking to test the more recent high here, not the day's high, obviously, but the more recent high. This peak here, let's bring in the futures chart so you can follow along here at 38.95 or so. Currently trading at 38.92. So if we can break that peak, we may start testing the high of the day, which is at 39.04 or 39.03 on the futures there. But Tesla definitely making an aggressive move up from that 305 area right up to almost 307 there. So a quick $2 move on Tesla within about the span of 10 minutes there. So I'm not going to trade it. I got slapped on it too many times today, but definitely this break here of this consolidation level will probably also be really interesting, especially going into that 2 o'clock hour when the volume picks up a lot more. I think the 307.80 break on Tesla would be interesting, especially if the futures cooperate in that regard and pump more to the high side. Tesla bound to follow suit. Let's have a look at the other big tech names. Let's bring down our big tech chart so you guys can follow along. Here we go. As I said, I don't want to keep sounding like a broken record, but Apple definitely the strongest of the 6 on the day, holding decisively above VWAP. Now it's about, I want to say $2, almost $2 from the VWAP price. Meta looking weak, Microsoft looking weak, Google above VWAP, but not as decisively as Apple is at that 102.33 level. Tesla reclaiming VWAP lately, but you know it pooped itself basically quite aggressively in the earlier part of the afternoon. Now maybe the volume comes back in and starts pumping up. And Amazon below VWAP, albeit by a small margin. So I'm looking here personally at Google and Apple as the leaders going into the afternoon, but that could change at any minute anyway. So because it was Tesla and Apple earlier today, and now Tesla is, well, we all know what Tesla did to me. So let's have a poop confirmed, says Gorno. Yes. Let's see what Rumble is up to here. No, still consolidating sideways. Looks like it's creating a bit of a bull flag there, or a bull pennant, whatever you want to call it. Let's see what it does if it breaks above that $16 level and reclaims. Yeah, let's see what it does if it reclaims that $16 level and then breaks through that $16.34. Mind you, that's only a wick up. That was on aggressive volume. Probably a lot of shorting in and around that area here. Let's see what this one does. Can we trade this one yet? Let's see. Because, you know, it could be any second that we are allowed to trade it. No, and we just got another error message telling us not available. So we still can't get into Rumble on this one. So that's fine. No big deal. We'll have Rumble to trade tomorrow. Flipping back to Tesla here. Yeah, starting to pull back. But what I'm starting to notice is that Tesla's pullbacks are not as aggressive as the pullbacks on the futures. And earlier in the afternoon, it was quite the opposite. Tesla's pullbacks were more aggressive than the pullbacks on the futures. Now it's kind of like, you know, flipping the switch a little bit. Is that a possible indication that Tesla will become more like relatively strong relative to the futures? So we'll see if the relative strength of Tesla supersedes that of the futures. But, you know, earlier I definitely noticed that it was weaker than the futures going up. So I'm going to continue to look at that into the afternoon. I'm definitely looking for that 38.95 break on the futures like I said earlier, Brad.
Yes, sir. Market trying to do market things, which is absolutely nothing today. It's absolutely nothing. Right? So
okay.
I'm still looking at Tay2, but more importantly, I'm going to look at the chat right now. Ask your boss. Ask my boss for what?
The raise.
No, they're talking to you, I think, because that message was for you. I'm not sure what you said, but
ask your boss.
Yeah, James said ask your boss.
Oh yeah, no, he probably is talking about the Rumble blackout. Yeah, we have already submitted that ticket. Right. so we can unblock it. It just takes a little bit of time, usually sometimes half an hour, sometimes a little bit longer.
Probably
it is
a
what
day
it
or
is.
two. Sometimes you never know. Most likely because we don't have it in our system at the back over there that their ticker got changed, so we don't know what RUM is, so we never seen it, so it's blocked on that side. It's just a way to, look, we're on a prop firm, right? They got to manage risk. They got to manage like a bunch of things. Even stocks that have absolutely no volume on, they'll be blocked for us.
Oh, yeah,
right?
yeah.
But like
They're
for normal
dangerous.
people,
They're dangerous.
yeah, exactly. No volume, no liquidity. What are you doing
What are
on
you
that as a
getting
day
out?
trader?
Yeah.
What are you doing on that as
Yeah,
a day
and what
trader?
if you get in, how do you get out without taking a
Exactly.
big slap on the spread?
Oh yeah, those will open up real nicely for you too. I'm still looking at my scanners over here, and on that, Uber keeps on popping up. Uber today weak, man, very weak. But Uber for the last few weeks though has been pretty strong. So I'm expecting Uber to have some support around these $30 areas. If it breaks 30, then maybe we have a move down to 27 over the coming week or the rest of the month. Obviously, we got the big catalyst on Wednesday that could move a lot of stocks towards resistances if it's a good catalyst, towards supports if it's a negative catalyst, and that's what the whole world is waiting on. It is now 1:52 Eastern Standard Time, so we still have about 8 minutes or so for the Goombas, and then you got the final boxes coming on later on. That was from the chat. I stole that from the chat. So yeah, I'll happily be a Goomba for now, but keep on watching because every Goomba, a Goomba is like that mushroom in Mario. So you know when we're like saying final boss and Sean was like, I'm Bowser.
Okay.
Bowser's the final boss in Mario. He's the guy with the turtle.
Yeah, I know
turtle.
Bowser.
Oh yeah.
He's got like the spikes
The
on his
spikes
back.
on him. Yeah, that's Bowser, and then the Goombas are the little mushrooms that you step on.
Oh.
Yeah.
Those
So-
are mushrooms?
Those are mushrooms.
No, the mushrooms make you grow, right?
That's
like
a star. Oh yeah, mushrooms make you grow. You're
Yeah,
right. The
those are
star
like
makes you
little
invincible. The
ninjas or
mushrooms make you grow. A lot of
there's a lot of
paraphernalia.
shapes, bro.
A lot of paraphernalia references in Mario.
Yeah, no, I know what you're talking about. They're like triangle shaped and you step on them, right? Like,
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, guys, look at this. Tesla consolidating sideways here while the market continues to pull back down. That makes me feel like Tesla is ready and primed for that huge explosion should the market decide to go upward and the volume follows it. So I'm, despite the fact that I've been slapped up on Tesla today, I'm still trying to keep a clear mind to look at things objectively. And what I see objectively here is a Tesla long on a spike of the futures. And as I say that, it sells off. But yeah, that's what I'm going to leave that for now. But I'm looking for a break of this flat top here decisively on a bounce in the futures. We don't have that much time left. I think about 6 minutes before we send you back to the big kahunas, Neil and Sean. But yeah, I'm going to keep my eye on this one. I'm looking for some revenge on this. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, there we go. That's what we got. Can we get a bounce back up? Can we? There we go. What did I put my order as? Did I print? There we go. I printed there. Obviously, the market's probably going to pull back as I got long. I'm in with baby size here, so looking for that 307 break, Brad.
Yeah, I was just addressing a comment in the chat from ML. Y'all need to look at MACD more. I mean, no, we don't need to.
It's good.
We don't need to look at it. I mean, it depends on a trader to trader, right? I myself don't use MACDs or RSIs or anything, so I don't feel like I have to or need to look at it. I can find my setups, I can find my strategies, and I can make my money without using it. But if there's traders out there who want to use it, I'm not stopping you. Go for it. And the same thing applies to the traders on the show too. I don't see Sean using it. I don't see Neil using it. I don't see the most experienced traders on the floor use it. So I'm going to follow the people who have taught me how to make money and who are proven to make money every single day for the last 8-10 years or so on, right? But that being said, man, if you like the MACD indicator, the RSI indicator, use it. All you need to do is find a setup, find something that you can structure around. Structure a good playbook around MACD, around RSI. If you want to do it around doji candles or candlestick patterns, whatever it is, form your strategy, but don't impose it on other people, right? Because everyone has their own setups, everyone has their own methodology. I personally don't find using it. I'm sorry, I'll say it, I don't find using it. But as I always say, if that makes you money, more power to you. More power to you.
I definitely agree with everything Prad just said. Don't force it onto other people. And and others can make quite a bit of money without using it, and that's just their style. I know a lot of the small cap traders that I follow online do use MACD. They find it important for their entries and exits. And here we go. We're going to break 307 on Tesla. Sorry to digress like that quite randomly, but we're looking for that 307 break on Tesla here to scalp off a piece of our long. We're like 3 pennies off. We keep flirting with that 306.99 area. We'll see. There we go. Took off another piece on Tesla, but that was a quick break, 307 break, and then it punched right back down. So I don't even think I filled above 307 there. There we go. Now a decisive break, and I say that it pulls back in. So yeah, futures definitely giving me a heart attack today. So is Tesla. To be honest with you, I've scalped out a little bit. I've got half the position left. Now it looks like I'm 5 cents out of the money on this one, and thankfully, we've only got 3 minutes left on this show, because otherwise I probably get shut down with the amount of L's that I've had today. Definitely has not been my best day. But yeah, hey, I'll take it on the chin, and I'll admit it, to be honest with you, Brad. So yeah, MACD. I learned quite a bit about MACD when I was reading my Charter Technical Analyst books. I was studying to be a Charter Technical Analyst for a while until I got employed here. Then I found it really hard to keep up with my readings, but I do plan on getting back into that. It talked quite
I actually want to
extensively.
do that.
Yeah.
I want to get my CTA.
Yeah. And Michael Noss, every time he comes on Friday, kind of reminds me that, yo, you got to start reading again.
October,
Is he?
yeah.
He's going to be here?
Yeah.
Michael Noss is going to be in here from Trade Ideas. You guys know him every Friday. Sean and Neil, as well as Brendan, interview him in the morning, and he always has great levels for us and great stocks. So pumped for that to see him in studio. And Sean says we're going to go out for drinks. I hopefully can be a part of that too. I'm out of my Tesla trade there for a 10-cent loss on the remaining portion. It was about 57% that I had on. Scalped up a couple for winners, but otherwise, poop. Not been my day, Bradley.
Yeah, I'm just, just getting ready to you know what it is, make my protein shakes, go at the gym, maybe go play some ball over there with Greg today. We don't know, anything to get some exercise, that's it. Markets have been exercising us for sure.
They've been exercising me. You've
Us,
been good.
us.
I can see his
They've been
bladder.
exercising us, you know? They're exercising us. Here's the funny part too. I actually sent a picture of our bladder to our work group, and I go, I am so bored. And this is what Greg comes back with. He goes, trade more stocks then. Because I have 20 stocks traded today.
Yeah. His bladder
I have
is...
125 stocks traded, 20 stocks traded, 125 trades made, 20 stocks traded.
That's how you
and the P&L doesn't go anywhere. It's been flat all day. It's been flat all day.
I hear
and that's
you.
the nature of the market. That's the nature of the market today, right? So I'm okay not making money today. I'll be okay not making money tomorrow either. But if I'm not making money Wednesday, that means the market did not have a move. If it had moved and I'm not making money, I'm being very upset.
Yeah.
I'll be very upset.
I don't know how you guys feel, but in terms of a market move, an aggressive market move, it will be interesting to see if we get that 1% move. Let's go back to that Fed rate tool and see if it changed. I know it was, there we go. No, same thing, 82%. How can it be 82? Oh, yeah, 82 and 18. Yeah. Okay, so.
80-20.
Yeah, 80-20. I think that's basically what we saw that last time, right? Yeah. So 80-20 for the, for sake of rounding here on the 75 and 100 basis point. But looks like we're done for the day. So we'll say adios from Pratt and I as we send you up to the big kahunas, Sean, Neil, and Brendan. And Brendo is up at the big desk.
Hey guys, welcome back. Yeah, 2 o'clock. That means a couple hours left in on Monday. That's turned out to be kind of choppy back and forth, really nothing kind of day for the overall market. We are basically flat right now for the S&P, the Dow, and the NASDAQ. You can see all three back in negative territory, but only just for the moment. 0.1 for the NASDAQ leading the way. The Dow 0.03, 0.07 there for the S&P 500. Still positive here in Toronto. Some strength in energy and gold helping. Brazil to the upside as well. Crude oil, there it is, 0.5%. This thing was down 2% in the pre-market this morning. We're now up 0.5% for crude oil. So